The mop head dragged through the sticky residue on lane 7, leaving streaks of diluted red across the polished wood. Todd pushed harder, watching the industrial cleaner foam and bubble as it broke down whatever had been spilled. Probably a split lip from one of the league bowlers who'd had too many beers and face-planted celebrating a spare. It happened more often than management liked to admit. The bowling alley sat on the east side of Tulsa, wedged between a strip mall and a truck stop off Highway 169. 32 lanes of scuffed maple and synthetics, arcade games that still took quarters, a grill that served frozen mozzarella sticks and nachos with cheese from a pump. Todd had worked here for 11 years, ever since the construction company he'd been with went under. The pay was garbage, but the health insurance kept him afloat after his ex-wife cleaned out their savings and moved to Dallas with their daughter. He wrung out the mop in the yellow bucket, the water running pink. The blood, if that's what it was, had trailed from the ball return all the way to the seating area. More than a split lip, maybe. Could have been a nosebleed. The overhead lights hummed, reflecting off the waxed lanes in long parallel strips. It was Tuesday night, just past 11, and the last bowlers had cleared out 20 minutes ago. Todd worked the closing shift 4 nights a week, which meant mopping, emptying trash, checking the pin setters, and making sure the building was locked up tight before heading home to his apartment near 41st and Sheridan. His knees ached, 43 years old, and his body already reminded him daily that he'd spent his 20s framing houses in the Oklahoma heat, hauling 2x4s and bags of concrete mix. The janitorial work was supposed to be easier, but 12-hour shifts on his feet left him just as worn down. He pushed the mop bucket toward the back hallway, passing the arcade section where a single claw machine glowed in the dimness, stuffed animals pressed against the glass like prisoners. The manager's office door was closed. Dennis had left early, muttering something about his kid's school calling, some kind of emergency. Dennis never left early. The guy was a hard ass about procedures, always breathing down Todd's neck about chemical mixtures and floor buffer speeds. But tonight he'd practically run out, face pale, phone pressed to his ear. Todd dumped the mop water in the utility sink, watching the pink swirl down the drain. His lower back throbbed. He thought about the Vicodin in his truck's glove box, left over from when he'd herniated a disc last spring. Probably shouldn't mix them with the 2 beers he'd have when he got home. But sleep didn't come easy these days. Not since his daughter stopped answering his calls. The building settled around him, creaking in that way old commercial structures do. He checked the thermostat. Dennis was obsessive about keeping it at exactly 68, and started his final walkthrough. Lanes 1 through 32, checking each ball return for jammed mechanisms. The rental shoes organized by size in the cubbies behind the front desk. The party rooms cleaned of birthday cake remnants and spilled soda. The bathrooms scrubbed and restocked. His phone buzzed in his pocket. A text from Luis, the daytime maintenance guy. "You see the news? Bunch of people getting sick downtown. They saying stay away from hospitals." Todd frowned, thumbs hovering over the keyboard. Luis was always forwarding conspiracy shit, videos about chemtrails and fluoride. He texted back, "Probably just flu season, man." But something nagged at him. Dennis's panic. The blood on lane 7. As he locked the front doors and armed the security system, he noticed how empty the parking lot looked. Usually there were a few cars left over from the truck stop, drivers sleeping in their cabs. Tonight, nothing but sodium lights casting orange pools across the asphalt. His truck started on the 3rd try, the engine rattling like it always did. He needed to replace the timing belt but kept putting it off. Money was tight. Child support and rent ate most of his paycheck, and the rest went to groceries and beer and the occasional carton of cigarettes he bought when stress got bad. He pulled onto Highway 169, heading south toward his apartment. The radio played classic rock, but he switched to AM news. A woman's voice, professional but strained, talked about a developing situation at several Tulsa hospitals: St. Francis, Hillcrest, Oklahoma State University Medical Center. Emergency rooms overwhelmed, some kind of aggressive illness causing extreme behavioral changes. The CDC had dispatched teams. The governor was monitoring. Todd turned it off. The highway stretched empty ahead of him, streetlights marking the distance. His headlights caught a dog trotting along the shoulder, ribs showing through its fur. He thought about stopping, but it veered off into the darkness before he could decide. His apartment complex was a 2-story brick rectangle called The Meadows, though there were no meadows anywhere near it, just parking lots and a defunct pool filled with leaves. He climbed the exterior stairs to Unit 2D, key scraping in the deadbolt. Inside smelled like leftover pizza and the air freshener he kept plugging in and forgetting about. The TV came on automatically when he hit the light switch, some action movie he'd been watching before his shift. He grabbed 2 Coors from the fridge, popped the first, and collapsed on the couch. His body sank into the cushions, joints loosening. The movie played, explosions and gunfire he didn't bother following. His phone buzzed again. This time, a news alert. Multiple violent incidents reported across Tulsa County, police advising residents to remain indoors. He finished the beer and opened the second. Outside, a car alarm went off, one of those chirping ones that cycled through different tones. It kept going for 5 minutes before stopping abruptly. The silence after felt heavier. When he finally hauled himself to bed, it was past 1 in the morning. He swallowed one of the Vicodins dry, knowing he'd regret it, but too tired to care. Sleep came like falling through black water. His phone woke him at 6. The alarm played some default tone he'd never bothered changing. Gray light filtered through the blinds. His head felt packed with cotton, the Vicodin and beer leaving him dehydrated and slow. He silenced the alarm and checked his messages. 3 texts from Luis, each more frantic than the last. Turn on TV, hospitals full, people attacking each other, I'm locking my doors, man. You should too. Todd sat up, a mistake that sent his head spinning. He stumbled to the bathroom, drank water straight from the tap, and splashed his face. When he came back, he turned on the TV and flipped to local news. The anchor looked like she hadn't slept. Behind her, shaky footage showed the exterior of St. Francis Hospital. Police cars, ambulances, a crowd of people pressed against the entrance. Even through the TV's compressed audio, he could hear screaming. Confirmation that the illness is spreading through direct contact with bodily fluids. Tulsa County Health Department is urging anyone experiencing fever, aggression, or confusion to seek immediate medical attention. Though officials acknowledge that hospital resources are critically strained, the footage cut to a reporter standing outside what looked like a grocery store. The windows were smashed. People ran past carrying boxes, bags, armfuls of whatever they could grab. Looting reported across multiple locations as residents attempt to stockpile supplies. Police have not responded to several calls, with dispatch reportedly overwhelmed. Todd's phone rang. Dennis. Todd, don't come in today. What's going on? Just stay home. Lock your doors, I'm serious. Dennis, what? My kid's school called yesterday. She bit a teacher. Just fucking bit her. Out of nowhere. They took her to the ER and now nobody will tell me where she is? The hospital's not answering. I drove over there last night and there were cops everywhere. Wouldn't let anyone in. Todd heard something in Dennis's voice he'd never heard before. Fear, raw and unfiltered. Is she okay? I don't know, Dennis's breath hitched. Just stay home, Todd. I'm not opening the alley. Maybe not for a few days. I'll call you when I know more. The line went dead. Todd stood in his apartment, phone in hand, watching the news cycle through the same footage. More hospitals, more police. A fire somewhere on the north side, black smoke rising. The anchor's face had gone pale, and she kept touching her earpiece, listening to something off camera. He tried calling his ex-wife, straight to voicemail. He texted his daughter, "Hey kiddo, just checking in. Call me when you can. Love you." The message showed as delivered but not read. He made coffee, hands unsteady as he measured the grounds. His apartment felt too small, the walls pressing in. Outside, the parking lot looked normal. A few cars, someone's kid's bike lying on its side. Normal. But the TV kept showing the same nightmare. More cities now. Oklahoma City, Wichita, Little Rock. The footage blurred together. Crowds, police, hospitals surrounded by desperate people. The anchor kept saying, "rapidly evolving situation" and "awaiting federal response." Todd spent the morning glued to the screen, coffee going cold in his mug. At some point he realized he was hungry but couldn't bring himself to move. The news showed a press conference, some official from the CDC. The audio kept cutting out, but Todd caught fragments. Quarantine protocols. Avoid contact with symptomatic individuals. Working with state and local authorities. The official looked terrified. Around noon, someone knocked on his door. Todd jumped, spilling coffee on his shirt. He looked through the peephole. Mrs. Hernandez from 2E, one of the few neighbors he'd actually spoken to. She was holding a casserole dish. He opened the door to the chain lock. "Hey, I made too much," she said, though her hands were shaking. "Thought you might want some." "That's really nice, but are you seeing this?" She gestured vaguely at the world. "The news?" "Yeah. My son's a nurse at Hillcrest. He called me this morning, told me not to go outside. He sounded scared, Todd. He's never scared." Todd took the chain off and accepted the casserole. It was still warm. "I'm sure it'll blow over." But Mrs. Hernandez was already backing toward her own apartment. "Lock your door," she said. "Please." He watched her disappear inside, heard the multiple locks engage. He set the casserole on his kitchen counter and realized his hands were shaking too. The day bled into afternoon. Todd tried calling Dennis again. No answer. Luis texted, "My neighbor died last night. Ambulance came, but they just left him. Said they couldn't take him." Todd typed back, "What do you mean they left him?" "Just fucking left him in his apartment. Said morgue was full." The TV showed the governor now, making a statement, declaring a state of emergency, activating the National Guard, mandatory curfew starting at sundown. But even as the governor spoke, Todd could see the strain in his face. This wasn't something that could be fixed with troops and curfews. His daughter still hadn't responded to his text. He tried eating Mrs. Hernandez's casserole, but managed only a few bites before his stomach rebelled. The medication and lack of real sleep had left him jittery, unable to focus. He paced his apartment, checking the locks, peering through the blinds. The parking lot remained quiet, but in the distance he could hear sirens. Constant, overlapping, never stopping. Evening came, the sun dropping behind the buildings in a smear of orange and red. Todd locked himself inside and pulled a chair against the door, even though it made no logical sense. The TV continued its broadcast, the anchor now openly crying as she read from a script. More cities falling apart, more hospitals overrun. Reports of people attacking each other in the streets, biting, clawing, moving with strange, jerking motions even after being shot by police. The word zombies appeared on the screen, in quotation marks, like even saying it was too absurd. But the footage didn't lie. Bodies that should have been dead, getting up, moving, hunting. Todd's phone buzzed. Another text from Luis. "I'm leaving town, taking my family south. You should too." He stared at the message. Leave? Go where? His truck had a quarter tank of gas. He had maybe $200 in his bank account. His daughter was in Dallas, but he didn't know her exact address. His ex had made sure of that. He texted back, "Stay safe, man." No response. Night settled over Tulsa like a blanket soaked in gasoline. The sirens continued, punctuated now by gunshots. Close, maybe a few blocks away. Todd sat on his couch, lights off, watching the parking lot through a gap in the blinds. Nothing moved. Then, around 10 o'clock, someone ran across the asphalt. A man, shirtless, sprinting with an awkward gait. He disappeared between buildings. 30 seconds later, something followed him. It had been a woman once, Todd thought. Long hair, a dress torn and stained dark. But the way she moved, head tilted at an unnatural angle, arms reaching, mouth open in a soundless howl, that wasn't human, not anymore. Todd's breath caught. He watched her lurch across the parking lot, following the man's path, and vanish into the same darkness. He pulled away from the window, heart hammering. This was real. Not news footage from somewhere else, not a movie. Real. He spent the night barricading his door with furniture. The couch, the kitchen table, a bookshelf. His hands worked automatically, some survival instinct kicking in that bypassed conscious thought. When he finished, he collapsed on the floor, back against the wall, and waited for dawn. It came slowly, gray and cold. Todd hadn't slept. His eyes burned, his mouth tasted like copper. He checked his phone, no signal. The TV showed only static. He tried the radio and found one station still broadcasting, a man's voice, hoarse and breaking. If you're hearing this, stay inside. Do not approach anyone exhibiting symptoms. Do not trust the authorities. They're gone. Most of them are gone. The infection spreads through bites, through blood. Once you're infected, you have maybe 6 hours before the fever hits. After that, the voice cracked. After that, you're gone. You die, and then you come back. And you're not you anymore. You're just hungry. Please, if you're hearing this, stay inside. Barricade your doors. Don't make noise. They're drawn to sound. I don't know how much longer I can... Static. Todd turned off the radio. His apartment felt like a tomb. He needed water, food, supplies. But outside, the thing that had been a woman was still out there. Maybe more of them now. He went to the window. The parking lot looked empty. A few abandoned cars, a shopping cart on its side, no movement. He checked the other windows. The back of the complex faced a small strip of trees, and then a drainage ditch. Nothing there either. His stomach cramped with hunger. The casserole sat on the counter, but he'd need more than that. His fridge held half a case of beer, some lunch meat that was probably spoiled, condiments. The cabinets, instant ramen, a can of soup, stale crackers. Maybe 3 days of food if he rationed. 3 days. Then what? He thought about the bowling alley. The storage room in the back had cleaning supplies, tools, a first aid kit. The vending machines held snacks. The grill would have frozen food, condiments, cooking oil. Not much, but more than his apartment. And the building was solid, brick and concrete, with only a few entry points. If he could get there, he could fortify it. Wait this out. But that meant leaving, walking the 2 miles from his apartment to the alley, exposed. He looked at his hands. They'd stopped shaking. Some switch had flipped in his brain, moving him from panic to calculation. He'd survived a divorce, a bankruptcy, years of back-breaking work that left him broken and poor. He could survive this. He started making a plan. First, inventory. He dumped everything edible into a backpack. The ramen, the soup, crackers, granola bars he found in the back of a cabinet. A bottle of whiskey he'd been saving for a day that never came. He filled 2 empty Gatorade bottles with water from the tap, not knowing if the water system still worked, but taking the chance. He added a flashlight, batteries, duct tape, the Vicodin, and a bottle of Advil. Weapons. He had a kitchen knife, but it felt flimsy. In his closet, he found a tire iron from his truck's jack kit. Heavy, solid steel. He tested its weight, imagining swinging it at something's head. His stomach turned, but he kept the tire iron. Clothes. He changed into jeans, work boots, a long-sleeved shirt, and his old Carhartt jacket. Layers. Protection from bites, maybe. He pulled on work gloves and a baseball cap. By the time he finished, it was nearly 9 in the morning. He moved the furniture away from the door, slowly, trying to stay quiet, his ears strained for any sound from the hallway. Nothing. He unlocked the deadbolt, took a breath, and opened the door. The hallway was empty. Dim light filtered through the window at the far end. The carpet showed stains he didn't remember seeing before. Dark stains trailing from one apartment door and down the stairs. He stepped out, tire iron gripped in both hands. His breath sounded too loud. He moved toward the stairs, each footfall careful. Behind him, he heard something, a shuffle, a low moan. He spun, heart leaping. Mrs. Hernandez's door was open, just a crack, darkness beyond. He should check on her, should make sure she was okay. But the moan came again, wet and rattling, and he knew she wasn't okay. He ran. Down the stairs, boots pounding, backpack bouncing against his spine. He hit the ground floor and burst through the exterior door into the parking lot. Sunlight blinded him. He stumbled, caught himself, and kept moving toward his truck. Something crashed behind him. He didn't look back. The truck's door was unlocked. He never locked it, too beaten up to be worth stealing. He threw himself inside, slammed the door, and jammed the key in the ignition. The engine turned over, coughed, died. "Come on, come on!" He tried again. The engine caught, roaring to life. He slammed it into reverse and looked up just as something hit the driver's side window. A face, gray and slack, eyes filmy white, teeth bared. It had been Mrs. Hernandez. She pounded on the glass, leaving smears of black blood. Her jaw worked, opening and closing, and he could hear her trying to make sound, but producing only that wet rattle. He shifted into drive and floored it. The truck lurched forward, throwing her off. In the rearview mirror, he saw her collapse, then immediately begin crawling after him, pulling herself across the asphalt. He drove. The streets of Tulsa had transformed overnight, cars abandoned in the middle of intersections, storefronts smashed, bodies lying on sidewalks, some still, some twitching, and the ones that walked. They were everywhere, shambling between vehicles, clustered around building entrances, standing in yards with their heads tilted like they were listening for something. Todd forced himself to breathe. He kept the truck at a steady speed, not too fast to attract attention, weaving around obstacles. The fuel gauge showed less than a quarter tank. He'd have to make this count. The bowling alley was northeast, off the highway, normally a 10-minute drive, but nothing was normal now. He turned onto 41st Street and immediately hit a pileup, 5 cars twisted together, smoke rising from a crushed engine block. He reversed, trying an alternate route. More bodies, more of those things. One lunged at the truck as he passed, bouncing off the side panel. He gripped the wheel so hard his knuckles went white. He took back roads, winding through residential neighborhoods, houses with doors hanging open, children's toys scattered in driveways, a dog barking frantically from behind a fence, surrounded by 3 of the things, clawing at the wood. The dog's barking cut off suddenly. Todd kept driving. He passed a elementary school. The playground was filled with them, dozens, maybe hundreds. They moved in a loose herd, bumping into each other, mouths opening and closing. Some were small, kids, his daughter's age. He looked away. By the time he reached the bowling alley, his gas gauge was on empty. He pulled into the parking lot, tires crunching over broken glass. The building looked intact, windows boarded up. Had Dennis done that? The front doors were closed, security gate pulled down. He parked as close as possible, engine idling. The lot was empty except for 2 cars, Dennis's Honda and a beat-up Nissan he didn't recognize. No movement, no sound except the truck's engine. He killed the engine and sat in the sudden silence. This was it. He had to get inside, had to secure the building. If there were things inside, he'd deal with it. If Dennis was still alive, even better. He grabbed the tire iron and his backpack, opened the door, and stepped out. The air smelled wrong. smoke, and something sweet rotten that made his throat close. He scanned the parking lot, the highway beyond, the truck stop. Nothing moved. He ran to the front doors, boots crunching. The security gate was locked, but he had keys. His hands shook as he sorted through them, found the right one, and lifted the gate just enough to roll under. The front doors were glass, but he couldn't see inside. Someone had covered them with cardboard. He tried his key, locked. He pounded on the door. "Dennis! It's Todd!" Nothing. He pounded again, harder. "Dennis, open up!" A sound from inside, shuffling, a crash. Then Dennis's voice, strained. "Todd?" "Let me in." The lock clicked. The door opened a crack. Dennis's face appeared, pale and slick with sweat. "Alone?" "Yes, open the goddamn door!" Dennis pulled it open just wide enough. Todd slipped through and Dennis immediately slammed it shut, throwing the deadbolt and dragging a bench in front of it. The bowling alley was dark. Emergency lights cast red pools, but most of the building was shadow. Todd could make out the lanes, the arcade, the shapes of furniture, and the smell. That same sweet rot, stronger here. "What the hell happened?" Todd whispered. Dennis leaned against the wall, chest heaving. He looked like he'd aged 10 years. "They're everywhere. They're fucking everywhere. Your daughter, she's gone." Dennis's voice cracked. "I went back to the hospital last night. Thought maybe I could find her. But the hospital..." He shook his head. "It's full of them. They were in the hallways, the rooms, just eating people, Todd. I saw a doctor get pulled into an operating room and they..." He stopped, swallowing hard. Todd set down his backpack. "Are we safe here?" "For now. I boarded up the windows, locked all the doors, but I haven't slept. Every sound, I think they're breaking in. We need to fortify, check every entrance, make sure..." A crash from deeper in the building. Both men froze. Dennis grabbed a baseball bat leaning against the wall. "There's something in the back," he whispered. "I heard it moving around, but I couldn't go check." Todd raised the tire iron. "Stay here." Todd. But he was already moving down the main corridor toward the back rooms. His eyes adjusted to the darkness. The crash had come from the storage area past the party rooms. He moved slowly, trying to control his breathing, the tire iron raised. The storage room door was ajar. Inside, he could hear something knocking around, metal clanging. He nudged the door open with his boot. A shape in the darkness, hunched over. Human-shaped, but wrong. It was tearing through boxes, searching for something, movements jerky and purposeless. Todd's flashlight caught it full on, and he recognized the glow bowl uniform, the name tag, Brittany. She'd worked the front desk on weekends, 19 years old, always chewing gum, complained about her community college classes. Now her face was gray, her eyes clouded, and her mouth was smeared with dried blood. She turned toward the light, hissing. Then she charged. Todd didn't think. He swung the tire iron. It connected with her skull, a wet crack. She went down, twitching. He swung again, and again, until she stopped moving. He stood over the body, chest heaving, the tire iron dripping. His hands were shaking again. This was Brittany. He'd joked with her. She'd asked his advice about her boyfriend. Now she was... He turned away and vomited against the wall. Dennis appeared in the doorway. "Jesus Christ." "We need to check the whole building," Todd managed. "Make sure there's no more." They spent the next 2 hours clearing room by room. The party rooms were empty, the kitchen was empty, the arcade, the bathrooms, the mechanical room with the pin setters, all clear. They found one more body in the men's locker room, one of the regular league bowlers, clearly dead for hours, beginning to smell. Dennis looked away while Todd dragged it into a storage closet and locked the door. By the time they finished, daylight was fading. They sat at the front counter exhausted, drinking water from the cooler. The building was secure, every entrance barricaded, windows boarded. They had supplies, the vending machines, the frozen food, enough to last weeks if they rationed. "What now?" Dennis asked. Todd looked at the dark lanes stretching out before them, the arcade machines with their blank screens, the empty shoes waiting for feet that might never come. Outside, the world was ending. Inside, they had walls, food, and each other. "Now we survive," he said. The first week passed in a blur of exhaustion and mounting terror. They established a routine because routine kept them sane. Wake at dawn, check the barricades, ration out food, take turns sleeping while the other kept watch. The building creaked and settled, every sound making them jump. Sometimes they heard things outside, shuffling footsteps, low moans, once a scream that cut off abruptly. They rationed the vending machines first, then moved to the frozen food in the kitchen. Dennis had worked in restaurants before managing the alley, so he knew how to stretch supplies. They cooked on the grill using the propane tanks from the back, making sure to keep the exhaust fans off. Couldn't risk the smell drawing attention. Water was the bigger concern. The taps still worked. But for how long? They filled every container they could find. Mop buckets, trash cans, the ball cleaning tanks. The bowling alley's bathroom became a reservoir. Todd spent his time reinforcing their defenses. He used his maintenance knowledge to turn the building into a fortress. The front entrance got a double barricade, the bench, then a wall of stacked bowling balls, each one 16 pounds of potential ammunition. He rigged the emergency exits with noise traps, piles of pins and metal chairs that would clatter if disturbed. The windows got additional boards, nailed from inside with screws he salvaged from the pin setters. Dennis watched him work with hollow eyes. The man had aged dramatically, his face gaunt, his hands never quite steady. He talked about his daughter sometimes, rambling stories about her childhood, her first day of school, the time she won a spelling bee, past tense, always past tense. On the fourth day, they saw their first horde. Todd was at the back window, peeking through a gap in the boards, when movement caught his eye. They came down the highway in a massive cluster, hundreds of them, moving with that lurching gait. Some were fresh, still dressed in business clothes or medical scrubs. Others were decomposing, flesh hanging off in strips. They moved together, drawn by something Todd couldn't identify, a slow-motion wave of bodies. He watched them pass, his mouth dry. That many. Tulsa had a population of 400,000. If even a fraction had turned. He didn't let himself finish the thought. They heard gunshots occasionally, sometimes close, sometimes distant. Each burst of fire would last a few minutes, then stop. The silence after felt final. On day 7, someone pounded on the front door. Todd and Dennis were in the kitchen, heating up canned soup, when the pounding started. Frantic, desperate. A woman's voice. "Please, please let me in. They're right behind me." They looked at each other. Dennis gripped his baseball bat. Could be a trick. Or she needs help. "We barely have enough food for ourselves." The pounding continued. "Please. Oh, God, please." Todd moved toward the front, Dennis following. Through the small gap in the boarded windows, he could see her. Young, maybe mid-20s, covered in dirt and blood. Behind her, in the parking lot, 3 figures shambled closer. "We have to let her in," Todd said. "No, we don't know her. She could be infected. Look at her, she's not—" "We don't know that." Dennis's voice rose. "You didn't see the hospital. You didn't see how fast they turn. We let her in, she turns, we're dead." The woman's pounding became weaker. She was crying now, looking over her shoulder. The things behind her were getting closer, drawn by the sound. Todd's hand went to the lock. Dennis grabbed his wrist. "Don't. We can't just—" "Yes, we can." Dennis's eyes were hard. "We can and we will. This is about survival now, not about being a good person." Todd stood frozen, torn between the lock and his conscience. The woman slid down the door, still sobbing, as the first of the things reached her. She screamed. The sound went on, and Todd couldn't move, couldn't look away, couldn't do anything but stand there while Dennis held his wrist and the woman died on their doorstep. When it was finally quiet, Dennis let go. "We survive," he said. "That's all that matters." Todd walked back to the kitchen and vomited into the sink. They didn't talk for the rest of the day. That night, Todd lay on the floor of the manager's office, staring at the ceiling, unable to sleep. He kept hearing the woman's screams, kept seeing her face, the terror in her eyes. He'd come to the bowling alley to survive. But what did survival mean if he became something he couldn't recognize? The next morning, Dennis was gone. Todd woke to silence. No movement from the lobby where Dennis usually kept watch. He got up, every muscle stiff, and checked the building. The front barricade was partially disassembled. The door stood open, the security gate raised. On the counter, a note in Dennis's handwriting. "I'm going to find her. Even if she's one of them, she's still my daughter. Don't follow me. Survive." Todd stood in the doorway looking out at the parking lot. The woman's body was still there, torn apart, already beginning to rot in the Oklahoma heat. Beyond, the highway stretched empty. No sign of Dennis. He closed the door and rebuilt the barricade alone. Days blurred together. Todd marked time on a calendar he found in the office, crossing off each day with a thick black X. Day 10, day 11, day 12. The food dwindled despite his rationing. The water started tasting strange, metallic. He kept the building secure, kept watch, kept surviving. But the loneliness pressed in like a physical weight. He'd never thought of himself as someone who needed people, but the silence was suffocating. He started talking to himself, narrating his actions just to hear a voice. He imagined conversations with his daughter, with his ex-wife, with Dennis. Sometimes he forgot they were imaginary. On day 15, he decided he had to venture out. The food wouldn't last more than another week. He needed supplies, needed to find other survivors if any existed. Sitting in the bowling alley waiting to starve wasn't survival. He prepared carefully, filled a backpack with water bottles and a few precious cans of food, took the tire iron and added a second weapon, a heavy wrench from the maintenance room. Dressed in layers despite the heat, protecting every inch of skin, wrapped his forearms in duct tape, creating makeshift armor. At dawn, he opened the door and stepped outside. The world had changed. Bodies everywhere now, in various states of decay. Cars with their doors open, interiors covered in dried blood. Grass growing through cracks in the parking lot, already reclaiming the asphalt. And the smell, God, the smell. Sweet rot and chemicals and something else, something primal that told his lizard brain to run. The things were fewer in daylight, he'd noticed. They seemed to cluster in shadow, under overpasses, inside buildings. He kept to the open, moving quick but quiet, scanning constantly. His first target was the truck stop across the highway. It might have been looted already, but worth checking. He crossed the 6 lanes carefully, watching for movement. A few of the things wandered aimlessly, but they were far enough away. The truck stop's glass doors were shattered. Inside, the store had been ransacked. Shelves knocked over, products scattered, the cash registers pried open and empty. He picked through the debris, finding a few protein bars, a bottle of aspirin, a lighter. Not much, but something. Behind the counter, he found a body. The clerk, shot in the head. Bullet hole dark against pale skin. Someone had mercy killed him before he could turn. Todd wondered who and if they'd survived. The smell drove him out. He crossed to the strip mall, checking each store. A nail salon, nothing. A tax preparation office, nothing. A dollar store, looted, but he found a case of bottled water in the back room that had been missed. He was loading the water into his backpack when he heard voices. Human voices. He froze, listening. 3 people, maybe 4. Male voices, rough and loud, coming from the parking lot. He moved to the store's front window, staying low. 4 men, armed with handguns and a shotgun. They wore mismatched clothes, faces hard. They were checking cars, looking for supplies. One of them kicked in a car window and reached inside, coming out with a jacket. Todd's instinct was to hide, but they'd seen his footprints in the dust, the disturbed debris. If they searched the store, they'd find him. He stepped out, hands visible, tire iron on his belt. Morning. The 4 men spun, weapons up. For a moment, Todd thought they'd just shoot him. Then the one with the shotgun lowered it slightly. Alone? Yeah. From around here? I work at the bowling alley. He gestured vaguely. Just looking for supplies. The men exchanged glances. The one with the shotgun seemed to be the leader. He was big, maybe 45, with a graying beard and a scar across his cheek. Find anything? A little. Water, some food. We'll take it. Todd's jaw tightened. I need it. The shotgun came back up. Wasn't asking. Another voice. Leave him alone, Rick. One of the other men stepped forward, younger, maybe 30, with a gaunt face and tired eyes. We're not bandits. We're just trying to survive, same as you. Rick spat. Fuck that. We need supplies more than he does. We're not taking from people who can't defend themselves. The younger man looked at Todd. There's a group of us, holed up in a warehouse on the north side. 50 people, maybe more. We're trying to organize, share resources. You should come. Liam, shut the fuck up. I'm not shutting up. We need more people. People who know the area. Liam looked at Todd. You know how to fix things? Build things? Todd nodded slowly. Maintenance work, cleaning supplies, basic construction. See? We need that. Come with us. Rick stepped between them. He comes, he shares everything he's got. Food, water, everything. Todd looked at the 4 men, at their weapons, at his backpack full of precious supplies. He could refuse. They might shoot him. Or he could go, join this group, and maybe, find some kind of safety. All right, he said. I'll come. The warehouse was a 40-minute walk, most of it exposed. They moved in a tight group, weapons out, scanning constantly. Twice they encountered the things, once a lone one shambling across a parking lot, which Rick shot without hesitation, and once a pack of 3, which they simply avoided by ducking into an alley until they passed. Todd tried to memorize the route. North on Sheridan, past the abandoned Walmart, through a residential area where bodies hung from telephone poles. Suicides, he assumed. People who'd chosen to die human. East on 36th Street, into an industrial zone. The warehouse sat behind a chain-link fence, surrounded by shipping containers arranged in a defensive wall. Guards stood at the entrance, armed with rifles. They waved Rick's group through without challenge. Inside the fence, Todd saw what Liam had described. 50 people, maybe 60. Families, singles, old and young. They'd set up tents and makeshift shelters between the shipping containers. A fire burned in a barrel. People clustered around it despite the heat. The smell of cooking food made Todd's stomach cramp. Liam led him to the warehouse itself. Inside, it had been converted into a command center. Maps on the walls, supplies stacked in careful piles, people moving with purpose. A woman in her 50s stood at a table, studying a map. She looked up as they entered. New recruit, Liam said. The woman studied Todd. Name? Todd. Skills? Building maintenance, construction, electrical, plumbing. I can fix most things. We need that. She extended a hand. I'm Ruth. I ran a construction company before this. Now I run this place for whatever that's worth. Her grip was firm, calloused. Todd liked her immediately. Here's the deal, Ruth continued. You contribute, you eat. Everyone works. We have scavenging teams, security teams, medical. though we're running low on supplies there. We share resources equally. No hoarding, no stealing. You break the rules, you're out. Questions? How long have you been here? Week and a half. We're trying to build something that lasts. A community, not just a survival camp. She gestured to the map. We've been mapping safe zones, finding supply caches, clearing buildings. Long term, we might try to move somewhere more defensible, but for now this works. Todd looked around. People organizing, working together, trying to rebuild some semblance of civilization. It was more than he'd hoped for. I'm in, he said. The first few days were an adjustment. Todd was assigned to the maintenance crew, a group of 5 people responsible for keeping the camp functional. They fixed generators, patched tents, built latrines, reinforced the fence. The work was familiar, grounding. It gave him purpose beyond just staying alive. He slept in a corner of the warehouse with a dozen other people, his backpack as a pillow. The communal living grated on him. He'd gotten used to the bowling alley's solitude, but it was safer. At night, they posted guards and kept a fire burning. The things rarely approached the fence, but when they did, the guards shot them from a distance. He met the other survivors. A nurse named Patricia who ran the medical tent with almost nothing. A teacher trying to keep kids occupied with makeshift lessons. A mechanic who'd gotten 3 vehicles running and was working on more. Normal people, thrust into nightmare, doing their best. But there were tensions. Food was rationed strictly, and people were hungry. Arguments broke out over work assignments, over who contributed more. Rick's crew, the 4 men who'd found Todd, acted like they owned the place, pushing people around, taking extra rations. Ruth tried to keep order, but her authority was fragile. On day 21, things came to a head. Todd was working on the generator, replacing a fuel filter, when he heard shouting. He looked up to see Rick and 2 of his guys dragging a man out of one of the tents. The man was screaming, struggling. "He's hoarding," Rick yelled. "Found 6 cans of food under his bed." People gathered, forming a circle. Ruth pushed through. "Let him go. He broke the rules. You said anyone who hoards gets kicked out." The man, Todd recognized him, a quiet guy who worked sanitation, was crying. "It's for my daughter. She's sick. She needs... Everyone's hungry." Rick threw him to the ground. "Rules are rules." Ruth looked torn. Todd could see it in her face, the calculation. If she let the man stay, others would hoard. If she kicked him out, she'd lose support. Either way, she lost. "He goes," she said finally. "But he keeps the food." Rick's face darkened. "The fuck he does. He goes with the food." "That's my decision." For a moment, Todd thought Rick would draw his gun, but Liam stepped forward, putting himself between Rick and Ruth. "She's right. Let him go." Rick spat, but backed down. 2 guards escorted the man and his daughter to the gate. Todd watched them leave, a man and a small child walking into the ruins, and felt sick. That night, he couldn't sleep. The warehouse was too hot, too crowded. He went outside, past the fire, and climbed onto one of the shipping containers. From up there, he could see the city. Tulsa at night, dark except for a few scattered fires. No lights, no traffic, no signs of civilization, just silence and shadow. A figure climbed up beside him. "Liam, can't sleep either?" the younger man asked. Todd shook his head. "This place is falling apart." Liam pulled out a cigarette, lit it. "Rick's going to take over. You can see it. Ruth's trying to keep things democratic, but people are scared. They want someone strong, someone who will make the hard choices." "And you think Rick's that person?" "Hell no, Rick's a thug. He'll run this place into the ground." Liam exhaled smoke. "But I don't know if Ruth can stop him." They sat in silence, watching the dead city. "You got family?" Liam asked. "A daughter?" "Dallas. I don't know if she's alive." "I'm sorry." You? Parents in Oklahoma City. Or they were. Liam's voice went flat. I tried calling when this started. Nothing. I like to think they made it, but... He didn't finish. They both knew the odds. The next morning, a scavenging team didn't return. 4 people sent to raid a grocery store 6 blocks away. They'd been due back by noon. By evening, Ruth sent a search party. They found 3 bodies in the store's parking lot, torn apart. The 4th person was gone. The deaths hit the camp hard. People were scared, angry. Rick used it to push his agenda. They needed to be more aggressive, take more territory, eliminate the threats. Ruth argued for caution, but her voice was getting quieter. Todd threw himself into work, trying not to think. He reinforced the fence, built a rainwater collection system, fixed a radio someone had found. The radio picked up nothing but static, but he kept trying, scanning frequencies, hoping for a voice. On day 25, he found one. It was faint, cutting in and out. A recorded message, looping, FEMA camp at Fort Sill, military protection, food and medical supplies. Survivors should proceed to Route 49 South. Todd's hands shook. Fort Sill, that was near Lawton, about 90 miles south. If there was really a FEMA camp, if the military had established a safe zone, he told Ruth. She listened to the recording, face unreadable. Could be real, could be old, could be a trap. We should check it out. With what resources? We barely have enough gas for 1 vehicle, and the roads are probably blocked. We send a team, we might lose them. But if it's real? If it's real, great. But we can't risk everything on an if. She turned away. I'll think about it. Todd brought it up at the next community meeting. People argued. Some wanted to try for Fort Sill immediately. Others thought it was suicide. Rick's faction argued they should stay, fortify, not risk what they'd built. We haven't built anything, Todd said. We're barely surviving. If there's a real chance? There's no chance, Rick interrupted. It's been a month. If the government was still running, we'd know. This is all there is. We make the best of it here. He's right. Ruth's voice was tired. I'm sorry, Todd. But we can't spare the people or resources. Todd looked around the warehouse. 50-odd people, hungry and scared, living day to day. And he realized Ruth was right. They were trapped. Not by the dead outside, but by their own fear and scarcity. That night, he made a decision. He packed his backpack with as much food and water as he could carry without being obvious. Added his weapons, a map, the radio. At 3 a.m, when the guards were changing shifts, he slipped out the gate. Behind him, the camp slept. Ahead, the ruins of Tulsa stretched in every direction, and beyond that, 90 miles of unknown. But he had to try. Staying meant dying slowly, losing himself piece by piece. At least out there, moving, he had a chance. He walked south toward Fort Sill, toward hope. The first 20 miles took him 3 days. He moved slowly, carefully, avoiding the things. They were getting worse, more decayed, but somehow more aggressive. He saw a pack of them bring down a dog, ripping it apart in seconds. He saw them standing perfectly still, heads tilted, like they were listening for prey. He learned their patterns. They were drawn to sound, to movement. They seemed almost blind in daylight, relying on hearing. At night, they were more active. He traveled during the day, hid at night. He found shelter where he could. A gas station one night, barricaded in the office. A farmhouse another. The family inside dead from what looked like suicide pills. He slept with his weapons close, jumping at every sound. Food became a problem quickly. He'd brought 3 days' worth, planning to scavenge along the way, but most places were already picked clean. He found a few cans in a garage, some stale crackers in a vending machine. It wasn't enough. On the 5th day, he was weak enough that he considered going back. But the camp was too far now, and pride kept him moving forward. He passed through small towns, each one a cemetery. Prague, Seminole, Wewoka. Some showed signs of resistance: barricades, bullet casings, hastily dug graves. Others looked like everyone had just vanished. In Wewoka, he found a gun store that hadn't been completely looted. Ammunition was gone, but in the back room he found a hunting rifle and a box of .308 rounds. He took both, feeling a bit safer with a ranged weapon. On the 8th day, he reached Shawnee. The city was bigger, more dangerous. The things wandered the streets in packs, drawn together by some instinct Todd didn't understand. He tried to skirt around, staying to the outskirts, but his path kept forcing him inward. He was cutting through a residential neighborhood when he heard screaming. A house, windows broken, door hanging open. The screaming came from inside. A child's scream. Todd froze. Every instinct told him to keep walking. It was probably a trap. Even if it wasn't, he couldn't save everyone. He was barely surviving himself. But the scream continued, high and terrified, and he thought of his daughter. He ran to the house, rifle up. Inside, chaos. Furniture knocked over, blood on the walls. The screaming came from upstairs. He took the stairs 3 at a time and burst into a bedroom. A little boy, maybe 7, backed into a corner. One of the things, used to be a woman, maybe his mother, reaching for him. Todd didn't hesitate. He swung the rifle like a club, connecting with the thing's skull. It went down. He hit it twice more until it stopped moving. The boy stared at him, eyes huge, face streaked with tears and dirt. "You're okay," Todd said, though he wasn't sure that was true. "You're okay now." The boy didn't speak. Shock, probably. Todd checked the rest of the house. Clear. He found a bathroom, cleaned the boy up as best he could, found him clean clothes. The boy still didn't speak. "What's your name?" Nothing. "Where are your parents?" The boy pointed at the thing Todd had killed. "Anyone else? Dad? Siblings?" The boy shook his head. Todd sat down heavily. He couldn't take a kid with him, could barely take care of himself, but he couldn't leave him either. "All right," he said. "You're coming with me, but you have to do exactly what I say. Stay quiet. Stay close. Can you do that?" The boy nodded. They left Shawnee together, Todd and the silent child. Todd modified his pace, taking more breaks, finding safer routes. The boy was surprisingly tough, keeping up without complaint. At night, they huddled together in whatever shelter Todd found, and slowly, the boy started to relax. On the 3rd day together, the boy finally spoke. "My name is Ethan." Todd smiled, the first real smile in weeks. "Nice to meet you, Ethan." Progress slowed with the boy, but Todd found he didn't mind. Having someone to protect gave him purpose beyond survival. He taught Ethan how to move quietly, how to spot the things from a distance, how to find water and shelter. The boy learned fast, and sometimes Todd caught glimpses of himself at that age, quiet, watchful, adapting. They passed through Paul's Valley on day 14. The town was mostly empty, but they found a pharmacy that still had some supplies. Todd loaded up on antibiotics, bandages, painkillers. Ethan found a teddy bear in a ransacked toy store and clutched it like a lifeline. That night they sheltered in a church. The pews had been pushed aside, the altar covered in dried blood. Someone had tried to make a stand here, failed. Ethan fell asleep quickly, exhausted. Todd sat by the door, rifle across his lap, listening to the night. Wind through broken windows. The distant sound of something shambling past. The boy's soft breathing. He thought about his daughter. Wondered if she'd survived, if she was with her mother, if they'd found safety. He wanted to believe it, needed to believe it, because the alternative was unbearable. On day 16, they reached Powley, and that's where things went wrong. They were crossing through a residential area when Todd heard engines, vehicles, multiple ones coming fast. He grabbed Ethan and ducked behind a car just as 3 pickup trucks roared past, beds full of armed men. They weren't heading anywhere specific. They were hunting. Todd waited until the trucks were gone, then moved quickly in the opposite direction. But they'd been spotted. One of the trucks circled back, cutting them off. 6 men piled out, rifles aimed. Todd raised his hands, putting himself between them and Ethan. "Well, well," one of the men said. He was tall, bearded, with a scar running across his forehead. "Look what we got. Survivor and a kid. We're just passing through," Todd said carefully. "Yeah? Where are you heading?" "South." "Fort Sill?" The man laughed. "Hate to break it to you, but Fort Sill's gone. Army evacuated 3 weeks ago. Nobody there now but corpses." Todd's stomach dropped. The FEMA message had been old. He'd walked all this way for nothing. "So here's how this works," the man continued. "You give us your supplies, your weapons, and anything else useful. Then you walk away, or we shoot you and take it anyway." Ethan pressed against Todd's leg, trembling. Todd calculated odds. 6 against 1. Even if he got a shot off, they'd kill him. Kill them both. "Okay," he said. "Take it." He unslung his backpack, set down the rifle. The men moved forward, grabbing his supplies, going through his pockets. One of them grabbed Ethan. "No," Todd started. "Relax, kid's worth something. We got people who'll trade for a healthy boy." Trade. The word hit Todd like a punch. They were going to sell Ethan. Something inside him snapped. He wasn't thinking, wasn't calculating odds. He just moved, grabbed the rifle from where he'd set it down, swung it at the nearest man, caught him in the face, reached for the handgun in the man's belt. Gunfire. Pain exploded in Todd's shoulder, spinning him around. He hit the ground hard, the world tilting, heard Ethan screaming, tried to get up, couldn't. "Dumbass," someone said. More gunfire, but not at him, at something else. Shouting. The men running back to their trucks, engines roaring. Then silence. Todd lay on the pavement, blood spreading beneath him. His shoulder felt like it was on fire. He tried to move, managed to roll onto his side. Saw Ethan standing there, unharmed, staring at something. "Ethan," Todd gasped. "Run! Run!" But the boy wasn't looking at him. Todd followed his gaze and understood why the men had fled. A horde, not dozens, hundreds, maybe thousands. They filled the street, shoulder to shoulder, a wall of dead flesh and hungry mouths. The gunfire had drawn them, and they were coming. Todd forced himself up, ignoring the pain. He grabbed Ethan's hand and ran. They didn't make it far. Todd's legs gave out after a block, blood loss making him dizzy. He pulled Ethan into a house, slammed the door, threw whatever furniture he could move against it. The horde's moans grew louder, closer. Upstairs. He had to get upstairs. He practically dragged himself up, Ethan helping, the boy's face white with fear. They found a bathroom, locked themselves inside. Todd collapsed against the bathtub, hand pressed to his shoulder, blood seeping between his fingers. The things reached the house. He heard them pounding on the door, on the walls, heard the furniture barricade give way, heard them shambling through the first floor, searching. "Todd?" Ethan whispered. "It's okay," he lied. "We're okay." But they weren't. The bathroom door wouldn't hold, and he was bleeding out. He looked at the rifle, at the few rounds he had left, enough for them both, quick, painless, better than being torn apart. He looked at Ethan, at the boy's terrified face, and couldn't do it. The things found the stairs, started climbing, slow, methodical. Todd raised the rifle with his good arm, aimed at the bathroom door. When it came through, he'd shoot. Keep shooting until he ran out of bullets. Give Ethan as much time as possible. The doorknob rattled. He put his finger on the trigger. The door burst open, and Rick stepped through. "Jesus Christ," Rick said, looking at the blood. Behind him, Liam appeared, rifle up, covering the hallway. "How?" Todd couldn't finish. "Followed you from the camp. Been tracking you for days. Figured you might need help." Rick looked at Ethan. "Guess I was right." They moved fast. Rick wrapped Todd's shoulder in duct tape and cloth. a temporary bandage. Liam covered them while they got downstairs. The horde was inside now, filling the first floor. But Rick and Liam had a truck outside, engine running. They fought their way through, shooting, pushing, dragging Todd between them. Got him into the truck bed. Ethan climbed in beside him. Rick floored it, tires squealing, running over corpses, and they escaped. Todd passed out from the pain and blood loss. When he woke, they were back at the warehouse. Patricia, the nurse, was stitching his shoulder. It hurt like hell, but he was alive. Ethan sat beside him, still clutching the teddy bear. "You're an idiot," Ruth said, standing over him. "Going off alone like that." "The broadcast was 3 weeks old. We checked after you left." She sighed. Fort Sill fell. They're all gone, but there's talk of a settlement in Arkansas, something real. We're organizing a convoy. "Why'd you send Rick and Liam after me?" Ruth smiled slightly. "Because despite everything, we need people like you, people who still have hope." The wound took weeks to heal. Patricia had done good work, but infection was a constant risk with limited antibiotics. Todd spent the time in the warehouse, recovering, helping where he could. Ethan stayed close, and gradually the boy started talking more, sharing stories about his life before. His parents, his school, his dog. The camp changed too. Word of the Arkansas settlement spread, giving people something to work toward. Rick surprisingly became less antagonistic. Saving Todd's life had changed something in him. He and Liam worked with Ruth to plan the convoy. By day 40, Todd was functional again. His shoulder was still stiff, the scar tissue tight, but he could move, could work, could fight if needed. The convoy was scheduled to leave in a week. 15 vehicles, everyone who wanted to come. They'd travel in a group, safety in numbers, heading east through the ruins of Oklahoma and into Arkansas. Todd wasn't sure it was a good idea. Moving that many people, that much noise, they'd draw every corpse for miles. But staying wasn't an option either. The warehouse was running out of supplies, and the dead kept multiplying. On day 45, they left. The convoy moved slowly, stopping frequently to clear roads or detour around obstacles. They passed through small towns, each one emptier than the last. Sometimes they saw other survivors, usually alone or in pairs, watching from windows. Todd wondered how many would make it. The first night they camped in a high school parking lot. Guards posted, fires burning, families huddled together. Todd sat with Ethan, watching the stars. The boy had been quiet since they left, processing the constant movement. "You think Arkansas is real?" Ethan asked. "I hope so." "What if it's not?" Todd didn't have an answer. They'd find out when they got there. On the second day, they hit a major roadblock. Highway 69 was completely jammed with abandoned cars, a pileup that stretched for miles. The convoy had to detour onto back roads, which slowed them further and took them through more dangerous territory. Near Eufaula, they encountered another group. 20 people, heavily armed, blocking the road. Their leader was a woman in her 30s, hard-faced and suspicious. "Turn around," she said. "This is our territory." Ruth stepped forward. "We're just passing through, heading to Arkansas. Don't care. Turn around or we open fire." For a moment it looked like a fight. Both groups had weapons, both were desperate. But Liam diffused it, offering supplies in exchange for passage. The woman took the deal, and they moved on. But the encounter shook everyone. The world was fracturing into territories, groups fighting over scraps. The dead weren't the only threat anymore. On day 49, they crossed into Arkansas. The landscape didn't change much, still rural, still devastated. But there were signs of organization. Painted markers on trees directing them south, cleared roads, defensive positions that looked maintained. And then, on day 52, they saw it. The settlement sat in a valley surrounded by hills. Chain link fence reinforced with sheet metal. guard towers with searchlights, fields being cultivated, actual crops growing, and people, hundreds of them, moving with purpose. The convoy stopped at the entrance. Guards checked them, searched their vehicles, separated anyone showing signs of illness. It took hours, but finally, they were allowed inside. Todd stood in the settlement, Ethan beside him, and felt something he hadn't felt in almost 2 months. Possibility. This was real. People were rebuilding, not just surviving, but actually trying to create something. Ruth found them an assigned area, a tent for now, with promises of better housing as they proved themselves. The settlement operated on a work system similar to the warehouse, but more structured. Everyone contributed based on their skills. Food was rationed but adequate. There were even schools for the children. Todd was assigned to the construction crew, helping build new housing and reinforce defenses. The work was hard but familiar. He fell into a routine: wake, work, eat, sleep. Ethan went to school with the other kids, slowly returning to something like childhood. But the settlement had its own tensions. Resources were limited, new arrivals strained the system, and the dead never stopped coming. Every few days a horde would approach, drawn by the noise and lights. The guards would repel them, but it required constant vigilance. On day 60, Todd was on wall duty when he saw something that made his blood run cold. The dead were changing. Not physically, still the same rotting corpses, but their behavior. They were working together, not randomly shambling, but moving with coordination. A pack of them had surrounded a guard tower, and instead of mindlessly clawing at the base, they were piling on top of each other, creating a ramp of bodies. "They're learning," the guard next to Todd whispered. Todd watched the dead climb, relentless and patient, and understood. The virus, the infection, whatever it was evolving, making them smarter. Not intelligent, not yet, but enough to be more dangerous. The settlement's leaders noticed too. Security was tripled, the walls reinforced, but everyone could feel it, the precarious balance tipping. On day 68, the thing Todd had been dreading happened. An outbreak inside the settlement. Someone had hidden an infection, either not realizing they were sick or deliberately concealing it. They turned at night in the communal sleeping area, bit 3 people before being put down. Those 3 people had 6 hours until they turned. The settlement's protocol was clear: isolation, observation, mercy killing if symptoms appeared. But one of the infected was a child, a little girl, maybe 9. Her parents refused to give her up. Todd was there when the guards came to take her. Watched the parents scream and fight. Watched the little girl, feverish and confused, not understanding why everyone was afraid. He thought about Ethan, what he would do in that situation, if he could pull the trigger. The parents were restrained. The girl was isolated. 6 hours later, she turned. A guard shot her through the fence, quick and clean. The parents were escorted out of the settlement, banished for breaking protocol. Todd found Ethan that night, held him tight, and didn't let go. The outbreak changed the settlement. Trust eroded. People looked at each other with suspicion. The leaders implemented mandatory health checks, tattoos to mark who'd been cleared. It felt like a prison. Rick approached Todd one evening. "We need to talk." They walked to the perimeter, away from listening ears. "Ruth's organizing a breakaway group," Rick said quietly. 25 people, give or take. She doesn't think this place will last. Too many people, not enough resources, too much control. She's planning to head further east. Find somewhere rural, start smaller. When? Next week. You and the kid are invited. Todd looked out at the settlement, at the people trying to rebuild civilization. It was fragile, maybe doomed, but it was something. "I don't know," he said. "Think about it. But decide fast. If we're caught planning to leave, they'll kick us out without supplies." Todd spent the next days weighing his options. Stay in the settlement, with its structure and security but also its growing authoritarianism. Or leave with Ruth's group, risking everything for the chance at something better. He asked Ethan what he thought. The boy considered it seriously. "I like school, and the other kids, but everyone seems scared all the time." "Yeah, they are." "Were you scared when you found me?" "Terrified, but you helped me anyway." Todd nodded. "Then I think we should help Ruth, even if it's scary, out of the mouths of children." Todd smiled and made his decision. On day 74, in the middle of the night, Ruth's group slipped out of the settlement. 26 people total, including Todd and Ethan. They took what supplies they could carry, 3 vehicles, and headed east into the Ozark Mountains. The first week was brutal. They were exposed, vulnerable, without the settlement's walls. They lost 2 people to the dead, 1 to an infected wound. But they kept moving, following Ruth's plan. She led them to a town called Marble, population formerly 800, now 0. It sat in a valley, surrounded by forested hills, with a river running through it. Defensible, remote, with natural resources. They spent 2 weeks clearing the town of the dead, house by house, building by building. It was exhausting, dangerous work. But when they finished, they had something. A home. Todd threw himself into rebuilding. Using his maintenance skills, he got the town's water pumps working, fixed generators, helped construct a wall around the town center. Others planted gardens, hunted, scavenged supplies from surrounding areas. Ethan flourished. The kid had space to run, to explore, to be a child again. He made friends with the other kids in the group, and slowly his nightmares faded. Months passed. The town became a community. Not perfect. They had arguments, shortages, close calls with herds of the dead, but they made it work. Todd found himself thinking less about before. His daughter, his ex-wife, his old life. It all felt distant, like a dream. This was his life now. Building, surviving, protecting Ethan and the others. On day 103, Ruth called a town meeting. "We've made contact with another settlement," she announced. "About 40 miles north. They're willing to trade. Food, medical supplies, ammunition." People murmured excitedly. Trade meant growth, security. "I need volunteers for a trade delegation. 4 people. It's a week-round trip, and it'll be dangerous. But if we can establish a trade route, it'll change everything," Todd volunteered. So did Rick, Liam, and Patricia. They left the next morning, taking 1 vehicle and a load of handmade goods to trade. The journey was tense but uneventful. The other settlement, a fortified farm, welcomed them. The trade went smoothly. They loaded up with supplies and started back. They were 10 miles from Marble when they saw the smoke. Todd's heart sank, thick black smoke, rising from the valley where their town sat. He pushed the vehicle faster, praying it was a controlled burn, an accident, anything but. They crested the hill and saw the destruction. Marble was burning. Buildings collapsed, bodies in the streets, and surrounding it, a horde unlike anything Todd had ever seen. Thousands of the dead, packed together, overrunning the walls. "No," Patricia whispered. Rick grabbed the radio, trying to raise the town. Static. They watched from the hillside, helpless as their home died. When the horde finally moved on, drawn away by some distant sound, the trade group went down into the ruins. The town was destroyed. The walls breached, the buildings burned or collapsed. Bodies everywhere, residents and the dead mixed together, impossible to tell apart in the charred remains. They found Ruth's body near the center of town, shotgun still in her hands. Found the teacher who'd run the school, found the mechanic, found so many people Todd had worked beside and laughed with and called friends. He searched frantically for Ethan, through the rubble, the smoke, the corpses, calling the boy's name until his voice gave out. He found him in the church basement, Ethan and 6 other children, huddled together, alive, Todd collapsed, pulling the boy into his arms, sobbing with relief. They buried the dead that could be identified. 22 people had survived out of 26. They salvaged what supplies they could from the ruins, loaded them into the vehicle, and left Marble behind. They drove east, then north, then east again. Aimless, broken. Todd barely spoke, barely ate. He'd thought they were safe, thought they'd built something that could last. And in one night, it was gone. They camped in abandoned buildings, moving constantly. The dead were everywhere now, no place truly safe. They rationed supplies, stretching 3 days of food into 7. People got sick. Patricia did what she could with almost nothing. On day 116, Rick died. Infection from a wound he'd been hiding. He turned quickly, and Liam had to shoot him. The sound echoed in the empty warehouse where they'd sheltered, and afterward, Liam just sat there, staring at his friend's body. They were down to 18. On day 123, they found the bridge. It crossed a river. Todd thought maybe the Arkansas, and on the far side, through binoculars, he could see structures. Not a town, something industrial, a compound of some kind. Could be another settlement, Liam said. Could be raiders. Could be anything, but we're out of options. They approached carefully. As they got closer, Todd saw what it was. A prison, a medium security facility, repurposed as a settlement. The walls were high, topped with razor wire, guard towers staffed with armed men. A voice boomed from a loudspeaker. "Stop where you are. State your business." Liam stepped forward. "We're survivors. We're looking for shelter. We can work, we have skills." "How many?" 18, including children. A long pause. Then, "Anyone sick? Anyone bitten?" "No. Leave your weapons on the ground, all of them. Then come forward one at a time." They complied. The gates opened, and they were herded inside into a courtyard. Armed guards searched them thoroughly, checking for bites, for hidden weapons. It was invasive and humiliating, but Todd endured it. Finally, they were led to a man in his 50s, wearing what looked like a corrections officer uniform. His name was Warden Holt, and he ran the prison settlement with military efficiency. "You can stay," he said, "but there are rules. You work or you leave. You hoard supplies, you leave. You start trouble, you leave. We don't have space or resources for dead weight. Understood?" Everyone nodded. The prison became their new home. It was harsher than Marble had been, more regimented, but it was also safer. The walls held. The guards were competent, and there was food, water, medicine. Todd was assigned to maintenance again, this time keeping the prison's aging infrastructure functional. Boilers, plumbing, electrical, all of it falling apart, all of it requiring constant improvisation. Ethan went to school in a converted cell block. He didn't smile as much anymore. The fire at Marble had changed him, left him quieter, more serious. Todd tried to reach him, to bring back the kid who'd started to heal. But Ethan had seen too much, lost too many people. They all had. Weeks became months. The prison grew as more survivors trickled in. It became crowded, tense. Resources stretched thin. Warden Holt grew stricter, more authoritarian. People whispered about leaving, but where would they go? On day 150, the horde returned. It wasn't the same one that destroyed Marble, or maybe it was, grown larger. Thousands of the dead, moving with that new coordination. They surrounded the prison, pressing against the walls. The guards opened fire. Bullets cut through the front ranks, but more kept coming, climbing over the fallen bodies. The wall held, but barely. For 3 days, the horde laid siege. The guards fired constantly, running through ammunition. Food and water were rationed to almost nothing. The dead pressed and pressed, never stopping, never tiring. On the 4th day, the west wall cracked. The guards tried to reinforce it, but the weight of the dead was too much. Stone crumbled. The things poured through. Todd grabbed Ethan and ran. They made it to the cell blocks, where people were barricading themselves in. But it wasn't enough. The dead flooded the prison, filling the corridors. Warden Holt made a desperate choice. He opened the armory, handed out weapons to anyone who could fight. "We make a stand at the administration building. Everyone who can't fight, get to the roof." Todd got Ethan to the roof with the other non-combatants. Then he went back down, rifle in hand, and joined the defense. The fight was chaos. Shooting, screaming, the smell of blood and gunpowder. The dead kept coming, wave after wave. Todd shot until his rifle clicked empty, switched to a handgun, then a knife, then just swung whatever he could grab. People fell around him. Patricia, trying to drag a wounded person to safety, pulled down and torn apart. Liam, out of ammo, clubbing the dead with his rifle butt until they overwhelmed him. Todd kept fighting, kept moving, because stopping meant dying. Somehow, he made it back to the stairs, climbed to the roof, found Ethan and a handful of others, maybe a dozen people total. Below, the prison was lost. They spent the night on the roof, listening to the dead tear through the building below. In the morning, the horde moved on, drawn away by something. The prison was silent except for the wind through broken windows. Todd led the survivors down. They picked through the ruins, salvaged supplies, counted bodies. Out of 70 people, 12 had survived. They left the prison and kept walking. Todd's body was failing. The gunshot wound in his shoulder had never healed right, leaving him with chronic pain. His knees were shot from years of manual labor. He was losing weight, his clothes hanging loose. He could see it in the others too, the physical and mental toll of constant survival. Ethan was 12 now, though he looked older. Taller, thinner, eyes too old for his face. He rarely spoke, and when he did, his voice was flat. He'd learned to fight, to kill, to do what was necessary. Todd had tried to shield him from it, but there was no shielding anyone anymore. They wandered through Arkansas, then Tennessee, looking for some place, any place, that offered hope. They found small settlements, some hostile, some welcoming but too small to support newcomers. They found ruins and corpses, and the occasional lone survivor, wild-eyed and paranoid. The dead were evolving faster now. Todd saw them using tools, crude implements to break down barriers, saw them working in coordinated packs, flanking, ambushing. It was only a matter of time before they learned to open doors, to climb, to truly hunt. On day 187, the group had dwindled to 5. Todd, Ethan, a woman named Helen, a teenager named Danny, and an old man named Frank. They were in a farmhouse somewhere in eastern Tennessee, eating canned beans and stale crackers. "This is pointless," Helen said. "We're just waiting to die." "So, what do you want to do?" Frank asked. "I don't know. Find a boat, get to an island, something." "There are no islands without the dead." "Then what's the point?" No one had an answer. That night, Frank died in his sleep. Natural causes, his body just giving out. They buried him in the yard and kept moving. On day 193, Helen left, walked off into the woods, and didn't come back. Todd didn't try to stop her. Down to 3. They found an abandoned fire station and decided to stay. It had supplies, a defensible position, and they were too tired to keep running. They fortified it as best they could, rationed what food they had, and waited. Days passed, then weeks. Danny got sick with a fever that wouldn't break. No infection, just illness. His body shutting down. He died on day 204, calling for his mother. Todd and Ethan buried him behind the fire station, next to a vegetable garden that had long since withered and died. And then it was just the two of them. Todd knew he was dying. The pain in his chest had gotten worse, a tightness that made breathing hard. Some kind of heart problem, probably. He didn't tell Ethan. Kid had enough to worry about. They fell into a quiet routine. Scavenging during the day, barricaded at night. They didn't talk much. What was there to say? The world had ended. Everyone was dead or dying. They were just the last ones to admit it. On day 215, Todd collapsed while securing a window. Pain exploded through his chest, radiating down his arm. Heart attack. He knew the signs. Ethan helped him inside, got him lying down. The kid's face was pale, scared. Todd tried to speak to reassure him, but couldn't get the words out. "I'm getting help," Ethan said. "No," Todd managed. "Stay. Stay here. You're dying." "I know." Ethan's face crumpled. For the first time in months, he looked like the terrified 7-year-old Todd had found in Shawnee. "I don't want to be alone." "You won't be." Todd gripped the boy's hand. "You're strong. Stronger than me. You'll survive." "I don't want to survive. I want—" Ethan's voice broke. "I want this to be over." Todd understood. He was so tired. Tired of fighting, of running, of watching people die. Part of him welcomed the heart attack, the end, but he couldn't leave Ethan alone. The pain intensified, his vision blurred. He felt Ethan holding his hand, heard the boy crying, and wished he had something profound to say, some wisdom to impart. But there was nothing. Just this, the last moments of a dying man in a dead world, holding the hand of a child who'd seen too much. "I'm sorry," Todd whispered, "for everything, for not protecting him better, for bringing him into this nightmare, for leaving him alone." And then the pain stopped. The world went quiet, and Todd let go. Ethan sat with the body for a long time. Hours, maybe. The fire station was silent except for his breathing. Outside, the sun set, casting the room in orange and red. Finally, he stood. He'd watched enough people die to know what came next. The fever, the death, the reanimation. He couldn't let that happen to Todd. He found a blanket, covered the body, said a prayer he half remembered from before everything ended. Then he picked up a knife and did what was necessary. Afterward, he walked outside. The sun had set completely, stars emerging in the clear sky. The dead wandered somewhere in the darkness, drawn by eternal hunger. But here, for this moment, it was quiet. Ethan sat on the curb in front of the fire station, Todd's rifle across his lap, and watched the stars. He thought about his parents, his old life, his dog. Thought about Todd finding him, saving him, teaching him to survive. He thought about what came next. He could stay here in the fire station until the supplies ran out or the dead found him. Or he could keep moving, keep searching for something. Other survivors, a safe place, purpose. He was 13 years old. The world had ended, and he was still alive. Somewhere in the distance, a dog barked, just once. Then silence. Ethan stood up, rifle in hand, and started walking. Not south toward Fort Sill, or east toward nothing, or north toward winter. Just forward, one foot in front of the other. Because that's what survival was. Not hope, not rescue, just moving forward, despite everything, because the alternative was giving up, and Todd hadn't raised a quitter. The stars wheeled overhead, indifferent and eternal. The dead roamed the earth, patient and hungry, and a boy walked alone through the ruins, carrying the weight of everyone he'd lost, everyone who'd died so he could keep breathing. This was the world now. This was what remained. Ashes and blood, and the stubborn refusal to stop moving. He didn't know where he was going, didn't know if there was anywhere left worth reaching, but he walked anyway, Todd's lessons echoing in his head. Stay quiet, stay moving, watch for the dead, trust carefully, survive. The fire station disappeared behind him, swallowed by darkness. Ahead, the road stretched empty and infinite, and Ethan walked on, alone but not defeated, one survivor among the ruins, carrying forward the memory of a man who'd mopped blood down bowling alley lanes and learned in the end that survival meant protecting something other than yourself, even if that protection lasted only until your own heart gave out, even if the world never recovered, even if the only victory was dying human instead of turning into something monstrous. The boy walked through the night, and the stars bore witness, and the story of the end continued, not with triumph or salvation, but with simple, stubborn endurance. The kind that said, "I'm still here, I'm still moving. The world ended, but I'm not finished yet." And maybe that was enough. Maybe that was all anyone could hope for in the ruins of civilization. To keep walking, keep breathing, keep remembering that once there were bowling alleys and jobs and ordinary Tuesdays, and people who cleaned up messes and fixed what was broken and tried, however imperfectly, to help someone when they could. The dead inherited the earth, but the living, the few who remained, inherited something else. The knowledge that they'd endured, that they'd seen the worst humanity and the dead had to offer, and they'd kept their humanity anyway, right up until the end. Todd had done that, had survived long enough to save a boy, to give him skills and protection and a chance. And now Ethan carried that forward, one foot in front of the other, through the endless dark. It wasn't the ending anyone wanted, but it was the only ending left, and so he walked. Now let's move on to the next story. The hydraulic system groaned as Dale Kowalski eased the 50-ton container from the deck of the freighter, suspended 200 feet above Lake Erie's gray waters. His hands moved across the control panel with practiced efficiency, fingers adjusting the joystick while his eyes tracked the swaying load through the crane's cabin windows. 23 years operating heavy machinery at the freight dock had carved these movements into muscle memory, small corrections, constant vigilance, respect for the weight that could crush a man into paste if the cables snapped. The morning shift had started at 6, same as always. Dale had clocked in with his thermos of black coffee, nodded to the dock supervisor, and climbed the 240 metal stairs to the crane's cabin. His knees ached with each step now, a reminder that 52 years meant something different than it had when he first started this job. His back protested when he settled into the worn seat, the same dull pressure that had become his constant companion. Below, the dock stretched out in organized chaos. Container stacks rose like steel towers, painted in fading reds and blues and rusts. Forklifts moved between them, their backup beepers adding to the industrial symphony. The freight dock operated around the clock, 3 8-hour shifts that kept cargo flowing from ships to trucks to rail lines. Dale's world existed in this elevated perspective, watching men reduced to small figures moving with purpose among the containers. His radio crackled. "Container 8712 goes to Zone 4. Dale keyed the mic clip to his collar. "Copy that. Lowering now." The container descended smoothly. He watched Roberto Vega guide it down with hand signals, the younger man's bright yellow vest visible against the concrete. Roberto had worked the dock for 6 years, quick to smile, always talking about his daughter's soccer games. Good worker, reliable. The container touched down with barely a shudder, and Roberto unhooked the cables with efficient movements. Dale swung the crane back toward the freighter. The Northern Pioneer had docked during the night, carrying containers from Thunder Bay. Routine run. The crew looked tired, though, even from this height. He could see them moving on deck, slower than usual. One man sat against the bulkhead, head down. His thermos was half empty by 8 o'clock. The sun had burned through the morning clouds, turning the lake into hammered steel. Dale wiped sweat from his forehead. The cabin's air conditioning worked sporadically, a problem maintenance kept promising to fix. He'd learned to dress in layers, stripping down as the metal box heated up. The radio chatter had been strange all morning, more pauses than usual. Someone mentioned calling in sick. Then another voice, tight with something Dale couldn't quite identify, asking if anyone had heard about the hospital being full. The conversation died quickly when the supervisor cut in, reminding everyone to keep the channel clear for work traffic. Dale lifted another container. The cables sang their metallic song. Below, the dock continued its rhythm. A truck backed up to loading bay 3. Forklifts converged on a stack near the water. The smell of diesel and lake water and hot metal filled the air even up here. His phone buzzed in his jacket pocket. He didn't check it. Company policy prohibited phone use while operating the crane, and Dale had never broken that rule. The crane demanded full attention. One moment of distraction could mean death. At 9:30, movement on the Northern Pioneer caught his eye. Several crew members had gathered near the stern. Something about their postures seemed wrong, tense, urgent. One man gestured frantically. Another appeared to be holding someone back. Dale's radio crackled again. "Anyone got eyes on the Pioneer?" He keyed his mic. "I can see the deck from up here. Looks like some kind of commotion. Supervisor wants you to hold position. Don't move any more containers until we figure out what's happening." Dale set the crane to idle and watched. The group on the Pioneer had grown. A man stumbled backward. Another rushed forward. The distance made details impossible, but something felt deeply wrong. His stomach tightened with an instinct he didn't understand. The morning had carried hints he'd dismissed. Traffic on his drive to work had been lighter than usual. The news radio he half listened to kept cutting to emergency broadcasts from Cleveland. Something about hospitals implementing triage protocols. One of the security guards at the dock entrance had been wearing a surgical mask, which seemed excessive for the early October weather. Below, Roberto stood near Zone 4, looking up at Dale's crane. He made a questioning gesture with his hands. Dale shook his head and pointed toward the Pioneer. Roberto followed his gaze. The ship's gangway was down. A crew member appeared at the top, moving with strange, lurching steps. He made it halfway down before his legs folded. He tumbled forward, body loose and uncontrolled. Dale watched him hit the dock hard enough that he should have heard the impact even through the crane's insulated cabin. Nobody moved to help him. That wrongness crystallized into something cold in Dale's chest. More crew emerged from the ship. They moved erratically, stumbling. One woman's arms hung at odd angles, her head lolled to the side. She walked like her brain had forgotten how legs worked. The radio exploded with voices. "What the hell? Get back from the ship! Someone call an ambulance! Don't touch them!" Dale's hands gripped the control panel. From his height, he could see the entire dock. Workers had stopped what they were doing. They stood frozen, watching the crew descend from the Northern Pioneer. The figures moved with that same broken gait, spreading across the dock. One crew member, Dale thought it might have been the man he'd seen sitting against the bulkhead earlier, lurched toward a group of dock workers. The workers backed away. The crew member kept coming. Fast. Faster than his stumbling walk should have allowed. Roberto was shouting something, waving his arms. A crew member changed direction toward him. Dale's hand found his radio. "Roberto, get away from there!" The crew member reached Roberto. Dale watched Roberto throw up his hands, defensive. The two figures merged, struggled. Then Roberto was falling, and the crew member was on top of him. Even from 200 feet up, Dale could see the wrongness of it. The violence. The way Roberto's yellow vest thrashed and then went still. More crew members were on the dock now. More of that stumbling, purposeful movement. More dock workers backing away, turning, running. The organized chaos had transformed into something primal and terrified. A forklift swerved wildly, driver abandoning the vehicle while it was still moving. It crashed into a container stack with a sound like a church bell struck with a sledgehammer. The container on top shifted, groaned, toppled. 40-foot steel box falling with terrible slowness. It crushed a panel truck parked beneath it. Dale sat frozen in his crane cabin, hands locked on controls he wasn't using. watching his workplace dissolve into madness. His brain struggled to process what his eyes reported. Crew members attacking workers, bodies on the ground, running, screaming he couldn't hear but could see in the open mouths, the desperate flight. Roberto wasn't moving. The crew member who had brought him down straightened, swayed, then moved toward another target. Roberto's yellow vest stayed crumpled on the concrete. The radio was chaos. Overlapping voices, fear, someone screaming for everyone to get out, someone else shouting about barricading the office. The supervisor's voice trying to impose order, saying to stay calm, to move toward the exits in an orderly fashion. There was nothing orderly about what Dale saw below. The security guard who'd been wearing the surgical mask sprinted toward the gate. A crew member intercepted him. They went down together in a tangle of limbs. When they separated, the security guard's mask was gone, and his throat was a ragged mess of red. Dale's phone buzzed again. His hand shook as he pulled it from his pocket. Text from his ex-wife. School's closed. Something happening at hospital. Emily home with me. You okay? Emily, his daughter, 16 years old. Safe at her mother's house 40 miles inland. Another text, this one from his younger brother. News says stay inside. Hospital's overwhelmed. What the fuck is happening? Dale's thumb hovered over the screen. What could he tell them? That he was sitting in a crane cabin 200 feet above a dock where people were killing each other? That he could see Roberto's yellow vest growing a dark stain that spread across the concrete? Below, the dock had emptied of living workers. Maybe a dozen crew members remained, stumbling through the container maze. Some workers hadn't made it to the exits. They lay scattered across the concrete like discarded tools. Some of them were moving again, pushing themselves up with uncoordinated movements. Roberto stood, Dale's breath caught. The younger man's yellow vest was soaked with blood, but he was standing. Relief flooded through Dale, irrational, immediate, powerful. Then Roberto turned, and even from this distance, something about the movement was wrong. The way his head tilted, the way his arms hung. He took a step, and it was that same lurching, broken walk. The relief curdled into something Dale had no name for. His hands were still shaking when he set the phone down. The crane cabin suddenly felt like a cage, steel and glass and height keeping him isolated from whatever was happening below. The stairs down seemed impossibly long, impossibly exposed. The radio had gone quiet. Occasionally someone transmitted, heavy breathing, the sound of running footsteps, a sob, but no more words. The supervisor's voice had disappeared. Dale's training said to follow emergency protocols. Shut down the crane properly, secure the load, descend safely, report to the assembly point. His survival instinct said something different. The assembly point was near the main office. Dale could see it from here. 3 figures shambled through that area now, moving with that distinctive broken gait. One of them might have been the supervisor. Hard to tell from this distance. Hard to tell what any of them were anymore. The crane had emergency supplies. Dale had stocked them himself years ago after a winter storm left him stranded in the cabin overnight. Water bottles, energy bars, first aid kit, flashlight. He'd never imagined needing them for this. He forced himself to think methodically. The crane cabin was secure. Steel construction, reinforced glass, a door that locked from inside, 200 feet above the dock, accessible only by the stairs, which could be seen from up here for their entire length. Food and water for maybe 3 days if he rationed carefully. Battery backup on his phone. Maybe 40% charge remaining. No idea what was happening beyond the immediate view from his windows. The sun climbed higher. The crane cabin heated up. Dale stripped off his jacket, then his outer shirt, sitting in his undershirt while sweat ran down his back. He drank water in small sips, trying to make it last. His hands had stopped shaking, replaced by a trembling that seemed to originate deeper, somewhere in his core. The dock below stayed empty of living people. The figures that remained moved with mindless persistence. One of them walked into a container stack hard enough that Dale heard the impact. It backed up, redirected, walked into the stack again. Same spot, same dull impact. Over and over. Roberto, the thing that had been Roberto, stood motionless near Zone 4, head moving slowly from side to side like a dog trying to catch a scent. Dale's phone buzzed. Battery down to 38%. The text from his daughter read, "Dad, where are you? Mom's freaking out. News says, don't go outside. Says it's some kind of disease. People are attacking PPL. Call me?" He stared at the message for a long time. His thumb moved over the screen. Then he lowered the phone. If he called, what could he say? That he was trapped in a crane above a dock full of monsters wearing the faces of his co-workers? That he'd watched Roberto die and come back as something else? That he didn't know if he'd ever see her again? The sun reached its peak. Noon came and went. Dale ate one energy bar slowly, chewing each bite until it dissolved. The crane cabin offered a panoramic view of the dock, the lake, and the distant city skyline. Cleveland sprawled along the shoreline, buildings catching the light. From here, it looked normal, peaceful. He knew it wasn't. The radio remained mostly silent. Sometimes static bursts suggested someone keying a microphone without speaking. Once, a voice said very clearly, "Please, God," before cutting off. Around 2 in the afternoon, Dale noticed movement on the water. A small boat, looked like a fishing vessel, was making for the dock. It approached slowly, engine coughing. Dale stood, pressing his face against the window, trying to see details. The boat had 3 people aboard. They were waving toward the shore. The figures on the dock didn't react to the boat. They couldn't see it, apparently, or didn't care. The boat nudged up against one of the lower dock platforms. 2 men and a woman climbed out, moving quickly. They carried bags. One of the men had a rifle. Dale grabbed his radio. Hey, there's people on the dock. Living people. You need to watch out." No response. They probably weren't on this frequency. Might not have radios at all. He watched them move through the container maze. They were heading toward the main office building, using the containers as cover. Smart. The shambling figures hadn't noticed them yet. Then one of them did. A crew member who'd been standing motionless near the water's edge turned. Its head swiveled toward the newcomers with mechanical precision. It started moving toward them with that broken, lurching run. The man with the rifle saw it coming. He raised the weapon. Dale held his breath. The shot was silent from this distance, but the muzzle flash was clear. The crew member kept coming. Another flash. The crew member stumbled, kept coming. Third flash. The crew member dropped. The gunshots drew others. 3 more shambling figures appeared between containers, converging on the noise. The survivors ran. The woman fell behind. One of the creatures caught her. The man with the rifle turned back, fired. The creature dropped, but another had reached the woman. Her screams were silent from Dale's height, but her thrashing was clear. The 2 men ran. They made it to the office building and disappeared inside. The woman stopped moving. After a few seconds, she started to stand. Dale sat back down heavily. His hands were shaking again. He'd watched 5 people die today, watched them come back as something else. The crane cabin felt smaller somehow, walls pressing in despite the panoramic windows. His phone showed 31% battery. He turned on airplane mode to conserve power. The texts from Emily and his ex-wife and his brother remained unread beyond the first few. He couldn't face them yet. Couldn't bear the questions he had no answers for. The afternoon dragged toward evening. Dale's thirst became urgent. He'd gone through half his water already. His hands shook when he drank, spilling drops down his undershirt. The crane cabin's air had gone stale. Every breath felt insufficient. Around 5, when his shift should have ended, when he should have been climbing down these stairs to clock out and drive home, he heard a new sound. Helicopter rotors. Military, judging by the deep thrum. It swept over the dock, circling. Dale stood and waved frantically through the window, but the helicopter didn't slow. It continued toward Cleveland, passing over the shoreline and disappearing into the urban sprawl. Hope and despair warred in his chest. Someone was responding, someone official. But they hadn't seen him. Or they had seen him and decided a single person trapped in a crane wasn't worth the risk. The sun began its descent toward the western horizon. Shadows stretched across the dock. The containers became geometric patterns of light and dark. The lake turned from gray to gold to deep blue, beautiful in a way that made Dale's throat tight. He'd worked this dock for 23 years. He knew every container stack, every loading bay, every worn patch of concrete. He'd trained new operators, filed safety reports, negotiated with the union for better equipment. This place had been the center of his working life. Now it was a graveyard where the dead refused to stay down. Movement near the Northern Pioneer caught his attention. More figures emerging from below decks. 5, 6, 7 of them, all with that distinctive stumbling walk. They descended the gangway and spread across the dock, joining the others in their aimless wandering. Dale counted 19 shambling figures total. Some he recognized by their clothing: Roberto's yellow vest, the supervisor's red polo shirt, the security guard's dark uniform. Others were pioneer crew in their work blues. 19 dead people walking around his dock. He tried his radio again. "This is Dale Kowalski in Crane 7. Is anyone out there? Anyone receiving? Static. If anyone can hear this, I'm trapped in the crane. The dock is... it's not safe. There are people down there, but they're not..." He struggled for words. "They're not right. They're attacking anyone who comes near. If anyone's listening, stay away from the eerie freight dock." Static. "If anyone from my family hears this..." His voice cracked. "Emily, if you somehow hear this, I love you. Stay inside. Stay safe. Don't go looking for me." He released the transmit button and sat in the silence. The radio remained dead. His words had gone nowhere, absorbed by empty air. Night fell quickly once the sun touched the horizon. The dock lights flickered on automatically, sodium lamps that turned everything yellow and sickly. The shambling figures cast long, distorted shadows. Dale watched them move through pools of light and darkness, their movements hypnotic and terrible. His phone showed 23% battery. He'd kept airplane mode on, conserving energy. Now he turned it off briefly to check for messages. The phone searched for signal, found 1 bar, 2 bars. Texts flooded in. "Emily. Dad, please answer, Emily. Where are you? Emily. News says it's everywhere. Mom won't let me leave the house. Emily. Dad, I'm scared. His ex-wife. Dale, for God's sake, respond. We need to know we're alive. His brother. Cleveland's gone to hell. Gunshots in the street. Saw the neighbor try to eat his wife. Staying inside. Hope we're okay." A co-worker he hadn't thought about in months. Everyone at the dock okay? Can't reach anyone? His fingers hovered over the keyboard. What could he say? He started typing several responses, deleted them all. Finally he managed, "Alive? Trapped at work? Stay inside. Don't come for me. Love you." He sent the same message to Emily, his ex-wife, and his brother. Then he powered the phone off completely. 18% battery remaining. The night was cold. Dale put his jacket back on, zipped it tight. The crane cabin's heater didn't work well even in winter, and tonight he couldn't risk running systems that might drain the crane's power. He needed the lights. The lights meant he could see what was moving below. Sleep seemed impossible, but exhaustion eventually dragged him under. He dozed in the operator's seat, head against the window, jolting awake at every sound. The wind off the lake, the creak of the crane's metal bones, the distant crash of something falling in the city. Once, around what must have been 3 in the morning, he woke to silence so complete it felt supernatural. He looked down at the dock. The shambling figures had stopped moving. They stood like statues, heads raised, as if listening to something only they could hear. Then, as one, they began moving toward the main gate. Dale watched them file out like workers leaving at shift change. 19 figures disappearing into the darkness beyond the dock, heading toward Cleveland, toward the suburbs, toward people. The dock fell silent. Dale sat alone in his crane cabin, 200 feet above empty concrete, while the lake wind rattled the windows and the city burned in the distance. The second day began with false hope. Dawn revealed the dock empty of shambling figures. Dale allowed himself to believe they'd simply left, moved on to elsewhere, that he could climb down and find a way home. Then he saw the bodies. They lay where they'd fallen. Roberto near Zone 4, the security guard by the gate. Others scattered across the concrete. From this height, they looked like carelessly dropped dolls. The morning sun painted their blood black against the pale concrete. Dale forced himself to eat another energy bar. His water was down to 3 bottles. Food for maybe 2 more days if he stretched it. Water for less than that. The city had changed overnight. Smoke rose from multiple points along the skyline. A building near the waterfront had a visible fire on its upper floors, flames licking out windows. No fire trucks came, no helicopters. He powered on his phone briefly. 11% battery. No new messages. The cellular network showed 1 weak bar of signal, then none, then one again. He navigated to a news website. It loaded slowly, text appearing in fragments. Nationwide emergency declared. CDC confirms infection transmitted through bodily fluids. Hospitals overwhelmed. Avoid emergency rooms. Martial law in effect. Remain in your homes. The connection dropped before he could read more. He powered the phone off. 8% battery. The morning dragged past. Dale's back ached from sleeping in the crane seat. His muscles had stiffened from lack of movement. He performed careful stretches in the cramped cabin, working out the knots. Around 10, he noticed movement at the dock entrance. Not shambling figures, a car. It drove slowly through the open gate, weaving between abandoned vehicles. It stopped near the office building. 4 people got out. They moved quickly, efficiently, checking corners before advancing. One of them had a baseball bat. Another carried what looked like a crowbar. They approached the office building's entrance. Dale grabbed his radio. "Hey, people by the office, can you hear me? I'm in the crane. Be careful. There were infected here yesterday." No response. They probably weren't monitoring this frequency. He watched them disappear into the building. Minutes passed. They emerged carrying boxes, supplies from the break room probably. They loaded the boxes into the car's trunk. One of them looked up, saw the crane, pointed. Dale waved frantically from the cabin. They waved back. Then they got in the car and drove away. He sat down hard, breath coming in gasps. They'd seen him, they'd acknowledged him, and they'd left. The afternoon brought more survivors. Small groups moving through the dock, scavenging supplies. Dale watched them from his perch, occasionally trying the radio, never receiving responses. They stripped the office building, the maintenance shed, even broke into some of the shipping containers. None of them attempted to climb the crane stairs. Maybe they thought he was infected. Maybe they had their own problems. Maybe they just didn't care about a man trapped in a metal box 200 feet in the air. By evening, Dale's water was down to 1.5 bottles. His lips had started to crack. His tongue felt thick. He allowed himself tiny sips, holding each one in his mouth before swallowing. The crane cabin had become a prison. The same square footage he'd occupied comfortably for 23 years now felt like a cage. 4 paces from the control panel to the back wall, 3 paces across. The windows that had offered a commanding view now showed him everything he couldn't reach. His phone stayed off. 6% battery last time he checked. He was saving it for… what? A final message? A desperate call for help that wouldn't come? Night fell again. The dock lights illuminated empty concrete. The bodies had disappeared, either removed by survivors or reanimated and walked away. Dale couldn't tell which. The thought of Roberto standing up again, walking off into the darkness, made his chest tight. He dozed fitfully, waking every hour to scan the dock below. Nothing moved. The city's fires had grown. The sky to the south glowed orange, smoke visible even in darkness. Around midnight, a sound jerked him fully awake. Footsteps on metal. Someone was climbing the crane stairs. Dale's heart hammered. He pressed against the cabin window, trying to see down the stairwell. The angle was wrong. He could see the first 50 steps, then they disappeared around the crane's central column. The footsteps continued, steady, rhythmic, coming closer. He looked around the cabin for anything he could use as a weapon. His tools were minimal. The operators didn't carry much. A flashlight, a radio, the thermos. He grabbed the flashlight, weighing it in his hand. Heavy metal construction. Not much, but better than nothing. The footsteps reached the level below the cabin. Closer, closer. A face appeared in the cabin door's window. Human. Alive. A woman, maybe 40, with short dark hair matted with sweat. She tried the door handle. Locked. Dale didn't move. His hands gripped the flashlight so hard his knuckles went white. She pressed against the glass. "Please," she said, muffled through the door but clear enough. "Please let me in." "Back away," Dale said. She didn't move. "There's a group on the dock. They're coming. I need to hide. Back away from the door. Show me you're not hurt." She stepped back, arms spread. Her clothes were dirty but intact. No blood, no obvious wounds. She turned slowly, showing all sides. "Please," she said again. "They'll be here any second." Dale's hand hovered over the door lock. Every instinct screamed at him. Don't open it, don't risk it. You're safe here. But he saw her face. Terror, yes, but also desperate hope. The same hope he'd felt when the helicopter passed over, when the survivors waved from the dock below. He unlocked the door. She stumbled in, nearly fell. Dale caught her, then immediately released her and backed away. She slammed the door shut and locked it. "Thank you," she gasped. "Thank you, Jesus, thank you." "Who's coming?" "3 men. I was with them. We were scavenging the dock. She paused, swallowed. "They decided they didn't want to share the supplies. Said I could leave or they'd make me leave. One of them had a gun." Dale moved to the window. Below, he could see movement near the container stacks. 3 figures, definitely human, moving with purpose. One carried something long, rifle or shotgun. "They saw you come up here?" She nodded. "I ran. Didn't know where else to go." The figures below stopped at the base of the crane. They looked up. One of them pointed. They had a brief discussion, then started up the stairs. Dale's mouth went dry. "They're coming. The door locks, right? They can't get in?" "It locks. But the windows." He looked at the reinforced glass. "If they have a gun, they can shoot through." She moved to the back of the cabin, as far from the door as possible. "What do we do?" Dale had no answer. He watched the men climb, 240 steps. They took them steadily, no rush. Why hurry when their prey was trapped? They reached the cabin level. 3 men, mid-30s to 40, dirty, tired, armed. The one with the gun had it slung over his shoulder. The other 2 carried machetes, looked like they'd been looted from a hardware store. The man with the gun tried the door handle. Locked. He knocked on the glass. "Hey, buddy, we just want to talk." Dale said nothing. "Your girlfriend up there ran off with some of our supplies. We'd like them back." "I don't have anything," the woman said. "I swear I don't." The man smiled, not friendly. "That's funny. Because we saw you stuff something in your jacket before you ran. So here's how this works. You give us what you took, you come down peaceful, we all go our separate ways. And if we don't? Dale asked. The man's smile didn't waver. Then we break the glass, come in there, and take what we want. Might take more than the supplies, you understand? Dale's hands clenched. The flashlight felt useless. He glanced around the cabin, the control panel, the emergency supplies, the windows, the crane. An idea formed. Terrible, risky, maybe stupid, but it was something. All right, Dale said. Give me a minute. We'll come down. Smart man. You got 2 minutes. The men moved back to give them space. Dale turned to the woman. What's your name? Teresa. Teresa, I'm Dale. Do you trust me? She looked at him with wide eyes. Do I have a choice? Not really. But if you want to get out of this, you need to do exactly what I say. He moved to the control panel, fingers dancing across the switches. The crane hummed to life. Below, the men shifted nervously. What are you doing? Teresa asked. Something I've wanted to do for 23 years, Dale said. Hold on to something. He activated the slewing mechanism. The entire crane cabin began to rotate. Slowly at first, then picking up speed. The stairs were fixed to the crane's central column, which rotated independently of the cabin. As the cabin swung around, the stairwell entrance moved with it. The men on the platform tried to adjust, moving around the column to keep the door in view. Dale accelerated the rotation. The cabin swung faster. The men were running now, trying to keep up with a platform that was rotating faster than they could move. One of them lost his balance. He grabbed for the railing, missed, stumbled. His machete clattered away. He dropped to his knees. Dale kept the rotation going, round and round. The cabin's motion was smooth, but the platform where the men stood was shifting under their feet. They had to focus on not falling off rather than breaking into the cabin. They'll figure it out eventually, Teresa said. Dale knew she was right. He couldn't rotate forever. The mechanism would overheat, or they'd adapt, or they'd just shoot through the glass out of spite. But it bought time. He grabbed his radio. This is Dale Kowalski in Crane 7. If anyone can hear this, there are hostile survivors at the Erie freight dock. They're armed and dangerous. If anyone's listening, I need help. Static, please, he said. Anyone, static. He switched channels, tried again. Nothing. The radio might as well have been a toy. Below, one of the men had wedged himself against the central column, bracing against the rotation. He unslung the rifle, pointed it at the cabin. Dale grabbed Teresa and pulled her down. The shot came half a second later. The window cracked but didn't shatter. Reinforced glass, designed to withstand weather and debris. Another shot, another crack. Dale crawled to the control panel and reversed the rotation. The sudden change in direction threw the men off balance. The one with the rifle dropped it. The weapon clattered off the platform and disappeared into the darkness below. But they were adapting. One of them had made it to the cabin door. He slammed his machete against the glass. The cracks spread. Another impact. The glass held, but barely. Dale's mind raced. The crane had other functions. The hoisting mechanism, the boom, the cables. Nothing he could use against men on the platform without wrecking the crane itself. Then he saw movement on the dock below. Figures, shambling, drawn by the gunshots and the commotion. 6 of them, maybe 7, emerging from between containers. They moved toward the base of the crane. More infected, Teresa whispered. The men on the platform hadn't noticed. They were focused on breaking into the cabin. The machete hit the glass again. A chunk fell away. Another few impacts, and they'd be through. Dale stopped the crane's rotation. "Hey!" he shouted through the broken section of glass. "Look down!" The man with the machete paused, looked at Dale with suspicion, then looked down. The shambling figures had reached the crane's base. They grabbed the stairs railing and began to climb, slow but inexorable. The men's aggression evaporated. They looked at each other, at the climbing figures, at the crane cabin. One of them started down the stairs, moving fast. He got 3 steps before he realized what he was descending toward. He came back up. "Shit," one of them said. "Shit, shit, shit." They were trapped. The cabin above them was locked. The infected below were climbing. The only way out was through one or the other. Dale felt no satisfaction, just cold calculation. You can wait up here until they reach you, or you can climb higher. "Oh, there is no higher," the man who'd held the rifle said. "Crane boom," Dale said. "Service ladder runs up the inside. You can climb out onto the structure, wait them out. And then what? Then hope they lose interest and leave." The man stared at Dale with naked hatred, but the shambling figures were climbing steadily, already halfway up the first flight. The 3 men moved to the boom access. Dale watched them climb the service ladder, disappearing into the crane's skeletal superstructure. They emerged onto the boom's framework, clinging to the metal bones 250 feet above the dock. The infected reached the cabin level. They pressed against the door, drawn by the humans inside. Dead eyes stared through the broken glass. Hands scrabbled at the frame. Dale and Teresa huddled in the back of the cabin. The door held. The infected had no leverage, no ability to coordinate. They just pushed mindlessly, achieving nothing. Hours passed. Dawn came. The infected remained on the platform, swaying slightly, never leaving. The 3 men clung to the boom structure, muscles surely screaming. One of them kept looking down at the drop, then jerking his gaze away. Dale's water was gone, his last energy bar too. Teresa had nothing. Whatever she'd actually taken from those men was lost or non-existent. "What now?" she asked. Her voice was hoarse. "We wait." "For what?" Dale had no answer. The 3rd day brought agony. Dehydration made Dale's head pound. Every swallow hurt. His tongue had swollen. Teresa was in worse shape, her lips cracked and bleeding. The infected remained on the platform. They didn't tire, didn't leave, didn't do anything but stand and sway. The 3 men on the boom had tried climbing down twice. Both times the infected had surged toward the access ladder, forcing them back. Around noon, one of the men lost his grip. He fell silently, rotating slowly, arms reaching for something that wasn't there. He hit the concrete with an impact Dale heard even through the cabin's insulation. The body lay still. After a few minutes, it started moving, pushed itself up, joined the others shambling below. The remaining 2 men clung to the boom with desperate strength. Teresa had stopped talking. She lay curled in the corner, breathing shallowly. Dale knew they needed water soon, or they'd die. The irony wasn't lost on him. Lake Erie stretched endlessly beyond the windows, billions of gallons of water, and they were dying of thirst. His phone was dead. 5% had drained to 0 sometime during the 2nd day. The radio remained silent. The world had moved on without them. That night, the 2nd man fell. He simply let go. Dale watched him disappear into the darkness, heard the impact, didn't look to see if he got back up. The 3rd man remained alone on the boom, a dark shape against the stars. By the 4th day, Dale could barely move. His muscles felt like concrete. His vision swam. Teresa hadn't moved in hours. He crawled to her, checked her pulse, faint but present. He looked at the cabin's emergency supplies, empty water bottles, plastic wrappers, nothing left. Then his eyes fell on the crane's maintenance access, the hydraulic systems, the reservoir tanks. Hydraulic fluid was poisonous. Everyone knew that. But the system also included water reservoirs for cooling, water mixed with antifreeze. Also poisonous, but Dale forced himself to think through the dehydration fog. Antifreeze was ethylene glycol, sweet-tasting, deadly in quantity, but in small amounts diluted by the body's own fluids. He was going to die anyway. He found the access panel, hands shaking too hard to work the latches properly. Eventually got it open. The reservoir tank held maybe 2 gallons of coolant mixture. Bright green, smelled chemical. He cupped his hands, dipped them in, brought the liquid to his lips, tasted it. Sweet, yes. Bitter undertones. Chemical burn. Swallowed. His stomach lurched. He vomited immediately. The precious liquid splashed onto the cabin floor, wasted. He tried again. Smaller sip. Held it down. Waited. His stomach churned but didn't reject it. Another sip. Another. He wasn't sure if he was saving himself or killing himself more slowly. He brought handfuls to Teresa, let the liquid drip into her mouth. She coughed, gagged, swallowed reflexively. Her eyes fluttered but didn't open. The antifreeze bought them hours, maybe a day. Dale's kidneys screamed at him, dull pain spreading through his lower back. His vision took on a strange quality, colors too bright, edges too sharp. But he could think again, could move. The infected on the platform hadn't moved. They stood like bizarre statues. The third man on the boom had stopped moving too. Dale couldn't tell if he was dead or just conserved energy. Night fell again. The fifth night? Sixth? Dale had lost count. Time had become fluid, marked only by the passage of the sun across the sky. He slept, woke, slept again. In dreams, Emily stood on the dock below, waving up at him, calling for him to come down. In dreams, Roberto fixed him with dead eyes and asked why Dale hadn't helped him. In dreams, the crane cabin filled with water, lake water, hydraulic fluid, blood, and Dale drowned while the infected pressed their faces against the glass. He woke to sunlight. Teresa was awake too, staring at him with hollowed eyes. "I'm dying," she said. "We're not dead yet. You poisoned us. I bought us time." For what? The question Emily had asked. The question that had no answer. Dale pulled himself to the windows. The dock below was changing. More infected had gathered. Dozens of them. Some fresh, still wearing recognizable clothing. Others advanced in decay, skin gray and sloughing. They milled aimlessly, occasionally stumbling into each other. The man on the boom was definitely dead. His body hung limp in the framework, tangled in metal. Movement at the dock entrance caught Dale's attention. A truck, military, judging by the olive drab paint. It rolled slowly through the gate, stopped. Soldiers emerged, 6 of them in full gear, weapons up. Dale pounded on the window. Useless. They were too far away, too focused on the infected below. The soldiers moved in formation, shooting with controlled bursts. The infected dropped. The soldiers advanced, firing, reloading, firing. Methodical, professional. They cleared the immediate area around the crane's base, looked up at the structure. One of them pointed at the cabin. Dale waved frantically. They saw him. One soldier keyed a radio, speaking into it. The soldiers held position. More infected emerged from the container maze. The soldiers dropped them efficiently, patient, conserving ammunition. A helicopter appeared. Not military, a news chopper, judging by the markings. It circled the dock, camera visible in its open door. Broadcasting or recording, Dale couldn't tell. The helicopter moved closer to the crane. The door slid open fully. A figure inside waved, gesturing down. They wanted Dale to climb down. He looked at the platform where the infected had stood for days. Empty now. The soldiers had shot them. The stairs were clear. Dale looked at Teresa. She hadn't moved to the window. She lay curled in the corner, eyes closed. "They're here," he said. "Rescue. We can leave." She didn't respond. He crawled to her, touched her shoulder. She was breathing, but barely. The antifreeze had done its work. Her kidneys were failing. Maybe his were too, but he had to try. He gathered her in his arms. She weighed nothing. He staggered to the cabin door, got it open. The fresh air hit him like a physical force. How long had they been breathing the same stale cabin air? The stairs down seemed endless. 240 steps, each one a challenge. His legs threatened to buckle. The railing was slick with something. Blood, he realized. From the men who'd climbed these stairs hunting them? Halfway down, he had to stop. set Teresa down, rested against the cold metal. Soldiers shouted up at him, encouraging words he couldn't process. He picked her up again, kept descending. The soldiers met him at the bottom. Hands took Teresa from him, other hands supported him. Someone held a water bottle to his lips. Real water, clean. He drank too fast, choked, drank more. "Easy," a soldier said. "Slow down. You'll make yourself sick." Dale laughed. The sound came out wrong, cracked and harsh. "Already poisoned myself." "What?" "Antifreeze. From the crane. We needed water." The soldier's face went pale. "Medic! We need a medic now." They loaded Dale and Teresa into the truck. The helicopter followed as they drove away from the dock. Dale watched through the truck's small window as the crane receded. His prison, his salvation. He'd spent 5 days, maybe 6, in that cabin. It felt like years. The base camp was a converted high school surrounded by concrete barriers and chain-link fence. Medical tents filled the parking lot. The truck stopped and medical personnel swarmed them. Dale tried to explain about the antifreeze. A doctor in blood-stained scrubs listened, nodded grimly, started an IV. "We'll do what we can." "You're severely dehydrated. The ethylene glycol has probably damaged your kidneys. We'll give you ethanol to counteract it, but you waited too long. If it's been days." The doctor didn't finish, didn't need to. They put him in a tent filled with other sick and injured. Teresa was 2 beds over, unconscious. An IV ran into her arm. Her skin had taken on a yellow tinge. Dale lay back and stared at the tent ceiling. He'd survived the infected, survived the hostile survivors, survived 5 days trapped in a crane cabin, and he was going to die from drinking coolant. The irony was so sharp it hurt. Emily found him on the 2nd day in the medical tent. She appeared next to his bed like a ghost, her face tear-streaked and terrified. His ex-wife stood behind her, looking haggard. "Dad," Emily said, and collapsed against him, sobbing. Dale held her with arms that barely had strength. "I'm here. I'm okay." "You're not okay," his ex-wife said. "The doctor said, they said—" "I know what they said. Why did you drink antifreeze?" "Dad, why would you do that?" "Because I wanted to see you again." Simple truth. I needed to survive. I did what I had to. Emily cried harder. Dale stroked her hair, feeling every moment he'd missed. Every soccer game he'd skipped for overtime shifts. Every birthday celebrated a day late because of the crane schedule. 23 years of putting the doc first, and in the end, the doc had nearly killed him. His brother visited. Friends from the doc who'd survived. The doc supervisor, missing his left hand from an infected bite he'd had to amputate himself. Roberto's sister, asking if Dale had seen him at the end. Dale told her yes. Said Roberto had died quickly. Didn't mention seeing him stand back up. Some mercies were worth lying for. Teresa died on the 3rd day. Kidney failure. The doctors did everything they could, but the antifreeze had done too much damage. Dale attended the brief funeral in the high school's courtyard. 4 other people came, survivors she'd met in the camp. No one knew where her family was. Dale's kidneys were failing too. The doctors were honest about his chances. Maybe a month if he was lucky. Dialysis could help, but the machines were in short supply. Too many injured, too many dying. Triage meant the younger, healthier patients got priority. He was 52 years old, dying, and he couldn't even be angry about it. He'd made his choice in that crane cabin, choosing life over death, even temporary life. Emily visited every day. She'd talk about the camp, the people she'd met, the weird food from the military supplies, normal conversation, as if they weren't in the middle of the apocalypse, as if her father wasn't dying. Sometimes Dale would tell her about the doc, the good memories, training new crane operators, the time he'd set a speed record moving containers, the The morning Roberto had brought his daughter to work, and Dale had let her sit in the crane cabin, her eyes wide with wonder at the view. Other times he'd just hold her hand and say nothing. Words weren't necessary. They'd already said everything that mattered. On the 10th day in the medical tent, a massive horde hit the camp, thousands of infected drawn by the concentration of living humans. The army fought them off, but it was close. The camp lost 30% of its population in 6 hours of desperate fighting. Dale listened to the gunfire and screaming from his bed, too weak to move. If the infected breached the medical tent, he'd die in bed. Helpless, after everything he'd survived. But the soldiers held. The infected were driven back. The camp remained secure. For now. The doctor who'd treated him originally came by on the 15th day. She looked exhausted, dark circles under her eyes. "Your kidney function is stabilizing, not improving, but stable. That's unexpected." Unexpected good or unexpected bad? Good. Maybe. Your body's compensating somehow. If we can get you on regular dialysis, you might have years instead of weeks. Years. The word felt foreign. Dale had stopped thinking in terms of years. Days were the currency now. Hours. Minutes. "There's a facility in Columbus," the doctor continued. "They have better equipment. More supplies. We're organizing a convoy next week. You could go with them." Dale thought about Columbus. 200 miles inland, away from the lake, away from the dock, away from Emily, who'd just gotten established in this camp. "I'll think about it," he said. The doctor nodded and moved to the next patient. She didn't have time to argue. Nobody did. That night Dale lay awake, listening to the camp's sounds. Generators humming, guards calling out positions, someone crying in another tent. The world had contracted to these small, immediate things. Survival measured in meals and medicine and moments of relative safety. He thought about the crane, standing empty now probably, a steel monument to the before times. He'd spent 23 years in that cabin and 5 final days trapped in it. The place had defined him, given him purpose and paycheck and identity. Now it was just another haunted structure in a world full of them. Emily brought him outside the next day, pushing his wheelchair into the autumn sunlight. The camp's courtyard had been cleared of debris, turned into a communal space. People sat on makeshift benches, talking quietly. Children played a game with stones, inventing rules as they went. "Mom's talking about going to Columbus, too," Emily said. "If you go." "She doesn't want us separated. You should go regardless. It's safer there." "Is anywhere safe?" The question had no good answer. Dale watched the children play. They laughed, fell down, got back up. Resilient in ways adults couldn't manage, already adapting to this new world. "I keep thinking about the dock," Dale said. "How many containers I moved. Thousands. Tens of thousands. All that cargo going somewhere. Someone needed it. Someone was waiting for it." "It mattered," Emily said. "Did it?" "You mattered. To Mom, to me, to all those people who worked with you. That matters." Dale reached for her hand. She took it, held on tight. Movement at the camp's gate drew their attention. The convoy from Pittsburgh had arrived, 3 military trucks and 2 civilian vehicles. Survivors from other camps being consolidated. Standard procedure now. Smaller camps were being absorbed into larger ones. Safety in numbers. The new arrivals looked shell-shocked, dirty, traumatized. A woman clutched a small child who stared at nothing. A teenage boy had dried blood on his jacket. An elderly man moved with the careful steps of someone who'd seen too much. They'd all survived something. They all carried their stories like open wounds. "The Columbus convoy leaves in 4 days," Emily said. "Will you be ready?" Dale didn't know. His body was failing slowly, buying time with each dialysis session. His mind was sharp, though, sharp enough to know what leaving meant. Abandoning the dock, the lake, the only life he'd known, but also sharp enough to know he couldn't stay. This camp was temporary, unsustainable. Columbus offered better odds, better facilities, better chances of surviving whatever came next. "Yeah," he said, "I'll be ready." The next 4 days passed in a blur of preparations, medical evaluations, supply distributions, route planning. The convoy would travel at night when the infected were less active, stick to back roads, avoid cities. Dale said goodbye to the few doc survivors left in the camp. The supervisor gave him a firm handshake, his remaining hand strong. "You were always the steady one. Take care of yourself. You too." "Going to rebuild," the supervisor said. "When this is over, someone's got to move freight. Might as well be us." Dale nodded, not believing it. The docks were finished. The whole shipping industry, the global trade networks, the economic systems that had justified his entire career, all of it was gone. But if the man needed that hope, Dale wouldn't take it from him. The convoy assembled at midnight. 6 vehicles, 53 people. Medical supplies, food, weapons, fuel. Everything essential loaded and secured. Dale sat in the back of a military truck, his wheelchair folded beside him. Emily and her mother were in the same vehicle. Other survivors filled the remaining space. The gates opened. The convoy rolled out into darkness. Dale looked back at the high school, at the fences and barriers, at the guards on watch, the camp that had sheltered them for nearly 3 weeks. Then they rounded a corner and it was gone. The highway stretched empty in the truck's headlights. Abandoned cars littered the shoulders. Some had been pushed aside to clear lanes. Others remained where they'd stopped, doors hanging open, contents scattered. Every few miles, infected appeared in the headlights. The drivers didn't slow. The vehicles were heavy enough to push through without stopping. Bodies tumbled aside or under the wheels. The truck shuddered with each impact. Emily pressed against the truck's side, hands over her ears. Her mother held her. Dale wanted to do the same but couldn't reach from his position. He settled for resting his hand on her knee, offering what comfort he could. They made it 50 miles before the first vehicle broke down. A civilian car, its engine overheating. The convoy stopped while the mechanic worked on it. Everyone stayed in the vehicles, weapons ready. The darkness pressed close, full of unseen movement. The infected came after 20 minutes. A group of maybe 15 drawn by the stopped vehicles and engine noise. The guards opened fire, controlled bursts, headshots. The infected dropped, but the gunfire would draw more. Everyone knew it. The mechanic worked frantically, burns on his hands from the hot engine. The car started. The convoy moved. Dawn caught them on a rural highway, farmland stretching in all directions. Abandoned houses dotted the landscape, barns slowly collapsing, fields gone to weed. They passed a town, population 2,300 according to the sign. Now it was a ghost town. Infected wandered the main street, maybe 50 of them. The convoy drove through the center of town, not slowing. The infected gave chase but couldn't keep pace. One truck developed a tire problem. They stopped again, changed it in 15 minutes, kept moving. Dale dozed, woke, dozed again. The truck's motion was almost soothing, rhythm of the road. When he was awake, he watched the landscape pass, saw the evidence of collapse everywhere, burned buildings, overturned vehicles, bodies in ditches. They reached a checkpoint around noon, military-controlled actual chain-link fence and guard towers. The convoy stopped and soldiers verified everyone's identification. Checked for bites, fever, infections. Anyone showing symptoms would be turned away. Everyone passed. The checkpoint commander gave them an update. Columbus was operational. 4 camps within the city limits, each holding 1,000+ survivors. Supply lines established, organized defenses, functioning medical facilities. It sounded like civilization. Fragile, maybe temporary, but civilization nonetheless. They reached the outskirts of Columbus as the sun touched the western horizon. The city had changed. Whole neighborhoods were burned out. Others stood empty and dark. But lights glowed in the central districts, generator-powered, the camps. The convoy was directed to Camp Delta, a converted shopping mall surrounded by reinforced barriers. The mall's parking lot had become a processing center. New arrivals were registered, assigned housing, given initial supplies. Dale's wheelchair was unfolded. An orderly pushed him toward the medical wing. Emily walked beside him, her hand on his shoulder. "It's bigger than I thought," she said. Dale agreed. The camp sprawled across multiple buildings. Maybe 1,500 people, judging by the crowds. More structured than the high school camp, more permanent. He was assigned a bed in the medical ward. A real bed, not a cot. Clean sheets, a curtain for privacy. Luxury in the new world. The nephrologist who examined him was professional and thorough. "You're in kidney failure, chronic. You'll need dialysis 3 times a week, probably for the rest of your life. We can do that here. We have 6 machines. You'll be scheduled with other patients." "What's the prognosis?" The doctor hesitated. "With regular treatment? Years, potentially. Without it? Weeks. So I'm dependent on this camp staying operational." "We all are. Dependent on something, food, medicine, protection. We survive together or not at all." The doctor moved on to other patients. Dale lay back and stared at the ceiling. His independence was gone. He couldn't survive alone anymore. The antifreeze in the crane cabin had ensured that. He'd traded immediate death for eventual dependence. Was it worth it? Looking at Emily, who smiled at him from the visitor chair, he thought, maybe yes. The camp fell into routine quickly. Dale's dialysis sessions happened Monday, Wednesday, Friday. 4 hours each, hooked to a machine that cleaned his blood. The other patients became familiar. An older woman who'd been diabetic before. A young man crushed in a building collapse. A mother of 3 fighting infection from an untreated wound. They shared stories during treatment. Tales of survival, loss, near misses. The mother had watched her husband die. The young man had been trapped in rubble for 3 days. The older woman had outlived her entire family. Dale told them about the crane, the days trapped in the cabin, the antifreeze decision. They listened without judgment. Everyone had made terrible choices to survive. No one had room to condemn anyone else. Between treatments, Dale tried to make himself useful. He couldn't do physical labor, but he could plan. The camp needed better logistics. Supply distribution was chaotic. He worked with the quartermaster, designing better systems, drawing on his freight dock experience. Container management translated to supply warehouse management surprisingly well. Emily attended the camp school. Yes, they had a school, trying to maintain normalcy for the children. Teachers volunteered from among the survivors. Classes were informal, flexible, focused on practical skills as much as traditional subjects. His ex-wife found work in the kitchens. Preparing meals for 1,500 people was a massive undertaking. She came to visit Dale exhausted, flour in her hair, telling him about the challenges of making military rations palatable. They didn't discuss their failed marriage. That was before. This was now. Different world. Different priorities. Weeks passed. The camp held against sporadic infected attacks. The defenses proved solid. Food remained adequate. Medicine remained available. They were surviving. Dale watched winter approach from the medical ward windows. The leaves turned, fell. Frost appeared on the glass. The infected moved slower in the cold. Their bodies didn't generate heat. They literally froze in place when temperatures dropped below 20 degrees. Camp security discovered this and adapted. Overnight patrols decreased. The infected who approached during cold nights would be frozen by morning, easily destroyed. Dale's kidney function stabilized at about 20%. Not great, not enough to live independently, but enough to survive with treatment. The doctor said he might live 5 years, maybe 10 if he was lucky. He was 52 years old. By those estimates, he'd die before Emily turned 30, before seeing grandchildren, before whatever came after this apocalyptic phase. But he'd be alive, conscious, present. That was something. One December night, the camp lost power. All of it. Every generator simultaneously. Sabotage, the investigation revealed. A survivor who'd gone quietly insane had poisoned the fuel supply. The camp went dark. The dialysis machines stopped. The water pumps stopped. The heating stopped. And the infected, drawn by the sudden silence, pressed against the barriers in numbers they hadn't seen before. Hundreds of them. The cold had preserved bodies from early in the outbreak. Fresh infected mixed with preserved corpses. All of them hungry. The camp's defenders fought by flashlight and moonlight. Ammunition ran low. Hand-to-hand fighting along the barriers. People died. More people were bitten. The infection spread inside the camp. Dale lay in his bed listening to the chaos, unable to help, unable to fight, unable to do anything but wait to see if the barriers held. Emily appeared in the ward entrance. "Dad, we have to go." "Go where?" "They're evacuating the medical wing." The infected broke through the west barrier. They're inside the camp. Orderlies were already moving patients. Those who could walk supported those who couldn't. Dale's wheelchair appeared. Emily and her mother lifted him into it. They moved through corridors filled with running people. Screams echoed from other sections. Gunfire, the wet sounds of bodies hitting bodies. The evacuation led to the mall's underground parking garage. Vehicles waited. The convoy that had brought them here was being loaded again. 53 people had arrived. Maybe 200 were leaving. Other camps, other evacuations, all converging. Dale was loaded into a truck, different truck, same fear. Emily climbed in beside him. Her mother was in another vehicle, no time to sort everyone by family groups. The convoy pulled out into winter darkness. Behind them, Camp Delta burned. The infected swarmed through it. Thousands of survivors scattered into the night. Some in vehicles, others on foot. No plan, no destination, just flight. The truck Dale rode in had no plan either. The driver headed east, away from the fire, into rural Ohio. They drove until the fuel ran low, then stopped at an abandoned gas station. Dawn revealed 37 people in 4 vehicles. Dale recognized maybe 10 from Camp Delta. The others must have come from different parts of the camp. Strangers united by survival. A man who'd been an accountant before took charge. "We need to find another camp. Link up with other survivors. We can't make it alone." "Where?" someone asked. "I heard about a settlement near Wheeling, West Virginia. They're fortified, self-sufficient. We head there. That's 150 miles. You got a better plan?" No one did. They siphoned fuel from abandoned cars, loaded supplies from the gas station's ransacked interior, organized watch rotations, basic survival protocols that everyone had learned by now. Dale was a burden and knew it. His dialysis schedule was broken. Without treatment, his blood would slowly poison him. He had maybe a week before serious symptoms, 2 weeks before death. Emily didn't discuss it. Neither did he. What was there to say? They drove south and east, followed back roads, avoided cities. The landscape was beautiful in its emptiness. Snow-covered fields, frozen creeks, farmhouses standing silent and dark. They passed through towns completely devoid of life, places where everyone had either fled or died or transformed into the infected. Ghost towns in truth, haunted by nothing but wind. On the 3rd day, they reached a settlement, not Wheeling, smaller, a rural community that had fortified itself behind barricades of overturned farm equipment and chain-link fence. Maybe 100 survivors. The accountant negotiated their entry. The settlement leader, a former sheriff with a pragmatic streak, agreed to take them. But only the healthy. Anyone seriously injured or chronically ill would be turned away. Dale knew what that meant. The sheriff came to inspect the new arrivals personally. He looked at Dale in the wheelchair, at the dialysis port in his chest, and shook his head. Can't take you. We don't have medical facilities for that kind of care. He's my father, Emily said. I'm sorry, but we can only take people who can contribute. Can't carry dead weight. He's not. Dale touched Emily's hand. It's okay. It's not okay. We're not leaving you. The sheriff's expression softened marginally. Look, I get it, but this is survival. We make hard choices. You can stay, your daughter can stay, he can't. Emily's mother appeared. She'd been in one of the other vehicles. If he goes, we go. Then you all go. The three of them stood there, the choice laid bare. Safety for Emily and her mother, or staying together and facing death. Dale made it for them. Go. Both of you. I'll be fine. You won't be fine, Emily said. You need dialysis. You need... I need you to survive. That's what I need. The argument lasted an hour. Dale was immovable. Emily would stay with her mother. They would accept the settlement's protection. He would continue on with anyone else who was rejected. In the end, Emily agreed, not because she wanted to, because she recognized the same stubborn determination that had let her father drink antifreeze in a crane cabin. He'd made his choice. She had to respect it. They said goodbye in the snow outside the settlement's gates. Emily clung to him, crying. Her mother stood back, her own tears frozen on her cheeks. I love you, Dale said. I'm so proud of you. Live. That's all I ask. Live and be happy and don't waste time on grief. I can't just forget. I'm not asking you to forget, I'm asking you to live. For me. Please. She nodded against his chest. I love you too. They held each other until the sheriff cleared his throat. Then Emily and her mother walked through the gates, and Dale watched them disappear into the settlement. 3 other people had been rejected with him. An elderly couple, husband with emphysema and wife who wouldn't leave him. A teenage boy with a prosthetic leg that no longer fit properly, infected stump barely healed. They had 1 vehicle. The accountant had argued they deserved that much. Enough fuel to get somewhere. Where that somewhere might be, no one knew. The elderly man could drive. His name was Richard. His wife was Susan. The boy was Thomas. They introduced themselves with the weariness of people who'd done this too many times. Richard drove. South, because north was too cold. West, because east led toward Philadelphia's ruins. They followed the logic of avoiding population centers and hoping for smaller settlements that might take them in. Dale's symptoms started on the 5th day: fatigue, nausea, confusion, his body accumulating toxins, kidney failure running its course. They found an abandoned farm. Richard pulled into the driveway. We should rest here, at least for tonight. The farmhouse was intact, furniture still in place, family photos on the walls, a calendar stopped at March, back when the world still had calendars. They settled in. Richard found canned goods in the pantry. Susan made a simple meal on a camping stove. Thomas, the boy, sat apart. He'd said maybe 10 words since the settlement. His prosthetic leg lay beside him, useless. The stump was infected, badly. Dale could smell it even from across the room. Let me look at that, Dale said. Thomas shook his head. Don't bother. I'm dying. Not yet, you're not. Dale examined the stump. Advanced infection. Cellulitis spreading up the thigh. Without antibiotics, Thomas had maybe 3 days. With antibiotics, he might survive to die another way. They had no antibiotics. That night, Dale's condition worsened. Vomiting, tremors, his mind drifting in and out of lucidity. Richard and Susan tried to make him comfortable, gave him water, though his body struggled to process it, covered him with blankets when he shook with fever. Thomas died first. The infection took him quickly in the end. 1 moment breathing, the next moment still. They buried him in the frozen ground behind the farmhouse, or tried to. The earth was too hard. They managed a shallow grave, covered it with rocks to keep scavengers away. Dale lasted longer. Days blurred together. He was aware of Richard and Susan discussing options in hushed voices, aware of his body shutting down system by system, aware of the end approaching with the inevitability of dawn. On what must have been the 8th or 9th day since leaving the settlement, lucidity returned briefly. He found himself alone in the farmhouse bedroom. Snow fell outside the window, heavy and silent. He thought about the crane, about watching infected workers tumble into Lake Erie's cold water, about the moment Roberto stood back up, transformed into something else. The moment Dale's old world ended. He thought about the choices he'd made, running when he could have fought, hiding when he could have helped, drinking antifreeze to buy a few more days, sending Emily away to save her. Were they the right choices? Did it matter? He'd survived, for a while, long enough to see Emily safe, long enough to know she'd continue without him. That had to be enough. Richard found him an hour later, checked his pulse, covered him with a sheet. They buried Dale next to Thomas in the frozen ground behind the farmhouse. Richard said a few words, something about courage and sacrifice and hope. Susan cried. Then they got in the vehicle and drove away, continuing their own search for somewhere safe. The farmhouse stood silent. Snow covered the shallow graves. The infected eventually found the place, drawn by some long faded scent of life. They wandered the rooms, pushed over furniture, left through broken windows. But the 2 mounds behind the house remained undisturbed. Just earth and rock and snow. And underneath, a crane operator who'd watched the world end from 200 feet up, then climbed down to face it anyway. Who'd made impossible choices and lived just long enough to know they mattered. The lake continued its endless rhythm against the Erie freight dock. The crane stood empty, boom stretching toward indifferent sky. Container stacks rusted slowly. The infected who'd fallen into the water had eventually sunk or frozen or drifted away with the current. The dock remembered nothing. The dead remembered nothing. Only the survivors carried the weight of what had happened, and they were scattered now, fragmented across a broken landscape, each carrying their own memories of the day everything changed. Emily survived. She stayed with her mother in the settlement, learned to farm, learned to fight, learned to live in a world that bore no resemblance to the one she'd known. Sometimes she would think of her father in that crane cabin, alone and desperate and choosing to survive anyway. And she would understand, finally, what he'd tried to tell her. That survival wasn't about glory or heroism. It was about making hard choices and living with the consequences, about finding meaning in the moments between disasters, about holding on to love even when everything else had fallen apart. The apocalypse had no clear ending, no moment of resolution. It simply continued day after day as survivors adapted and died and were born and adapted again. The infected remained a constant threat. Resources dwindled. Communities rose and fell. Humans turned on each other with the same mindless hunger the infected showed. But somewhere in that ongoing catastrophe, people like Emily kept living, kept trying, kept hoping that tomorrow might be slightly better than today. Not because they were heroes, but because giving up meant the infected had won, meant all the sacrifices, their fathers, their friends, their own, had meant nothing. So they lived, despite everything, because of everything, with full knowledge that survival was temporary and uncertain and painful. They lived because the alternative was unthinkable, because in a world where the dead walked, being alive meant something. Being conscious and feeling and choosing meant everything. The crane at the Erie freight dock stood as monument to all of it, empty but enduring, reaching toward a sky that promised nothing. A structure built by humans who'd believed in progress and commerce and tomorrow, who'd never imagined their machinery would witness the end of civilization. But the crane endured, rusting, yes, decaying, yes, but standing. Silent testimony that humans had been here once, had built things, had worked and lived and dreamed of better days, and somewhere scattered across the ruins their descendants still did. Still worked, still lived, still dreamed. Despite the infected, despite the horror, despite everything they'd lost, they lived, and that was enough. That had to be enough. Because in the end, survival wasn't about defeating the darkness. It was about carrying light through it, small and flickering and fragile, but burning nonetheless. The snow fell, the seasons turned, the world continued, empty of most of humanity, but not all, never all. As long as one person drew breath and thought and chose to see another dawn, the species persisted, diminished but alive, broken but enduring, like a crane on an abandoned dock, like a man who'd climbed 240 steps toward death to buy his daughter life, like all the ordinary people who'd faced extraordinary horror and somehow, impossibly, found the strength to keep going. They were not heroes, they were survivors, and in a world of the walking dead, that was the only heroism that mattered. Now, let's move on to the next story. The diesel fumes rolled thick across the parking lot as Emily counted register 3 for the second time that morning. Her fingers moved through the bills automatically, sorting 20s from 10s, while her mind cataloged the delivery schedule. Tuesday meant the Cisco truck would arrive before noon, and she needed to clear space in the walk-in cooler before the driver started complaining about where to stack the pallets. The fluorescent lights hummed overhead, casting their familiar greenish tint across the rows of candy bars and beef jerky that lined the counter. She'd worked at the Lincoln truck stop for 6 years, starting part-time during community college and somehow never leaving. The building squatted along Interstate 80 like a concrete island in an ocean of asphalt, serving the steady stream of 18-wheelers that hauled freight between coasts. Emily knew every inch of the place. She understood the temperamental ice machine that required 3 sharp kicks to the lower left panel before it would dispense properly. She could reset the diesel pumps when they froze during system updates, fingers flying across the control panel touchscreen through muscle memory. The walk-in cooler's compressor made a clicking sound exactly 4 minutes before it cycled off, and she'd learned to time her inventory checks around that rhythm to avoid getting locked inside during the automatic defrost sequence. The morning shift had settled into its usual pattern. 2 regulars sat in the attached diner section, working through plates of eggs and hash browns, while a third nursed coffee at the counter. Through the plate glass windows, Emily watched a Peterbilt rig ease into the fuel lanes, its chrome exhaust stacks catching the early sunlight. The radio behind her played classic rock at low volume, interrupted every 15 minutes by traffic reports that mentioned nothing unusual, just the standard congestion around Omaha, a jackknife trailer near Des Moines that had cleared an hour ago. Her co-worker Danny emerged from the storage room carrying boxes of motor oil, his work boots leaving faint prints on the recently mopped floor. He was 19, studying to be a diesel mechanic at the technical college in town, and treated every interaction with the professional drivers like a masterclass in heavy equipment maintenance. Emily had shown him how to process the fuel cards correctly, how to handle the temperamental receipt printers that jammed when the humidity climbed above 60%, and which customers would tip if you helped them check their tire pressure at the air station outside. "Did you see the news this morning?" Danny asked, stacking the oil bottles on their designated shelf with the labels facing outward, exactly as the regional manager required during his monthly inspections. Emily shook her head, finishing her count and noting the total on the shift report clipboard. Overslept. Alarm didn't go off. Some weird illness out in Seattle. People getting real sick, hospitals filling up. He positioned the last bottle and stepped back, examining his work. My mom texted me about it. She's worried it's like that bird flu thing from a few years back. The diesel pumps chimed as the Peterbilt driver finished fueling, and Emily watched the total appear on her screen. $218.43. She logged it, already reaching for the receipt paper before the printer began its mechanical whirring. Seattle was 2,000 miles away. Problems in Seattle meant nothing to central Nebraska, except maybe delayed shipments of coffee or electronics. The supply chain absorbed disruptions constantly, weather delays, port strikes, fuel prices fluctuating. The truck stop kept running regardless, an essential node in the vast network that kept the country fed and supplied. The door chimed and the Peterbilt driver entered, a woman in her 50s with deep lines around her eyes and a canvas jacket stained with road grime. Emily recognized her as a regular who ran the Seattle to Chicago route, though she couldn't remember her name. The woman approached the counter, pulling out her fuel card from a worn leather wallet. "Pump 6, the driver said, her voice rough. She cleared her throat, a wet, rattling sound that made her wince. "Sorry, been fighting something for 2 days now. Can't seem to shake it." Emily ran the card through the reader, watching the authorization process cycle through its verification steps. "Flu's going around early this year," she said, the automatic pleasantry emerging without thought. "You need anything? Coffee? We've got medicine in aisle 3. The driver shook her head, then immediately regretted it, squeezing her eyes shut against some internal pain. "Just need to make Chicago by tonight. Already behind schedule." She accepted the receipt with fingers that trembled slightly, and Emily noticed the fever sheen on her forehead, the unhealthy flush spreading down her neck. "You should probably rest," Emily said, but the driver was already turning away, heading back toward the parking lot where her rig waited with its engine idling. Through the window, Emily watched her climb into the cab with visible effort, pulling herself up using the grab handles, and within moments the Peterbilt was rolling back toward the interstate, rejoining the endless flow of commerce. Danny had moved to the coffee station, refilling the regular and decaf dispensers from the industrial brewers they kept in the back. "Fourth person this week with that cough," he observed, measuring grounds into the filter baskets with the practiced economy they'd developed during the morning rush. "Remember that guy yesterday? Sounded like he was dying." Emily did remember. A younger driver, maybe 30, who'd bought 3 energy drinks and a family-size bag of chips while coughing so violently he'd had to lean against the magazine rack for support. She'd offered him a bottle of water, and he'd accepted it gratefully, drinking half before making it back to his truck. The memory carried an uncomfortable weight she couldn't quite identify, a sense of wrongness that felt disproportionate to a simple seasonal illness. The morning continued its rhythm. Cars pulled in for fuel, drivers emerging to stretch their legs and use the restrooms before continuing their journeys. Emily processed transactions, answered questions about highway conditions, and helped a confused tourist figure out how to operate the diesel exhaust fluid dispenser at Pump 8. The DEF system confused everyone who wasn't a professional driver. Its separate nozzle and blue-capped filling port, a mystery to civilians who assumed diesel meant diesel, nothing more. Around 10 o'clock, the Cisco truck arrived as scheduled, backing up to the delivery entrance with practiced precision. Emily propped open the cooler door and checked off items as the driver wheeled in cases of hamburger patties, bags of frozen French fries, containers of pre-made coleslaw for the diner. The cold air inside the walk-in felt good after the stuffiness of the store, and she breathed deeply, smelling the familiar mix of refrigerated food and industrial cleaning solution they use to sanitize the floors every night. "Hearing some weird stuff from the warehouse," the Cisco driver said, consulting his manifest. He was a regular too, a man named Gordon who'd worked this route for years and always knew the latest distribution center gossip. "They're saying half the night shift called in sick yesterday. Management's pissed because they can't process orders fast enough." Emily signed his electronic tablet confirming receipt of the delivery. Same thing everywhere, she said, or flu season. Yeah, but this seems different. My supervisor said corporate sent out a memo about sick leave policies, telling people to stay home if they have any symptoms. That's not normal. Usually they want you there unless you're literally dying. The words hung in the cold air between them, and Emily felt that uncomfortable sensation again, stronger this time. Through the open cooler door, she could see into the store where Danny was helping a customer locate the synthetic oil blends. Everything looked normal. Everything felt wrong in a way she couldn't articulate. Gordon wheeled his empty dolly back toward his truck, and Emily began arranging the new stock, rotating older products to the front according to the first-in, first-out system that prevented waste. Her hands worked automatically, stacking and organizing while her mind churned. A bad flu season, the Seattle situation, drivers coughing their way across the country, stopping at truck stops just like this one, breathing the same recirculated air, touching the same door handles and card readers and coffee dispensers. She was being paranoid. The truck stop dealt with illness constantly. During winter, half the staff would catch whatever cold was circulating, and they'd work through it, dosing themselves with over-the-counter medicine and complaining about sinus pressure. This was no different. By next week, the news would move on to some other crisis, and the only evidence of this supposed outbreak would be empty bottles of cough syrup and depleted tissue boxes. The lunch rush started around 11:30, as it always did. Locals from town came in for the diner's daily special, mixing with drivers who wanted hot food before continuing their routes. Emily worked Register 3 steadily, scanning items and making change while half listening to conversations around her. The television mounted in the diner corner was tuned to a cable news channel, but the sound was too low to hear clearly over the general noise of customers and clattering dishes. Around 1 in the afternoon, a freightliner hauling a refrigerated trailer pulled into Pump 2. The driver was a man Emily had seen before, though she couldn't place exactly when. He moved slowly across the parking lot, and even through the window she could see him coughing, his whole body convulsing with the force of it. He steadied himself against the door frame before entering, and when he approached the counter, she saw the same fever flush, the same trembling hands. "Pump 2, he managed, his voice barely above a whisper. Need to. He swayed, and Emily instinctively reached across the counter, but she wasn't fast enough. The driver collapsed forward, his torso slamming across the counter with enough force to scatter the display of disposable lighters she'd arranged that morning. His eyes rolled back, showing whites, and his mouth opened and closed like a fish drowning in air. "Danny!" Emily shouted, moving around the counter. Other customers had turned to look, a woman gasping, a trucker rising from his booth in the diner. "Call 911!" She reached the fallen driver and tried to ease him down to the floor, but he was dead weight, his body completely slack. His skin burned with fever, hot enough that she could feel it through his flannel shirt. Foam flecked his lips, and his breathing came in shallow gasps that barely moved his chest. Danny was on the phone, speaking rapidly to the emergency dispatcher, giving the address everyone in the county knew by heart. Emily supported the driver's head, trying to remember the first aid training the company had made her complete 3 years ago. Don't move someone with a potential neck injury. Clear the airway. Monitor breathing. The basics felt inadequate against whatever was happening to this man. His eyes opened suddenly, fixing on her face without recognition. They were bloodshot. The vessels burst into dark red patterns across the whites. His jaw worked, grinding teeth together in a rhythmic pattern that seemed involuntary. Then, without warning, he convulsed, his back arching, tendons standing out in his neck like steel cables. "Ambulance is 10 minutes out," Danny said, kneeling beside her. "They said to keep him still and make sure he's breathing." The driver's convulsions eased, leaving him panting on the floor. Emily checked his pulse, too fast, a racing flutter under her fingers that felt like a small animal trapped beneath his skin. Around them, Customers maintained a careful distance, forming a loose circle of concerned faces. Someone had muted the television, and in the relative quiet, Emily could hear every labored breath the driver took, every wet rattle in his lungs. "Has this happened before?" a customer asked. "Does he have a condition?" "I don't know," Emily said. "Danny, check his truck. Maybe there's medication or something with medical information." Danny nodded and hurried outside. Through the window, Emily watched him approach the Freightliner's cab, pulling himself up to peer inside. The minutes stretched, marked by the driver's increasingly difficult breathing. His fever seemed to be climbing, heat radiating from him in waves. Emily soaked paper towels in cold water from the nearby fountain and pressed them against his forehead, his neck trying to cool him down through sheer determination. Danny returned, shaking his head. "Nothing obvious. He's got a logbook, some personal stuff, but I don't see any medical alert information." The sound of sirens grew gradually louder, and then an ambulance turned into the parking lot, its lights painting red and white patterns across the building's exterior. Two paramedics entered with professional efficiency, their movements practiced and calm. Emily stepped back, giving them room to work, and watched as they checked vital signs, asked questions she couldn't answer about the driver's medical history, and prepared to transport him. "When did symptoms start?" the older paramedic asked, a woman with gray streaks in her dark hair. "I don't know," Emily said. "He just came in to pay for fuel and collapsed." The paramedic nodded, but her expression carried the same wrongness Emily had felt all morning, a tension that suggested this call was one of many. They loaded the driver onto a gurney with practiced efficiency, strapping him down as his body continued its periodic tremors. As they wheeled him toward the ambulance, his eyes opened again, and for just a moment, his gaze locked onto Emily's face. There was no consciousness there, no recognition, just a void that made her skin crawl. The ambulance departed, sirens fading into the distance, and Emily stood in the parking lot watching it go. The afternoon sun beat down on the asphalt, heat shimmering in waves that distorted the horizon. Behind her, Danny was cleaning up the mess at the counter, collecting scattered lighters and wiping down the surface with disinfectant. The regular rhythm of the truck stop was already reasserting itself. Customers returned to their meals. New vehicles pulled in for fuel. The moment of crisis dissolved into memory, just another incident in a place where people came and went constantly, their personal emergencies intersecting briefly with this location before moving on. But Emily couldn't shake the image of those empty eyes, that grinding jaw, the fever that radiated like heat from an engine. She washed her hands at the small sink behind the counter, scrubbing until her skin turned red, using the harsh pink soap that dried out her palms but killed bacteria effectively. When she finished, she washed them again. The afternoon passed. Emily worked her register, helped customers, and tried not to think about the driver being loaded into the ambulance. Around 4 o'clock, the evening shift arrived, 2 younger employees who would handle the dinner rush and overnight period. Emily completed her closing checklist, counted out her register drawer one final time, and logged everything in the shift report. Her handwriting looked normal on the paper, the same neat printing she'd developed over years of filling out forms and tracking inventory. Nothing in those careful notes suggested that anything unusual had happened, beyond a single line. Medical emergency, customer transported by ambulance, pump 2. She clocked out using the terminal in the back office, a small room crowded with filing cabinets and the manager's desk that was never quite organized. The timestamp read 4:47 p.m. Her shift had run long due to the incident, but she didn't mind. The overtime would appear on her next paycheck, a few extra dollars that would go toward the persistent car trouble she'd been ignoring for the past month. Her Honda Civic needed new brake pads and probably new rotors, too, based on the grinding sound that accompanied every stop. Danny was sitting in the break room when she grabbed her jacket from her locker, scrolling through his phone with a frown. "You see this?" he asked, turning the screen toward her. The article headline read, "Seattle Hospitals Overwhelmed as Mysterious Illness Spreads." Below it, a photograph showed people in medical masks lined up outside an emergency room entrance, the queue extending down the sidewalk and around the corner of the building. Emily skimmed the text. Fever, violent coughing, respiratory distress, neurological symptoms including seizures and aggression. Health officials urging calm but unable to identify the specific pathogen. The CDC had deployed a team, several other cities along the West Coast reporting similar cases. "That driver today had all those symptoms," Danny said quietly. "The fever, the coughing, the seizure, or whatever it was. Lots of illnesses have those symptoms," Emily replied, but the words felt hollow even as she said them. She drove home through the familiar streets of Lincoln, a small city that straddled the interstate with the pragmatic functionality of a place that existed primarily to serve travelers. Her apartment sat in an older complex on the east side, where the rent was cheap enough for her to afford on truck stop wages. The building's exterior needed paint, and the parking lot was a patchwork of asphalt repairs, but the neighborhood was quiet, and her neighbors kept to themselves. Inside her apartment, Emily dropped her keys in the bowl by the door and went straight to the bathroom to shower. She stood under hot water for 15 minutes, washing away the diesel smell and the sticky feeling that clung to her skin after any shift at the truck stop. When she emerged, she checked her phone and found 3 missed calls from her mother, along with a text message. "Call me when you get a chance. Want to make sure you're being careful." Emily called back while heating up leftovers in the microwave. Her mother answered on the second ring. "Have you been watching the news?" her mother asked, skipping any greeting. "A little bit. There's some kind of flu going around." "Emily, this isn't just the flu. They're saying it's spreading fast, that people are getting extremely sick. Your father thinks we should stock up on supplies, just in case things get worse." Her father's voice rumbled in the background, indistinct but clearly agitated. Emily's parents lived an hour away in Grand Island. Her father recently retired from the railroad and her mother still working part-time at the public library. They were practical people, not prone to panic, which made her mother's concern more unsettling than any news report. "I'm fine, Mom. We had one guy get sick at work today, but the ambulance came and took him to the hospital. Everything's normal here. Just promise me you'll be careful. Wash your hands, avoid sick people, the usual precautions," Emily promised, knowing her mother wouldn't relax until she did. They talked for a few more minutes about mundane things. Her father's garden, the library's upcoming book sale, her brother's new job in Denver. Normal conversation that felt like an anchor against the growing sense that something fundamental was shifting, that the ordinary world was developing cracks too subtle to see clearly, but deep enough to matter. After the call ended, Emily ate her reheated pasta while scrolling through news sites on her laptop. The mysterious illness dominated headlines, though the articles were short on concrete information and long on speculation. Videos showed overwhelmed hospitals, press conferences with health officials radiating calm professionalism while carefully avoiding definitive answers, and interviews with worried citizens stockpiling bottled water and canned goods. She went to bed early, exhausted in a way that felt disproportionate to the physical demands of her shift. Sleep came quickly but brought dreams of empty eyes and grinding jaws, of fever-hot skin under her fingers and sirens that never quite grew loud enough to wake her. The alarm dragged her back to consciousness at 5 in the morning, Wednesday. She had another 8-hour shift starting at 6. Emily moved through her routine automatically, showering again despite having done so the night before, dressing in her work polo and jeans, making coffee she would barely taste. The Honda's brake problem was worse, the grinding louder, but she ignored it. Just a few more weeks until she'd saved enough to visit the mechanic. The truck stop's parking lot held fewer vehicles than usual for this time of morning. Emily noticed the difference immediately. Normally, the fuel lanes would be busy with drivers preparing for early departures, but today only 3 trucks sat at the pumps, and the parking area where rigs typically clustered overnight was half empty. She parked in her usual spot and entered through the employee entrance, clocking in exactly on time. The night shift supervisor, a man named Gerald who managed the overnight crew, was still in the office finishing his paperwork. He looked exhausted, dark circles under his eyes, his usually neat uniform rumpled. "Rough night?" Emily asked, pouring herself coffee from the office pot. "You could say that?" Gerald signed the last form and pushed the stack of papers across the desk. Had to refuse service to 2 drivers who were clearly sick. Company policy: if they're symptomatic, they're not supposed to be on the road. Both of them argued, said they had deadlines. One threatened to call his dispatcher and get me fired. Did they leave? Eventually. Went across to the Shell station, probably. Not our problem once they're off the property. He stood, gathering his things. "Emily, I know you're not management, but keep an eye on things today. The phone's been ringing constantly with people calling in sick. Corporate sent out a memo last night about enhanced cleaning protocols, but they haven't sent any extra supplies or staff to actually implement them." He left, and Emily stood alone in the small office, listening to the building's familiar sounds. The ice machine hummed. The cooler compressor clicked. From the diner section, she could hear the morning cook starting his prep work, the clatter of pans and the hiss of the industrial griddle heating up. Everything normal. Everything the same as yesterday and last week and last year. But when she walked out to the main floor, she saw what Gerald had meant. The store looked the same but felt abandoned. No customers browsed the aisles, no drivers waited at the registers. Through the windows, the empty parking lot stretched away under the early morning light, and the interstate beyond carried noticeably lighter traffic than usual. Danny arrived at 6:30, late for the first time since Emily had known him. "Sorry," he said, slightly out of breath. "Mom made me promise to check in with her before I left. She's freaking out about this virus thing." "Your mom and everyone else's," Emily said. She'd already started the opening checklist, verifying that all the pumps were online and the point-of-sale system had properly processed the overnight batch. Gerald said, "We're short-staffed today." "Did you see the news this morning?" Danny pulled out his phone, navigating to a video. "Seattle's under some kind of emergency order. They're telling people to stay home unless it's absolutely necessary." The video showed aerial footage of empty streets in what appeared to be downtown Seattle, followed by images of hospitals with security guards stationed at entrances, checking people before allowing them inside. An official spokesperson read from prepared remarks, recommending social distancing and avoiding public gatherings. The date stamp in the corner showed this had aired less than 3 hours ago. Emily felt her chest tighten. Seattle was where the Peterbilt driver had come from, the woman who'd been fighting something for 2 days. How many stops had she made between there and here? How many other people had she encountered, spreading whatever she carried in her breath and on her hands? The morning progressed in eerie quiet. A handful of customers trickled in, mostly locals rather than highway traffic. They moved quickly, grabbing what they needed and leaving with minimal conversation. Emily noticed many of them wore medical masks, the blue paper kind that had been absent from the store's shelves for weeks, according to the inventory system. Around 9 o'clock, a silver sedan pulled up to the fuel pumps. Emily watched as a family emerged, parents and 2 children, maybe 8 and 10 years old. The father began fueling while the mother herded the kids toward the building. When they entered, Emily could see the strain on the woman's face, the way she held her children close. "Restrooms?" the mother asked. "Back corner, past the diner?" Emily gestured, and the family hurried in that direction. When they returned, the children were arguing about snacks, while the parents maintained tight expressions that suggested they were having a conversation through glances alone. the kind of silent communication that came from years of partnership. The father selected items methodically: bottled water, protein bars, packages of preserved foods designed for long shelf life. Emily recognized the pattern. These people were leaving, evacuating whatever term felt appropriate for flight without official disaster. "Are things bad in Lincoln?" Emily asked as she scanned the items. The father glanced at his wife, then back at Emily. "We're from Omaha, heading east to my parents' place in Iowa. The news isn't covering half of what's actually happening. Hospitals are turning people away. Some neighborhoods are blocking off streets, not letting anyone in or out. But the news said, I know what the news said. I'm telling you what I saw with my own eyes. He paid in cash, pulling bills from a money clip thick with them. If you're smart, you'll think about getting somewhere safe. Somewhere away from major roads, away from population centers." The family left quickly, the children still debating candy choices they hadn't been allowed to purchase, and Emily watched them drive away, rejoining the interstate traffic that flowed steadily east. She thought about Iowa, about small towns and rural counties where everyone knew their neighbors. Her own family lived west, not east, and the space between here and there was measured in distance she could drive in under an hour. Not far enough to matter if things were as bad as the man suggested. More vehicles arrived as the morning continued, but they weren't the usual customers. These were people passing through, fleeing, stocking up on supplies before continuing their journeys to wherever they hoped safety waited. The diesel pumps, normally busy, sat idle. Professional truckers had stopped coming, whether by choice or company policy Emily couldn't determine. Around 11, Danny emerged from the storage room with an inventory printout. "We're low on water." Like, really low. "We've sold more bottles in the past 3 hours than we normally move in a week." Emily checked the system. He was right. Their bottled water stock had dropped by 70% since the previous night's closing count. The delivery schedule showed the next water shipment wasn't due until Friday, 2 days away, and that assumed the distribution center could fulfill the order on time. "We should probably ration it," Danny suggested. "Set a limit per customer. Corporate hasn't authorized that." Emily knew the policy. Customer service first, inventory management second. Limiting purchases required manager approval at minimum, regional approval for anything that might impact sales metrics. "Yeah, but by the time corporate figures out what's happening, we'll be sold out." He had a point. Emily made a decision that felt simultaneously minor and enormous. "Okay, 2 cases per customer, maximum. We'll tell them there's a supply chain delay and we need to make sure everyone can get some." They implemented the limit immediately, posting handwritten signs at the registers and near the water shelves. The first few customers accepted it without complaint, but around noon, a man in his 40s argued loudly that he needed more, that he had a large family to provide for, that the limit was unreasonable. Emily held firm, maintaining the calm professionalism she'd developed from years of dealing with angry customers who couldn't understand why fuel prices fluctuated or why the truck stop didn't carry their specific brand of cigarettes. The man eventually left with his 2 cases, muttering about going to the next town, and Emily wondered if the other truck stops had implemented similar limits, if they were experiencing the same exodus of panicked customers trying to prepare for something they couldn't clearly name. The television in the diner section had been turned up, and Emily could hear the news anchors discussing the spreading illness with increasing urgency. The CDC had issued new guidelines. Several cities had declared local emergencies. Schools in affected areas were closing temporarily. The recommendation to avoid public gatherings had been strengthened to a stronger warning. International flights were being screened. Canada had closed several border crossings as a precautionary measure. Emily listened while processing a transaction for an elderly couple buying coffee and packaged sandwiches. The wife's hand shook as she counted out exact change, and her husband kept glancing toward the parking lot where their Buick waited, its trunk visibly loaded with suitcases and boxes. "Where are you headed?" Emily asked gently. "Our daughter's place in Kansas City," the woman said. "She thinks we should stay with her for a while. Until this all blows over." Until what blows over? Emily wanted to ask, but the question felt cruel. These people were frightened, following instincts that told them to seek safety in numbers, to gather family close when uncertainty loomed. The same instinct that made Emily think about calling her parents, making sure they had supplies, verifying that her brother in Denver was paying attention to the news. The afternoon brought a subtle change to the atmosphere, a shift Emily felt rather than observed directly. Fewer vehicles passed on the interstate. The parking lot, already sparse, emptied further as the remaining trucks departed and no new ones arrived to replace them. The store's phone rang constantly, employees calling out sick, suppliers reporting delayed deliveries, the regional manager checking inventory levels and asking questions about customer behavior that Emily answered as accurately as possible, while thinking that corporate bureaucracy was moving too slowly to matter. Around 3 o'clock, Danny was restocking the coolers when he suddenly stopped, pressing his face close to the glass door. "Emily, come look at this." She joined him, following his gaze to the television visible through the diner's doorway. The news had shifted from talking heads to helicopter footage showing a city street, she couldn't immediately identify which city, where hundreds of people crowded together. But they weren't protesting or celebrating. They were running. The camera struggled to track the movement, zooming in and out, trying to capture what was happening. People fleeing in obvious panic, stumbling over each other, screaming silently in the soundless aerial shot. And pursuing them, visible in brief flashes between buildings, other figures that moved differently. They didn't run with the fluid coordination of healthy humans. Their gait was irregular, stumbling, but relentless. "What the hell?" Danny whispered. Emily moved closer to the television, and the diner cook turned up the volume. The news anchor was speaking rapidly, his careful professional composure cracking. Confirming reports from multiple cities that individuals infected with what officials are calling an unprecedented aggressive pathogen are exhibiting extremely violent behavior. Authorities are urging anyone who encounters someone displaying symptoms to maintain distance and contact emergency services immediately. Do not attempt to approach or restrain affected individuals. The footage switched to ground-level video, shaky cell phone recording that showed someone who could have been the truck driver from yesterday. Fever-flushed skin, vacant eyes, jaw working mechanically. But this person was moving, reaching toward the camera operator with grasping hands before others pulled them away. The video cut off abruptly. "This is insane," the cook said. "They're saying people are attacking each other." "People get delirious with high fevers," Emily said, but the explanation felt inadequate even as she offered it. "They don't know what they're doing." The television cycled through more footage, different cities, different incidents, but the same terrifying pattern. People who were clearly sick, clearly beyond reason, pursuing others with single-minded determination. The news anchors struggled to provide context, cycling through medical experts who spoke in careful language about encephalitis and neurological damage, while avoiding any definitive statements about what was causing this or how to stop it. Danny's phone buzzed and he glanced at it. "My mom wants me to come home. Right now." "Go," Emily said. "It's slow enough that I can handle things." He hesitated, loyalty warring with self-preservation on his young face. "Are you sure?" "Yes. Go. Be safe." Danny grabbed his jacket and left almost at a run, his footsteps echoing across the too-quiet store. Emily stood alone at the register, watching the parking lot where his car peeled out with teenage urgency, kicking up gravel before finding the pavement and accelerating toward town. The cook appeared from the diner area. "I'm thinking I should close up the kitchen. No point staying open if there's no customers." Emily nodded. Company policy said the diner should operate during all staffed hours, but company policy assumed normal circumstances, and nothing about today felt normal. "Go ahead. Clean everything up and we'll shut it down early." He moved efficiently, a man with decades of restaurant experience, knowing exactly how to close a commercial kitchen quickly while maintaining the health code standards that would matter if inspectors came around later. Emily watched him work while monitoring the television, where the news had moved to show government officials holding an emergency press conference. The speaker was a woman in a dark suit, someone high-ranking in the CDC based on the credentials displayed under her name. She spoke with practiced calm, explaining that the illness appeared to be transmitted through bodily fluids, that infected individuals should be avoided, that people should remain in their homes if possible, that emergency services were being mobilized to handle the crisis. "What about a cure?" a reporter shouted from off-camera. "Do we know how to treat this?" The official's pause lasted a fraction too long. "We're working with all available resources to develop treatment protocols. In the meantime, prevention is our best defense. Avoid contact with symptomatic individuals, practice rigorous hygiene, and follow all guidance from local authorities." The press conference continued, but Emily had stopped listening. The official's words were careful constructions designed to prevent panic while avoiding false promises. She was admitting, without quite saying it directly, that they had no idea how to treat whatever this was. The sick were getting sicker, and the healthcare system was overwhelmed. The cook finished his closing procedures and said goodnight, leaving through the back entrance where his car was parked. Emily heard the engine start, heard him drive away, and then there was only silence. The building felt enormous around her, all that empty space designed to accommodate crowds that no longer came. She should close the entire facility. The evening shift hadn't shown up. No calls, no texts, just absence. She was alone, and every instinct she possessed was screaming that staying here was foolish. But closing a truck stop required manager approval, and when she called his cell phone, it went straight to voicemail. She tried the regional office and got a busy signal. The corporate emergency line connected her to an automated system that provided no useful options. Fine. She'd make the decision herself and deal with the consequences later. Emily began the closing checklist, a procedure she'd performed hundreds of times, but never alone, never without the bustle of other employees and customers creating background noise. She counted the registers, secured the cash in the safe, and powered down the point-of-sale terminals. She checked the cooler, confirming that the compressor was running properly and the temperature held steady. The walk-in held thousands of dollars in inventory, hamburger patties and produce and dairy products that would spoil if the power failed. Outside, dusk was falling, painting the parking lot in shades of orange and purple. Emily locked the front doors and was heading toward the back exit when she heard it. A scratching sound, rhythmic and persistent, coming from near the fuel pumps. She froze, listening, trying to identify the source. Probably an animal. Raccoons sometimes got into the dumpster area, foraging for food waste from the diner. The scratching continued, accompanied by a low sound that might have been moaning. Emily approached the window slowly, peering out into the growing darkness. The fuel pumps stood in pools of light from overhead fixtures that had automatically activated at sunset, and near pump 3, someone was standing. No, not standing. Swaying. The figure moved with that same irregular gait she'd seen on the television, listing from side to side like a drunk trying to maintain balance. As Emily watched, the person, she couldn't tell if it was a man or woman from this distance, lunged toward the building, hands outstretched, and slammed against the glass. The impact made Emily jump back. The glass held, designed to withstand decades of weather and the occasional impact from careless drivers, but the person outside didn't stop. They pressed against the window, smearing it with something dark, and Emily saw their face clearly for the first time. It was the Peterbilt driver, the The woman from yesterday morning who'd been coughing, who'd paid for her fuel and driven away toward Chicago. Except it couldn't be, because that woman had been 50 and wore road-worn canvas, and this person was younger, maybe 30, wearing a t-shirt and jeans. But the expression was identical, that vacant stare, that mechanical jaw movement, that single-minded fixation. The person outside moaned again, a sound that carried clearly through the glass, and began clawing at the window with broken fingernails. Emily backed away slowly, her heart hammering. Every rational thought said this was someone who needed help, someone sick who'd wandered here seeking aid, but every instinct said run. She grabbed her phone and dialed 911. The call connected after a dozen rings, and a dispatcher's exhausted voice answered. 911, what's your emergency? There's someone outside the Lincoln truck stop, Emily said, forcing her voice to stay steady. They're acting strangely, hitting the windows. I think they might be sick with that virus from the news. Ma'am, we're experiencing extremely high call volume. If the person isn't actively threatening you, I need you to remain inside and lock all entrances. Do not approach them. Emergency services will respond as soon as units become available. When will that be? I don't have an estimate. Please stay inside and away from windows. The call ended. Emily stood in the empty store, listening to the thudding impacts as the person outside continued their assault on the glass. She moved deeper into the building, away from the windows, and locked herself in the small office. The space felt claustrophobic, walls pressing in, but at least here she couldn't see what was happening outside. Minutes passed. The impacts continued, irregular but persistent. Emily tried calling her parents but got no answer. She tried her brother and reached voicemail. The isolation felt complete, a sensation she'd never experienced even during overnight shifts when the store was quiet and empty. Back then, she'd always known help was a phone call away, that civilization continued beyond these walls. Now she wasn't sure of anything. The security system's monitor sat on the manager's desk, cycling through camera feeds every few seconds. Emily watched it, seeing the parking lot, the fuel pumps, the store interior from multiple angles. And there, on the exterior camera pointing toward the front entrance, she saw more figures approaching, 3 of them moving with that same irregular gait, drawn by some attraction she couldn't identify. Sound? Light? The presence of another living person? They reached the building and began the same behavior, pressing against the glass, clawing, moaning. One of them was missing part of their arm, the flesh torn away to reveal bone, but they didn't seem to notice or care. Blood smeared the windows where they touched, dark streaks that looked black under the sodium lights. Emily's phone buzzed. A text from Danny. Are you still at work? News says, don't go outside. Stay wherever you are. She typed back. Stuck at truck stop. People outside acting sick. Tried 911, but they said no units available. The response came quickly. That's bad. Really bad. Mom is saying the hospital turned people away tonight. Too many patients. Some doctors and nurses just left. Emily stared at the message, reading it multiple times as if repetition would make it make sense. Hospitals didn't turn patients away. Medical professionals didn't abandon their posts. Those were fundamental truths, foundations of social order as reliable as gravity. Another text from Danny. Stay inside. Don't let anyone in. I'm serious. As if she needed the warning. Emily watched the security monitors, counting the figures outside. 6 now. More arriving from the direction of the interstate, stumbling across the parking lot with inexorable purpose. They gathered at the windows like moths drawn to light, creating a grotesque tableau that her mind struggled to process. How long could she stay here? The truck stop had supplies, food, water, a bathroom. The building's structure was solid concrete and steel, designed to withstand everything Nebraska's weather could throw at it. She could wait out the night, wait for morning when surely emergency services would respond, when surely someone in authority would restore order. The rational part of her brain knew this was optimistic thinking, magical reasoning that ignored what the news had shown, what the evidence of her own eyes confirmed. Something fundamental had broken in the world's operation, some assumption of continuity and normalcy that people built their lives around. The sick were spreading faster than anyone could contain, and those who were infected weren't simply ill. They were changed, transformed into something that pursued the living with mindless hunger. Emily sat in the office chair, hugging her knees to her chest, and watched the security monitors cycle through their feeds. The figures outside had increased to 9, 10, a dozen. They clustered around every entrance, testing doors with repetitive motion, smearing blood and other fluids across surfaces that she'd cleaned carefully just this morning. Her phone's battery was at 40%. The office had a charger, and she plugged it in, watching the lightning bolt icon appear on screen. Small victories. She was safe for now, and she had power, and tomorrow would bring solutions because it had to. The alternative was unthinkable. The night deepened. The creatures, she couldn't think of them as people anymore, continued their patient siege. Around midnight, Emily heard breaking glass from somewhere in the building, a sharp crack followed by the crystalline rain of shattered panes. She pulled up the security feeds, cycling through cameras until she found it. The side window near the storage room had given way, and 3 figures were crawling through the opening, cutting themselves on remaining shards without apparent notice. They were inside. Emily's breath caught. The office door was solid wood with a commercial lock, better than a residential door but not designed to withstand sustained assault. She looked around the small space, identifying potential weapons. A fire extinguisher mounted on the wall, a heavy stapler on the desk, the office chair itself, if she needed to use it as a barrier. The figures moved through the store with that characteristic stumbling gait, and Emily watched them on the monitors. They didn't seem to be searching systematically. Instead, they wandered, occasionally stopping to claw at walls or knock over displays, their movements random and purposeless. One of them approached a cooler and stood staring at the glass doors for long minutes before moving on. Another found the candy aisle and swept their arm across a shelf, sending chocolate bars and gum packages cascading to the floor. They would find the office eventually. The building wasn't large enough for them to miss it forever. Emily considered her options with forced calm, the same methodical thinking she applied to inventory management or schedule coordination. Fight wasn't realistic. She had no weapons beyond improvised office supplies, and these creatures had shown they could continue functioning with horrific injuries. Flight was impossible with more of them gathering outside every entrance. That left hiding and hoping. The office had a small closet where cleaning supplies were stored. Emily opened it quietly, moving aside bottles of bleach and boxes of paper towels, creating a space just large enough for her to squeeze into. She positioned herself inside, pulling the door almost closed, leaving a crack she could peer through to monitor the office entrance. Then she waited. Time lost meaning in the darkness of the closet. Emily's legs cramped from the awkward position, but she didn't dare move. Her phone, still charging on the desk, showed 2:47 a.m. when she heard the office door handle rattle. The lock held. The rattling continued, insistent, accompanied by that low, moaning sound. Minutes passed. The door shuddered under impacts, and Emily heard the wood beginning to splinter around the lock mechanism. With a final crack, the door burst inward, and one of the creatures stumbled into the office. Emily watched through the crack as it moved past her hiding spot, heading toward the desk. It knocked over the stapler, sending it clattering to the floor. It picked up a pen and stared at it with those vacant eyes before dropping it and moving on. The creature turned a slow circle, seeming to search for something it couldn't quite identify. Its movements brought it closer to the closet, and Emily held her breath, pressing herself deeper into the confined space. The creature stopped directly in front of the closet door. Emily could smell it, a rotten organic stench of decay and bodily fluids. She watched its shadow through the crack, saw its hand reach toward the door handle. A loud crash came from elsewhere in the building, and the creature's head snapped in that direction. It turned away from the closet and stumbled back toward the ruined office door, drawn by the sound. Emily waited until she heard its footsteps fade, then waited longer, counting her heartbeats, forcing herself to remain hidden. Dawn came slowly, gray light filtering through the office window. Emily emerged from the closet on stiff legs, every muscle protesting. The office was a wreck. Papers scattered, furniture overturned, but the creatures had moved on. She checked the security monitors and saw they had wandered back outside, joining the larger crowd that still pressed against the building's exterior. Her phone showed dozens of missed calls and texts, the battery down to 12% despite being plugged in all night. She scrolled through them quickly. Her mother. "Call us immediately. Are you safe?" Her brother. "News says stay inside. Don't trust anyone showing symptoms." Danny. "Still alive? Text me back." Emily responded to each with quick messages confirming she was okay, trapped at the truck stop, but unharmed. The responses came back immediately. Her family and friends had been awake all night, monitoring phones, waiting for updates. Her mother wanted her to stay put until help arrived. Her brother suggested she try to reach the sheriff's department directly. Danny said the town was chaos, that people were fleeing or barricading themselves in their homes, that the local hospital had closed completely after staff abandoned their posts. She needed food and water. The storage room was accessible if she was careful, and it still held inventory. Emily opened the office door slowly, checking the hallway. Empty. She moved quickly, staying alert for any movement, and reached the storage room without incident. The creatures had been through here too, boxes torn open, products scattered across the floor, but plenty remained. Emily grabbed bottled water and protein bars, stuffing them into a plastic shopping bag. She took a flashlight from the automotive supplies section and extra batteries. In the corner near the mop bucket and industrial cleaning equipment, she found a toolbox containing various implements the maintenance crew used for repairs. She selected a heavy wrench and a screwdriver with a long, thick shaft. Not weapons exactly, but better than nothing. Back in the office, she barricaded herself again, piling filing cabinets against the broken door to create a barrier. The sun was fully up now, illuminating the parking lot where dozens of creatures wandered aimlessly. The interstate beyond carried almost no traffic, just occasional vehicles speeding past without stopping, their occupants smart enough to avoid any location that might harbor the infected. Emily's phone rang, an unexpected sound that made her jump. "Unknown number," she answered cautiously. "Emily?" The voice was male, unfamiliar. "This is Sergeant Morrison with the County Sheriff's Department. Your parents filed a missing person report. Are you currently safe?" "I'm at the Lincoln truck stop. I'm barricaded in the office. There are infected people outside and inside the building." "How many inside?" "I saw 3 come through a broken window last night. They left the office area, but I don't know where they are now." "Okay, listen carefully. We've established a safe zone at the county fairgrounds, but we're not conducting active rescues. Our resources are spread too thin. If you can reach a vehicle safely, head north on County Road 14. We have checkpoints set up. If you can't leave safely, stay where you are and keep this number. Call if your situation changes." "What about the National Guard? When are they coming?" The pause told her everything she needed to know. "The National Guard is being deployed to major population centers. Rural areas are on their own for now. I'm sorry." The call ended. Emily sat staring at her phone, processing the information. No rescue was coming. No cavalry would arrive to clear out the infected and restore order. The assumption of help of authorities with resources and plans was another casualty of whatever had broken loose in the world. She needed to leave. The truck stop was defensible for now, but it wasn't a long-term solution. Food and water wouldn't last forever. The power could fail. More infected could arrive, and eventually they'd find a way in. The county fairgrounds offered organization, numbers, some vestige of official structure. Her Honda was still in the employee parking area, assuming it was intact. Reaching it meant crossing 50 feet of open space where the infected wandered. Doable, maybe, if she timed it right and moved fast. The brake problem didn't matter now. She could drive on failing brakes as long as she could drive at all. Emily spent the day watching and planning. The creatures followed patterns, she realized. They didn't coordinate, but they responded to stimuli. Sound drew them. Movement attracted their attention. They clustered around anything that suggested the presence of living humans, but when no stimulus was present, they wandered aimlessly, gradually dispersing. By late afternoon, the crowd outside had thinned. Many of the creatures had drifted away, following the interstate or disappearing into the surrounding landscape. Those that remained moved slowly, their bodies showing increasing signs of decay. One of them had collapsed near the diesel pumps and wasn't moving at all. Whether dead again or simply dormant, Emily couldn't tell. She prepared carefully. Comfortable shoes, not the slip-resistant work shoes she normally wore. Her jacket zipped up fully. The wrench gripped in her right hand. Keys in her left pocket where she could access them quickly. She rehearsed the route in her mind. Out the back door, across the employee parking area, into the car, start the engine, and drive. Simple, direct. Survival reduced to basic steps. The sun touched the horizon, painting the sky in violent reds and oranges. Emily took a final look around the office that had been her sanctuary, the desk where she'd done paperwork for 6 years. The bulletin board covered with safety memos and schedule printouts. The coffee pot that had sustained her through countless early morning shifts. All meaningless now, artifacts of a world that had ended. She moved to the back door and paused, listening. No sounds from inside the building. Outside, birds were singing, oblivious to human catastrophe. Emily unlocked the door slowly, the mechanism clicking with what sounded like enormous volume. She eased it open, revealing the parking area bathed in twilight. Her Honda sat 20 yards away. Between her and it, nothing moved. Emily stepped outside, pulling the door closed behind her. The evening air felt cool after the recycled atmosphere of the building. She walked quickly, forcing herself not to run because running suggested panic, and panic led to mistakes. 15 yards? 10. The Honda's red paint looked dull under a layer of road dust. 5 yards. Emily pulled out her keys, thumb finding the unlock button. The car's lights flashed, and the locks clicked open. She reached for the door handle. The creature came from beside the dumpster enclosure, moving faster than she'd seen any of them move before. It lunged at her with a rasping moan, arms outstretched, jaw snapping. Emily barely had time to raise the wrench before it was on her. The impact knocked her backward against the car. Rotten breath washed over her face, and she saw that this had been a woman once, maybe middle-aged, wearing what remained of business-casual clothing. The creature's hands grasped at Emily's jacket, fingers tangling in the fabric, pulling her closer to teeth that champed mechanically. Emily brought the wrench up and struck sideways, catching the creature across the temple. The skull gave way with a nauseating crack, and the creature's grip loosened. Emily shoved hard, pushing it away, and swung again, this time overhead like she was driving a spike. The wrench connected with the top of the skull, and the creature collapsed, twitching on the pavement. She didn't wait to see if it would rise again. Emily yanked open the car door, threw herself inside, and slammed it shut. Her hands shook as she started the engine. The Honda's familiar sounds, the ignition turning over, the engine catching, the radio coming on mid-song, felt like salvation. Emily backed out of the parking space, not bothering to look behind her carefully. If she hit something, so be it. The car found pavement, and she shifted into drive, accelerating toward the exit. In the rearview mirror, she saw more creatures emerging from around the building, drawn by the engine noise, but she was already pulling onto the access road, leaving the truck stop behind. The road was empty. Emily drove north as instructed, following County Road 14 through farmland, where corn grew in neat rows and silos stood silent against the darkening sky. Her headlights carved tunnels through the gloom, revealing nothing but pavement and ditches and the occasional reflective mailbox marker. She'd traveled maybe 5 miles when she saw the checkpoint, 2 sheriff's department vehicles parked across the road with their lights flashing, creating a barrier. Emily slowed, lowering her window as an officer approached with a flashlight and a rifle slung across his chest. "Identification," he said, his voice flat with exhaustion. Emily handed over her driver's license. He examined it, then checked something on a clipboard. "Emily Henderson, your parents are at the fairgrounds. Pull forward and follow the signs. Stay in your vehicle until you reach processing." Processing? Health screening. Anyone showing symptoms gets quarantined. Anyone clean goes into the general population zone. It's not perfect, but it's what we've got. He waved her through, and Emily continued north, following makeshift signs that directed her toward the county fairgrounds. The facility appeared ahead, its midway lights visible against the night sky. Under normal circumstances, those lights would illuminate carnival rides and livestock exhibitions. Now they illuminated a refugee camp. Emily drove through the gates and followed more signs to a processing area where volunteers in makeshift protective gear, garbage bags, and medical masks directed her to park. A woman approached with a clipboard, asking questions through her mask. Any exposure to infected individuals? Any symptoms? Fever, coughing, unusual behavior? Emily answered truthfully, and the woman checked boxes on her form. "You'll need to spend 48 hours in observation before moving to general housing. We've got tents set up on the north side. Someone will bring you food and water. If you develop any symptoms during observation, inform the medical staff immediately." The observation area consisted of camping tents arranged in rows, each one holding a single person or family unit. Emily was assigned Tent 14, which contained a cot, a sleeping bag, and a battery-powered lantern. She crawled inside and zipped the entrance closed, shutting out the world. The sleeping bag smelled of mothballs and basement storage. Emily wrapped herself in it anyway, seeking whatever comfort she could find. Through the thin tent walls, she could hear voices, people calling to each other, children crying, someone coughing in a way that made others shout for medical staff. The sounds of civilization trying to maintain itself despite everything collapsing. Emily closed her eyes and saw the creature that had attacked her, saw its vacant eyes and snapping jaw, felt again the impact of the wrench connecting with bone. She'd killed someone. That the someone had been dead already in all the ways that mattered didn't change the physical fact of violence, of deliberate action taken to end another entity's existence. She'd always imagined she would feel horror or guilt over killing. Instead, she felt nothing. Just a vast emptiness where emotion should be, an absence so complete it was itself a kind of feeling. The world had transformed, and she was transforming with it, becoming something harder and colder because the alternative was madness. Sleep came eventually, broken and haunted by dreams of pursuit and infection, of feeling fever rise in her own body while knowing she was becoming one of them. She woke repeatedly, checking her temperature with her hand against her forehead, monitoring herself for symptoms with paranoid attention. Dawn arrived gray and cold. Emily emerged from the tent to find the observation area alive with controlled activity. Volunteers delivered breakfast, granola bars and bottled water, the universal currencies of survival. A nurse made rounds, checking people for symptoms, taking temperatures with a digital thermometer she wiped down with alcohol between uses. Emily's temperature was normal. Her 48 hours began officially, counted from the moment she'd arrived. She had nothing to do but wait and watch as the camp operated around her. More people arrived throughout the day, their vehicles showing signs of desperate flight, bullet holes in doors, shattered windows, blood smeared across hoods. Each new arrival brought stories of chaos in the towns and cities, of authorities overwhelmed, of hospitals fallen, of military units engaged in fighting. They couldn't win because the enemy kept rising. By evening, word spread through the camp that the interstate had been completely shut down. No traffic in either direction. The official explanation was disease control, but everyone understood the real reason. The infected now outnumbered the living in some areas, and maintaining open roads meant providing corridors for the dead to migrate through. Emily's parents found her on the second day. They weren't supposed to cross from the general population into observation, but her father had bullied his way past the volunteers, using the forceful personality that had served him well in railroad management. Her mother followed, carrying a thermos of coffee she'd somehow acquired. They sat outside Emily's tent, maintaining careful distance, and talked. Her father looked older, lines deepened in his face. Her mother's hands shook constantly, a tremor she tried to hide by folding them in her lap. They'd been at the fairgrounds for 3 days, having fled Grand Island when the hospital there collapsed. They'd seen things. Her father's voice broke when he described watching neighbors turn on each other, watching the infection spread house to house through a residential street. "Your brother's trying to reach us," her mother said. "He called yesterday from somewhere in Wyoming. He left Denver and is heading north. Thinks Montana might be safer. Less population density." "Is anywhere actually safe?" Emily asked. Neither parent answered immediately. Finally, her father said, "We do what we can. We stay together. We adapt." They left before the volunteers could escort them out, and Emily sat alone again, processing the conversation. Her family was alive and together, which put them ahead of most people. But together was fragile, and alive was a state that could change in seconds. On the third day, Emily was cleared from observation and moved to the general population area. The fairgrounds had been divided into zones: housing, food distribution, medical, sanitation, and security. The livestock barns now held people, families claiming stalls and hanging sheets for privacy. The main exhibition hall served as a communal dining area and gathering space. The rides and game booths of the Midway had been stripped down, their components repurposed into barriers and building materials. Several hundred people occupied the camp, and more arrived daily as news spread that the fairgrounds represented a pocket of stability. The county sheriff coordinated security with a mix of deputies, volunteers, and anyone else who could hold a weapon. They'd established a perimeter, posted guards at the gates, and implemented strict protocols about entry and contact with anyone outside the camp. Emily volunteered for work assignments, needing something to occupy her mind. She was assigned to food inventory, tracking what supplies came in and what got distributed, ensuring fair rationing. The job utilized her truck stop experience. She understood inventory management, knew how to stretch resources, recognized waste when she saw it. The food situation was precarious. The camp relied on scavenging runs to nearby towns and farmhouses, teams of volunteers taking vehicles out and returning with whatever they could find. These runs grew more dangerous as the days passed. The infected spread, their numbers increasing geometrically as each new victim became another predator, and human survivors, desperate for supplies, fought over the dwindling resources. 2 weeks after Emily's arrival, a scavenging team returned with news that Lincoln itself had fallen. The city's population had either fled, died, or turned. The streets were filled with the infected, thousands of them, wandering aimlessly between empty buildings. No authorities remained, no services functioned. The city was dead. Similar reports came from other directions. Omaha, Kansas City, Denver. The major population centers along the interstates were gone, consumed by infection that spread faster than anyone could contain. The government had retreated to secure installations, military bases, aircraft carriers, remote facilities, abandoning civilian populations to their fate. The television in the exhibition hall still worked, powered by generators that ran on increasingly scarce fuel, but the programming had changed. No more regular broadcasts, just emergency bulletins and looping messages instructing people to shelter in place, avoid the infected, and wait for help that everyone knew wasn't coming. Sometimes the signal would cut out entirely, replaced by color bars or static, and it would be hours or days before transmissions resumed. Emily threw herself into work, taking extra shifts in the food distribution system, volunteering for overnight inventory counts, anything to avoid thinking. She slept in the barn with her parents, the three of them occupying a livestock stall that reeked of disinfectant and animal dander. At night, she listened to the camp's sounds, people talking quietly, children crying, the constant background noise of hundreds of humans compressed into space designed for county fairs and livestock shows. Days blurred together. A week passed, then two. The camp's population swelled to over 1,000 as refugees arrived from increasingly distant locations. Resources strained, the scavenging teams reported finding less each trip, the nearby areas already picked clean. Teams had to venture farther, staying away longer, risking more. Danny arrived during the third week. Emily saw him from across the exhibition hall and barely recognized him. He'd lost weight, looked years older, moved with the careful wariness of someone who'd learned that every shadow might hide danger. They found each other and embraced, neither speaking, the physical contact saying everything words couldn't. He'd come alone. His mother had been infected during the evacuation from Lincoln. He'd watched her change, watched the fever take her, watched her die and reanimate into something that wore her face but held no recognition. He'd locked her in their bathroom and fled, listening to her pound against the door as he gathered supplies and ran. "I kept thinking she'd get better," Danny said, his voice hollow. "Even when I knew what was happening, I thought maybe she'd be different. Maybe she'd fight it off." Emily held him while he cried, and she felt the same emptiness she'd discovered at the truck stop. She should be crying too. She should feel devastation for his loss, should share his grief. Instead, there was only that void, that absence of emotion that made her wonder if she'd lost something essential to being human. The camp's leadership, a loose coalition of the sheriff, the mayor, and several community leaders, implemented stricter controls as resources dwindled. Rationing became more severe. 2 meals daily instead of 3. Guards at the supply tents to prevent theft. A lottery system for scavenging assignments because more people wanted to leave on dangerous runs than could be safely accommodated. Tensions rose, arguments broke out over food portions, over sleeping arrangements, over children making noise that disturbed others. The sheriff's deputies spent more time managing internal conflicts than securing the perimeter. People were scared, hungry, and beginning to understand that this situation wasn't temporary. There was no going back to normal. This was normal now. A month after Emily's arrival, the first violent confrontation occurred. A group of 20 people, families who'd been at the camp since the beginning, approached the leadership and demanded a larger share of supplies. They'd brought children, they argued. They needed more food to keep the next generation alive. The leadership refused. Everyone was hungry, everyone had needs. Fairness required equal distribution. The group left the meeting angry, and that night they attempted to raid the supply tent. The guards confronted them. Shouting escalated to shoving, shoving to punches, and suddenly someone had drawn a knife. When order was restored, 2 people were dead, 1 from the raiding group, 1 guard, and 3 others were seriously injured. The camp held a funeral the next day, burying the dead in a field beyond the livestock barns. Emily attended, standing at the back of the crowd, and listened to the mayor speak about community and cooperation, and not letting fear turn people against each other. The words sounded hollow, empty platitudes against the reality that people were turning against each other, that fear was winning. After the funeral, the leadership announced new rules. Anyone caught stealing would be expelled from the camp immediately. Violent offenders would be restrained and held for judgment. A council would form to hear disputes and render decisions. It was civilization in miniature, all the structures that governed large societies compressed into a population of refugees. Emily volunteered for the council, and they accepted her immediately. They needed people willing to sit in judgment, and volunteers were scarce. Most people wanted to avoid responsibility for decisions that might condemn others. Emily felt nothing about it either way, which made her ideal. The disputes she heard were petty by pre-outbreak standards, but felt enormous to the people involved. Arguments over tent space, accusations of hoarding, complaints about children being too loud, or adults drinking too much from the limited alcohol supply someone had scavenged. Emily listened and rendered judgment with mechanical fairness, following the established rules without concern for whether her decisions made her popular. Danny watched from the crowd during one session, and afterward he pulled her aside. "You're different," he said. "Cold." "Is that bad?" Emily asked. "I don't know. Maybe it's what we need. Maybe we all need to be colder." He was right about her change. The woman who'd worked the truck stop register 6 weeks ago wouldn't recognize the person Emily had become. That woman had cared about customer service, worried about inventory reports, stressed over being late for shifts. All those concerns had been burned away, leaving only the essential core: survive, protect those she cared about, make decisions based on practical reality rather than moral idealism. The scavenging runs grew more dangerous as the infected spread and supplies dried up. Teams had to travel farther, stay away longer, fight harder for what they found. They came back with stories of massive hordes, thousands of infected moving together in directionless migrations. They reported other survivor groups, some friendly but many hostile, all competing for the same limited resources. One team didn't come back at all. They'd left for a 3-day run to a town 20 miles south and simply vanished. The sheriff organized a search party, but they found only the team's vehicles abandoned on a county road, doors open, blood splashed across the interiors. No bodies, no supplies, no explanation. After that, scavenging teams went out armed and paranoid, ready to fight other humans as much as the infected. Emily heard veterans describe it as similar to war zones they'd served in. That same constant alertness, that knowledge that threats could emerge from any direction at any moment. The camp's population began to decline. Some people left voluntarily, believing they could do better elsewhere, that the camp's structure was suffocating, that freedom mattered more than safety. Others were expelled for violations of the rules, fighting, stealing, refusing to contribute to communal work. A few died from disease, from accidents, from violence within the camp's supposedly safe boundaries, and some died from infection. Despite all precautions, the disease found its way inside. Someone would develop a fever, start coughing, and within hours, the transformation would begin. The medical staff tried to contain these cases, isolating the infected in a quarantine tent, but isolation only delayed the inevitable. The sick died and reanimated, and guards had to put them down permanently, destroying the brain to end the cycle. Emily witnessed 3 such executions. Each followed the same pattern: the infected person restrained, a volunteer with a weapon, a moment of hesitation before action, and then the quick violence that ended it. The bodies were burned in a pit beyond the camp's perimeter, smoke rising into Nebraska's sky like signals to absent gods. Winter approached. Temperatures dropped, frost appearing on the grass each morning. The fairgrounds weren't designed for cold weather habitation. People shivered in inadequate clothing, and the generators that powered the camp struggled to provide enough electricity for heating. The leadership began discussing whether to abandon the fairgrounds, move to somewhere more defensible or better insulated. But every discussion devolved into arguments about where they could go and how they'd transport 1,000 people safely. The decision was made for them when the attack came. It happened at dawn on a Thursday morning, 6 weeks after Emily's arrival. The guards at the north gate noticed them first, a massive horde moving across the fields, hundreds of infected drawn by some unfathomable instinct toward the concentration of living humans. The guards sounded the alarm, and the camp erupted into controlled chaos. Emily grabbed her wrench, now a constant companion, and ran toward the defensive positions. The sheriff's deputies were organizing people into firing lines, distributing weapons to anyone who could use them. The infected approached steadily, their numbers overwhelming, and Emily realized with cold certainty that the defenses wouldn't hold. "Fall back to the barns!" the sheriff shouted. "Get the children inside." Everyone else, buy us time. Emily found herself beside Danny in the defensive line, both of them holding makeshift weapons, her wrench and a steel pipe he'd found somewhere. The infected reached the perimeter fence, pressing against it with the weight of their numbers. The chain link held for perhaps 30 seconds before posts began to give way, metal bending under impossible pressure. Then they were through. Emily swung her wrench at the first infected to reach her, crushing its skull with practiced efficiency. The body dropped, and another took its place immediately. She swung again and again, arms burning with effort, fear completely absent, because fear required the belief in a future, and she couldn't see beyond the next second. The infected kept coming. For every one destroyed, 3 more appeared. Emily saw people around her being pulled down, heard screams as teeth found flesh, watched the defensive line collapse into individual struggles for survival. Danny was beside her, using the pipe like a club, his young face set in grim determination. "Emily!" her father's voice. She turned and saw him 30 feet away, waving frantically toward the barns. "Get inside!" She grabbed Danny's arm and pulled, forcing him to move. They ran together, weaving between struggling groups, jumping over bodies, driven by the pure animal imperative to survive. The barn door stood open, people flooding through, and Emily and Danny squeezed through just as the defenders began pulling it shut. Inside, the barn was packed with refugees, maybe 300 people pressed together in space meant for livestock. The doors were barred, but thin walls and high windows offered little real protection. Emily found her parents against one wall, her mother clutching a small knife they'd acquired somewhere. Her father had a length of 2 by 4, and the absurdity of their weapons against what waited outside would have been funny in another context. The infected reached the barn and began their assault on the walls. Wood creaked and splintered. People screamed. Children cried. Emily stood with Danny and her parents, wrench ready, watching the walls bow inward under pressure. "If they get through," her father said quietly, "we run. Don't stop, don't look back. Get to a vehicle and drive." Emily nodded. Practical advice, survival distilled to its essence. But the walls held. Minutes passed, then an hour. The assault continued outside, but the barn's construction, solid wood over a metal frame, proved sturdier than anyone expected. Through gaps in the walls, Emily could see the infected pressing against the structure, an ocean of grasping hands and snapping jaws, but they couldn't break through. Gunfire erupted from somewhere across the camp. The sheriff's remaining deputies making a stand, or perhaps other survivors fighting their own battles. The sounds echoed across the fairgrounds, punctuated by screams and the moaning of the infected. Gradually, the pressure against the barn walls lessened. The infected were wandering away, drawn by sounds elsewhere, or simply losing interest in prey they couldn't immediately reach. By midday, the area outside the barn had mostly cleared, though shapes still moved in the distance. The sheriff appeared at the barn door, looking like he'd aged a decade. Blood covered his uniform and he moved with a limp. "The camp's lost," he announced. "North side is completely overrun. We need to evacuate now while there's still a window." The evacuation was chaos, barely controlled. People gathered what they could carry and moved in groups toward the vehicle staging area where cars and trucks waited. Emily helped organize, directing people, maintaining some semblance of order because the alternative was panic, and panic meant death. Her family loaded into their father's truck, a Ford F-150 with a camper shell covering the bed. They'd managed to salvage some supplies during the evacuation: boxes of canned food, bottles of water, blankets, a first aid kit. Danny climbed in with them, no discussion necessary. He was family now, bound by shared survival. The convoy of vehicles fled the fairgrounds, following a route the sheriff had scouted south and west toward more remote areas. Behind them, the camp burned, whether from accident or deliberate action to prevent the infected from claiming the supplies. Emily didn't know and didn't care. They drove for hours, stopping only when fuel ran low. The landscape rolled past in winter-brown monotony, farm fields and pastures broken by occasional towns that looked abandoned or worse. Sometimes they saw the infected wandering along roads, solitary figures that turned toward the sound of engines but couldn't pursue effectively. Other times they saw signs of human survivors: houses with barricaded windows, vehicles parked defensively, occasional faces peering from behind curtains. Night fell, and the convoy found temporary shelter at a rural school that had been abandoned weeks earlier. The building offered solid walls and rooms that could be secured individually, reducing the risk if someone turned. Emily's family claimed a classroom, pushing desks together to create sleeping platforms. They'd survived the attack. The count showed 78 people had made it out, less than a tenth of the camp's population. The rest were dead or infected or fled in other directions. The sheriff called a meeting in the school's gymnasium, his voice echoing off basketball hoops and stage curtains. "We can't stay here long," he said. "This building isn't defensible for more than a few days. We need to find somewhere more permanent, remote, defensible, with water and potential for growing food." "That's fantasy," someone shouted. "Everywhere is infected. There is no safe place." "Then we die," the sheriff replied flatly. "Those are the options. Find somewhere we can hold, or keep running until we can't run anymore." The meeting devolved into arguments and recriminations. People blamed each other for the camp's fall, accused the leadership of incompetence, demanded answers that no one could provide. Emily listened without contributing, recognizing that these arguments were just grief wearing different clothes. That night, she sat with Danny on the school's front steps, watching the stars emerge in a sky unpolluted by city lights. The silence was profound. No traffic, no distant machinery, no human sounds beyond the building behind them. "Do you think we'll make it?" Danny asked. "Through tonight? Probably. Through next week? Maybe. Through next year?" Emily shrugged. "Odds aren't good." "That's dark. That's realistic." Danny was quiet for a moment. "I keep thinking about my mom, about whether she's still out there somewhere, still walking around. Part of me wants to find her, see her one more time, even if she's—" "Don't," Emily said. "That kind of thinking will destroy you." "Is that why you're so cold now? Because feeling things will destroy you?" Emily considered the question. "I'm not cold. I just understand that survival requires prioritizing what matters. Feelings are luxury items. We deal in necessities now." Over the following days, the group of survivors split. Some wanted to continue fleeing, heading toward supposed safe zones in the Rocky Mountains or the North Woods of Minnesota. Others believed the school was defensible enough to fortify and hold. The sheriff stayed neutral, acknowledging that both strategies had merit and risks. Emily's family chose to head north. The school felt temporary, and temporary meant vulnerable. They joined a group of 15 others, taking 3 vehicles and pooling their supplies. The convoy departed at dawn, leaving behind those who'd chosen to stay. The journey north was slow and dangerous. Roads were unpredictable, some clear, others blocked by abandoned vehicles or barricades erected by survivors who'd claimed stretches of highway. The infected appeared sporadically, individuals or small groups that the convoy avoided when possible and fought when necessary. They passed through towns that looked untouched, as if residents had simply vanished, leaving behind houses with cars in driveways and Christmas decorations still hanging from porches. Other towns showed evidence of violence, burned buildings, barricaded streets, bodies left where they'd fallen. Emily saw a church with its windows shattered, the interior visible through the breaks, revealing pews overturned and walls splashed with old blood. Fuel became increasingly difficult to find. Most gas stations had been drained by earlier evacuees, their pumps dry and nozzles hanging uselessly. The convoy took to siphoning from abandoned vehicles, using lengths of hose to transfer precious gasoline from tank to tank. The process was slow and exposed them to danger while they worked, but necessary. They encountered other survivors occasionally. Most interactions were tense standoffs, each group wary of the other, communicating through gestures from safe distances before moving on. Once, they found a family stranded by the roadside, their minivan smoking from a dead engine. The family had 2 young children, and they begged for help, for supplies, for a ride to anywhere safer. The convoy debated. Supplies were limited. Adding 5 more mouths meant everyone got less. But leaving a family with children felt like crossing a line, abandoning the pretense of civilization completely. They compromised, gave the family some food and water, pointed them toward a farmhouse that might offer shelter, then drove away. Emily watched them recede in the truck's side mirror, the mother standing alone on the empty road, and felt that familiar nothing. 2 weeks after leaving the school, the convoy found what they'd been searching for, a recreational camp on the shore of a small reservoir, remote enough to be defensible, with buildings designed for year-round use, surrounded by wooded land that offered some concealment and hunting. The site had been abandoned when the outbreak reached this area, the staff fleeing to join families elsewhere. It was perfect. They established themselves quickly, falling into routines developed through weeks of survival. Guards posted at the access road, inventory of supplies, exploration of the surrounding area to identify resources and threats. The buildings needed work, broken windows repaired, doors reinforced, firewood gathered, but the bones were solid. Emily fell into her role managing supplies, creating a system that tracked every can of food, every bottle of purified water, every box of ammunition. Her organizational skills, honed at the truck stop and refined at the fairgrounds, made her invaluable. People came to her with questions about rationing, about whether they could spare food for a sick member, about fair distribution of scarce resources. She made decisions without sentiment. Math didn't care about circumstances or sob stories. Either the numbers worked or they didn't. This made her unpopular but respected, and respect was more useful than popularity when survival was the goal. Winter settled in fully, bringing snow and temperatures that dropped below 0. The camp struggled to stay warm, burning through their firewood supply faster than anyone had hoped. Hunting parties went out daily, returning with deer and rabbits that were butchered and rationed carefully. Emily learned to preserve meat using techniques her grandfather had taught her decades ago during childhood summers, before she'd decided she wanted nothing to do with his rural lifestyle. The infected appeared less frequently during the coldest periods, their bodies sluggish in the freezing temperatures. This wasn't good news exactly. The cold that slowed them also made survival harder for the living. Frostbite, hypothermia, and respiratory illnesses stalked the camp, picking off the vulnerable. They lost 3 people to pneumonia in January, their bodies buried in ground frozen too hard to dig properly. Danny found purpose in the camp's security team. He'd learned to shoot, his natural mechanical aptitude translating to weapon maintenance and marksmanship. He took guard shifts seriously, never complaining about the cold or the boredom of watching empty roads for hours. Emily saw him changing, hardening, becoming someone who could do what survival required. They had a few good weeks in February. The weather moderated slightly, hunting was successful, and no major threats materialized. People began to relax fractionally, to consider that maybe they'd found something sustainable. Children played in the snow. Adults discussed plans for spring planting. The camp took on characteristics of a community rather than just a collection of refugees. Then the other survivors arrived. They came in a convoy twice the size of the camp's total population, 50 or 60 people in various vehicles, pulling up to the access road and parking. Their leader was a man in his 40s named Harris, who did all the talking while his people watched silently from behind. He explained they'd traveled from Iowa, fleeing a massive horde that had overrun their previous location. They needed shelter, food, safety. The camp's leadership, now a council of 5 that included Emily, met to discuss the situation. The numbers were stark. Absorbing 60 people meant doubling the population with no corresponding increase in resources. Food supplies would last weeks instead of months. Security would be stretched impossibly thin. The buildings couldn't house that many people comfortably, but turning them away meant sending them to almost certain death. And among their numbers were women, children, elderly, vulnerable people who'd already survived impossible odds. The council debated for hours. Some argued for humanitarian obligation, others for practical survival. Emily listened to both sides, then voted with cold clarity. They couldn't take everyone, but they could take some. Offer shelter to families with children, to the elderly, to anyone with useful skills. The rest would have to find somewhere else. Harris rejected the compromise immediately. "We're a group. We stay together or we leave together." "Then you leave together," Emily said. "We don't have resources for 60 people." Harris's expression hardened. "You sure about that? We've got numbers. We could take what we need." The threat hung in the air between them. The camp's security team moved into position, weapons ready but not raised. Harris's people did the same. For a long moment, violence felt inevitable. Then Harris smiled, a cold expression empty of humor. "We'll leave. But remember, you chose this. When things go bad, and they will, don't pretend you took the moral high ground." The convoy departed, and the camp's leadership watched them go with mixed feelings of relief and guilt. They'd made the practical choice, the one that preserved their own survival chances. But it felt like they'd crossed a line, become the kind of people who valued their own lives over others. "We did what we had to," Emily said, speaking to no one in particular. "Doesn't make it right," the sheriff replied. "Right doesn't keep us alive." 2 days later, they found the scouts. Harris's group had left behind 3 people hidden in the woods surrounding the camp, watching. The security team discovered them by accident during a hunting run, and a firefight erupted. 1 scout died. The other 2 fled deeper into the forest. The camp went to high alert. Guards doubled. No one went outside alone. Harris's convoy was out there somewhere, and they'd been scouting the camp's defenses, learning routines, identifying weaknesses. An attack was coming. It happened 3 nights later. Harris's people approached under cover of darkness, cutting through the fence line on the camp's west side, moving silently until they were among the buildings. Then chaos. Emily woke to gunfire and shouting. She grabbed her wrench, still her preferred weapon after months of survival, and rushed outside. The camp was lit by muzzle flashes and flashlight beams cutting through darkness. She saw Harris's people moving between buildings, smashing windows, grabbing supplies. The security team was fighting back, but they were outnumbered and caught by surprise. Emily found Danny near the main supply building, using his rifle to keep 3 raiders at bay. She joined him, and together they held the position while others fled with armloads of food and equipment. One raider tried to rush them, and Emily swung her wrench with all her strength, feeling it connect solidly with the man's knee. He went down screaming, and she hit him again, this time in the head, silencing him. The fight lasted maybe 20 minutes before Harris's people withdrew, having taken what they came for. In the aftermath, the camp counted losses: 2 dead from the security team, 5 wounded, and approximately half their supply stocks stolen. The raiders had been efficient, targeting the buildings where food and medicine were stored, ignoring everything else. The sheriff wanted to pursue, to recover what had been taken, but Emily argued against it. They're expecting pursuit. They'll ambush anyone who follows. We need to reinforce our defenses and accept the loss. Accept? The sheriff's voice was raw with anger. They killed our people. They stole our food. We're supposed to just accept that? Yes, Emily said flatly, because the alternative is throwing more lives away on revenge that won't recover what's gone. The council voted, and Emily's position won by a single vote. They would fortify, not pursue. The decision created resentment. Some people accused the leadership of cowardice, of valuing safety over justice. But Emily didn't care about accusations. She cared about survival, and survival meant sometimes swallowing anger and making rational choices. Over the following weeks, the camp reinforced its defenses. They built better barriers, established overlapping fields of fire, created protocols for responding to attacks. The security team drilled constantly, learning from the mistakes that had allowed Harris's raid to succeed. Emily pushed for more aggressive rationing, knowing their reduced supplies wouldn't last as long as originally planned. Spring came slowly, winter reluctantly releasing its grip. The snow melted, revealing a landscape that looked surprisingly normal: grass growing, birds returning, trees budding. Nature didn't care about human catastrophe. It continued its cycles regardless of how many people died or became infected. The camp attempted to plant crops in cleared areas near the buildings. No one really knew what they were doing. They had seeds scavenged from abandoned stores but limited farming knowledge. Emily found herself consulting old books from the camp's small library, reading about soil preparation and planting schedules, learning agricultural techniques that felt simultaneously foreign and desperately necessary. Danny took to the work naturally, his mechanical aptitude translating somehow to understanding irrigation systems and simple equipment repair. He built a greenhouse from scavenged materials, creating a protected space where seedlings could develop before being transplanted outside. It gave him purpose beyond guard duty, something constructive to balance all the destruction. The infected appeared more frequently as weather warmed, their sluggish winter behavior giving way to more active hunting. The camp's security teams put down dozens each week, the bodies burned or buried depending on how much fuel they could spare. Emily watched the kill counts rise and wondered how long this could continue. How many infected existed now? Millions? More? At what point did the living become too few to matter? In April, Emily's mother fell sick. It started as a cough, dry and persistent, which could have been a dozen things unrelated to the infection. But within 24 hours, fever developed, and Emily recognized the progression. She'd seen it often enough. They isolated her mother in a separate building, one of the original camp structures that sat apart from the main compound. Emily's father stayed with her, refusing to leave despite understanding the risk. Emily and Danny visited, maintaining careful distance, watching through the window as her mother's condition deteriorated. The fever climbed. The cough grew worse. Her mother's personality began to fragment, lucid moments interspersed with confusion and aggression. Emily's father held her hand through it all, speaking quietly, maintaining the fiction that medical help might arrive, that treatment existed somewhere. On the third day, Emily's mother died. Her father emerged from the building looking 20 years older, his face a mask of devastated calm. "She's gone," he said simply. They waited. Protocol required watching the body for 2 hours to confirm reanimation didn't occur. Sometimes it didn't, though no one understood why. Most died and rose, but a small percentage simply stayed dead. Emily hoped desperately that her mother would be one of the exceptions. She wasn't. 90 minutes after death, her mother's eyes opened, already vacant and hungry. Her father tried to speak to her, tried to reach whatever might remain, but Emily knew better. That wasn't her mother anymore. It was a thing wearing her mother's face, operating on instincts that had nothing to do with the woman she'd been. The sheriff appeared with a handgun. "I'll do it," he offered gently. "You don't have to watch." Emily's father shook his head. "No, she was my wife. This is my responsibility." He took the gun and entered the building alone. Emily heard the shot, single and final, and then her father emerged. He returned the weapon to the sheriff without speaking and walked away toward the reservoir, moving like a man underwater. They buried her mother the next day in the small cemetery the camp had established. No marker beyond a simple wooden cross, no flowers, no priest to offer last rites because organized religion had fragmented along with everything else. Just dirt over a body and the understanding that this was how people ended now, either infected or buried or simply lost to the chaos. Emily stood beside her father during the brief ceremony, feeling that familiar emptiness. She should be crying, should be devastated, should feel something beyond the practical awareness that her mother was gone and the camp had one fewer mouth to feed. But emotions remained distant, muted, as though filtered through layers of insulation. After the funeral, her father changed. He moved mechanically through camp routines, working his assigned duties without complaint, but also without engagement. Emily watched him fade, and she understood he was dying too, not from infection, but from loss of purpose. Her mother had been his anchor, and without her, he was adrift in a world he no longer recognized or cared about. 3 weeks later, during a supply run to a nearby town, her father volunteered to enter a potentially dangerous building alone. The rest of the team waited outside while he went in to search for medicine. They heard the fight, heard his shouts, but by the time they breached the door, it was over. Infected had been sheltering inside, and her father had stumbled into them. They shot him before he could reanimate, following protocol. Another body to burn, another person subtracted from the camp's dwindling population. Danny returned with the team and told Emily quietly, privately, and she nodded acknowledgement without visible reaction. That night, alone in the small room she occupied in the main building, Emily finally cried. Not for her mother or father specifically, but for everything, for the world that had ended, for the person she'd been, for the future that would never happen. She cried until exhaustion took her, and when morning came, she sealed that grief away behind walls of practical necessity. Summer arrived. The crops grew, though yields were disappointing due to inexperience and poor soil preparation. The camp's population continued its slow decline. People died from accidents, disease, occasional infections that breached security, or simply gave up like her father had. They were down to 38 people, less than half of what they'd started with. Scavenging runs grew longer and more dangerous as nearby areas were stripped clean. Teams had to travel 50 or 60 miles to find anything useful, and these expeditions took days, exposing participants to extended risk. Some runs came back successful, others came back empty. One didn't come back at all. 6 people vanished without explanation or trace. In August, the camp's well ran dry. The water table had dropped, whether from natural drought or some consequence of infrastructure collapse, Emily couldn't determine. They had the reservoir, but its water required treatment, boiling at minimum, and fuel for heating was precious. The camp implemented severe water rationing, 1 liter per person per day for drinking, shared water for cooking. No bathing except in the reservoir itself. The council met to discuss alternatives. They could attempt to dig a new well, but that required equipment and expertise they didn't have. They could move to a new location, but moving meant abandoning the defenses and structures they'd built. Or they could stay and hope the reservoir water remained safe enough to sustain them. Emily advocated for moving. The camp's numbers were small enough to be mobile, and staying at a location with failing infrastructure felt like slow suicide. But others argued for remaining, for not abandoning the investment of months of labor and lives. The council voted to stay, 4-1, with Emily the lone dissenter. She accepted the decision without argument. Democracy, even in miniature, required accepting outcomes you disagreed with. But privately, she began preparing for what seemed increasingly inevitable: the final collapse of this attempt at survival, the dissolution of even this small community. September brought the first frost, a reminder that winter was approaching, and they were dramatically less prepared than the previous year. The failed crops meant limited food stores. The well failure meant constant water issues. The dwindling population meant fewer people to share guard duty, hunting, and maintenance. The camp was dying, and everyone knew it, even if few would say it aloud. Harris's convoy returned in October. They appeared on the access road one morning, their vehicles looking worse for wear, their numbers reduced to maybe 20 people. Harris himself approached under a white flag, requesting to speak with the camp's leadership. Emily met him with Danny and the sheriff, all of them armed. Harris looked older, worn down by whatever he'd experienced in the months since the raid. His people looked worse, thin, exhausted, desperate. "We need help," Harris said without preamble. "Food, shelter, anything you can spare." "You raided us," the sheriff said flatly. "Killed our people. Stole our supplies. Why would we help you?" "Because we're all that's left," Harris replied. "Because I've traveled 500 miles in the past 3 months, and everywhere is dead or dying. There are no safe zones, no government, no military coming to save anyone. It's just us, small groups of survivors trying to hold on. And if we don't help each other, we all die." Emily studied him, looking for deception, for threat. She saw only exhaustion and resignation. "What happened to your people?" "You had twice this number. Infected, starvation, a firefight with another group over a warehouse full of supplies. We lost." Harris looked at the ground. "I made bad choices, led people into situations that got them killed. I'm not proud of what we did here, but I'm asking for help anyway because asking is all I have left." The council debated privately. Some wanted to turn Harris away, let him suffer the consequences of his actions. Others recognized that revenge and justice were luxuries they couldn't afford. If Harris's group joined them, they'd have more people for defense, for labor, for survival. The raid had happened months ago, and grudges consumed energy better spent elsewhere. Emily voted to accept them, not out of forgiveness or moral principle, but because 38 people were too few to survive another winter, and 58 had slightly better odds. Math, not mercy. Harris's people integrated slowly, distrusted by the original camp members, but tolerated out of necessity. They brought some supplies, weapons, tools, a vehicle with a working generator, and their presence allowed the camp to expand operations. More people meant more hunters, more guards, more workers, but more people also meant more mouths. The food situation, already precarious, became critical. Even with aggressive hunting and careful rationing, the camp was consuming supplies faster than they could be replaced. Emily ran the numbers repeatedly. trying to find some equation that worked, some way to make their resources stretch until spring. The math didn't add up. She presented her findings to the council. We have enough food for maybe 6 weeks at current consumption. Less if hunting is unsuccessful. We need to either find a major supply source or reduce our population. Reduce our population? One council member looked horrified. You mean exile people? I mean recognize that we can't feed everyone through winter. Some of us need to leave, find other groups or locations. The alternative is everyone starving slowly. The council rejected her proposal. No one would be exiled. They'd increase hunting efforts, extend scavenging runs, reduce rations further if necessary. Emily didn't argue, just noted their decision and returned to her inventory spreadsheets. November arrived with early snow. The hunting parties came back empty more often than not, game growing scarce as other predators, both human and infected, competed for the same resources. People grew thin, their bodies consuming muscle and fat in a desperate bid to maintain function. Children's ribs became visible under their skin. Adults moved slowly, conserving energy. Danny looked skeletal, his face gaunt, his eyes too large. Emily knew she looked similar, her clothes hung loose, her body eating itself day by day. They sat together some evenings, not talking, just sharing presence. Emily had grown to depend on him in ways she didn't fully understand and couldn't articulate. He represented continuity, connection to the person she'd been before the world ended. In December, the first person died of starvation. An elderly woman who'd been weak before the food crisis simply didn't wake up one morning. They buried her and tried not to think about how many more would follow. The rations were cut again, reduced to portions that barely sustained life. People stopped moving unnecessarily, huddling in their buildings to conserve heat and calories. The infected paradoxically seemed less threatening now. The camp's guards still maintained their posts, but incidents were rare. Perhaps the infected were dying out, their bodies finally succumbing to decay and damage. Or perhaps they'd moved on, following some unknowable instinct toward concentrations of prey that no longer existed. Emily didn't care which. She focused on the immediate problem of keeping people alive through winter. Christmas passed unmarked beyond a brief acknowledgement from some of the religious camp members. The concept of celebration felt alien, divorced from their reality. Emily spent the day recounting inventory, confirming what she already knew. They had weeks of food remaining, maybe a month if they were lucky. January brought the final crisis. A convoy appeared on the access road, much larger than Harris's had been, 50 vehicles at minimum carrying hundreds of people. They didn't approach under a white flag. They simply drove to the camp's perimeter and stopped, their intent clear without words. The camp's leadership, now reduced to Emily, Danny, and Harris after the sheriff had died of pneumonia in November, watched from the main building. The numbers were overwhelming. Even if every person in the camp could fight, they'd be outnumbered 5-1. "What do we do?" Danny asked. Emily looked at the convoy, at the desperate faces visible through vehicle windows, at the inevitable conclusion approaching. "We leave." "Leave?" Harris shook his head. "We built this place, defended it, survived here. And now we leave, or we die defending something that's already lost. Those people out there are starving, just like we are. They're going to take this camp whether we fight or not. The only question is whether we're alive when it's over." She was right, and they all knew it. The camp's population gathered what they could carry and loaded into their few working vehicles. No one argued. No one suggested fighting. They'd all spent too long surviving to throw away their lives on principle. The convoy drove out of the camp through a back road the founders had cut months ago for exactly this kind of emergency. Behind them, the larger group moved in, claiming the buildings and supplies without firing a shot. Emily watched in the rearview mirror until trees obscured the view, then focused forward on the road ahead. They drove south, looking for somewhere new. But Emily knew they wouldn't find it. The pattern was clear now. Find a place, build defenses, survive until resources ran out or another group took what you had. Rinse and repeat until you couldn't anymore. This was the new world, not a transition to something better, but a slow circling of the drain. Danny drove while Emily navigated using old highway maps. The convoy, now just 5 vehicles and 23 people, headed into Kansas, avoiding main roads and towns where the infected still clustered. They passed through a landscape transformed by abandonment. Fields had gone to seed, unharvested corn rotting in rows. Houses stood empty, windows dark. Occasionally they saw other survivors, groups like themselves wandering in search of the impossible. After a week of traveling, they found an industrial park on the outskirts of a small town. The buildings were solid concrete, defensible, far enough from population centers to avoid major infected hordes. They moved in and began the familiar process, reinforcing, gathering supplies, establishing routines. Emily knew this was temporary, just another stop in an endless sequence of temporary stops. But she did the work anyway because the alternative was giving up. Months passed. Spring came again, 2 years now since the outbreak began. The industrial park became home in the minimal sense that mattered. A place to sleep, a base for operations. The group's population remained stable at 23. No deaths, but no new arrivals either. They existed in stasis, maintaining but not building. Emily turned 31 in May, though she didn't mention it to anyone. Birthdays felt absurd, celebration of survival measured in arbitrary units. She looked older, hair showing premature gray, body lean and hard from constant physical labor. Danny was 22 now, though he looked 30. They'd both aged in ways that had nothing to do with calendars. In June, they received unexpected visitors. Emily's brother, driving a battered pickup truck from Colorado. He'd spent 2 years searching for them, following rumors and checking every survivor group he encountered. His reunion with Emily was brief and emotional, both of them unused to expressing feelings, both relieved to find family still alive. He brought news from the West. The infection had burned through the population density of cities and suburbs, but had never fully penetrated rural mountain communities. Small towns in Colorado and Montana had survived by isolating early and aggressively, turning away refugees and shooting anyone who approached showing symptoms. It was brutal, but it had worked. These communities still functioned, still had some version of civilization. "You should come west," he said. "Find one of these places. It's not like before, but it's better than this." Emily considered his offer. Danny wanted to accept immediately, exhausted by years of barely surviving, desperate for any promise of stability. Harris and the others were divided. Some wanted to stay, others wanted to try for the mountains. In the end, 12 people, including Emily and Danny, chose to go. They loaded into 3 vehicles with everything they could carry and said goodbye to those staying behind. Emily felt nothing about the separation. These people were companions in survival, not friends. She'd learned to maintain distance, emotional if not physical, because everyone died eventually and grieving consumed energy better spent on living. The journey west was long and difficult. They traveled through a landscape dotted with abandoned towns and cities reclaimed by vegetation. Nature was winning its war against human infrastructure, roots cracking pavement, vines covering walls, wildlife returning to spaces humans had vacated. The infected were less common now, their numbers diminished by time and decay and the simple mathematics of predators without sufficient prey. They encountered other travelers occasionally. Most interactions were brief and wary, each group assessing the other for threat before moving on. Once, they traded with a family heading east, exchanging ammunition for canned goods. Once, they fled from a larger group that radiated hostility, choosing discretion over confrontation. In July, they reached Colorado. The mountains rose ahead, promise of elevation and isolation. Emily's brother led them to one of the communities he'd mentioned, a small town nestled in a valley where perhaps 300 people maintained a fragile civilization. The town had walls, chain link topped with barbed wire, reinforced with sheets of metal and wood, and guards who challenged them from towers. "State your business," a guard called down. Emily's brother explained, and after tense negotiation, the town's leadership agreed to allow them inside for evaluation. They were quarantined for observation, tested for symptoms, interviewed about their journey and skills. Emily explained her experience with inventory management, with organizing survivors, with making hard decisions. Danny talked about his mechanical abilities, his guard experience, his willingness to work. After 3 days, the town accepted them as provisional residents. They could stay if they contributed, if they followed the community's rules, if they integrated into the existing social structure. Emily agreed without hesitation. This was the best offer they'd received in 2 years. Life in the town was strange after so long surviving independently. There were rules about water usage, waste disposal, food distribution. There were communal work assignments and mandatory guard rotations. There were social expectations about cooperation and conflict resolution. Emily found it simultaneously restrictive and reassuring, the structure of civilization in miniature. She was assigned to help manage the town's warehouse, her skills immediately recognized as valuable. The work was familiar: tracking inventory, organizing storage, ensuring fair distribution. But it felt different here, less desperate. The town had farms that produced actual food. They had wells and water purification systems. They had security that mostly worked. It wasn't normal, would never be normal again, but it was sustainable. Danny found work with the town's maintenance crew, keeping generators running, repairing walls, solving the constant mechanical problems that arose. He thrived on the purposeful labor, and Emily watched him slowly relax, the constant hypervigilance of survival easing into something that resembled peace. Months passed, then a year. The town remained stable, its population slowly growing as other survivors arrived and were accepted. Not everyone who came was admitted. The town couldn't support unlimited growth and resources remained finite, but careful management allowed them to take in some refugees, to maintain population levels despite inevitable deaths. Emily built a life of sorts. She had a small apartment in what had once been a motel, her own space after years of communal sleeping arrangements. She ate regular meals, rationed but adequate. She slept without immediate fear of attack. It was ordinary in ways that would have seemed boring before the outbreak, but felt miraculous after everything. She and Danny grew closer, their relationship evolving from survival partners to something more intimate, though neither of them could articulate what exactly. They spent evenings together, talking occasionally, but more often sitting in comfortable silence. Physical intimacy came slowly, carefully, both of them damaged in ways that made vulnerability difficult. But it happened, and it mattered, and Emily felt something other than emptiness for the first time in years. The town had children, not many, but some. Young ones who'd been born after the outbreak, or were too young to remember the before times. They played in streets where guards maintained constant watch, their laughter strange and beautiful against the backdrop of a broken world. Emily watched them sometimes and wondered what future they faced, whether humanity would rebuild or simply persist in diminishing communities until the last person died. 3 years after arriving in Colorado, the town held elections for its leadership council. Emily was nominated and reluctantly agreed to run. She won easily, her reputation for practical decision-making and fair resource management widely respected. She found herself making policy decisions, mediating disputes, planning for the town's future in measured increments of seasons and years. It wasn't the life she'd imagined at 34. She'd planned to maybe manage her own truck stop by now, perhaps start a family, definitely own a reliable car. Instead, she helped govern a fortress town of 400 survivors. Her world condensed to this valley and the immediate territory they could defend. Her family was gone except for her brother. Her future extended no further than the next harvest, the next winter, the next crisis. But she was alive. Danny was alive. They had food and shelter and purpose. In a world where most humans had died screaming or reanimated into mindless predators, that counted as victory. Emily stood on the town's wall one evening in September, 5 years after the truck stop incident that had started everything. The sun set behind the mountains, painting the sky in colors that seemed too beautiful for a dying world. Below, in the town's main street, people moved about their evening routines, cooking dinner, visiting neighbors, tending gardens, ordinary activities in an extraordinary context. Danny joined her, leaning against the wall with comfortable familiarity, thinking deep thoughts, thinking that we made it. Against every odd, we survived. Cost enough, Danny said quietly. Everyone we knew, everything that was. Emily nodded. The cost had been incalculable. Billions dead worldwide, civilization collapsed, humanity reduced to scattered pockets of survivors fighting against probability. She thought about the truck stop cashier she'd been, the woman who'd worried about inventory reports and register drawer counts. That person was dead as surely as if she'd been infected. What remained was harder, colder, capable of making choices the old Emily would have found horrifying. She'd sent people away knowing they'd likely die. She'd killed infected without hesitation, even when they wore familiar faces. She'd chosen math over mercy repeatedly, prioritized survival over sentiment consistently. Those decisions had kept her alive, kept others alive, but they'd cost her pieces of humanity that she'd never recover. Was it worth it? Danny asked. All we did to survive? Emily considered the question. Once, she would have said yes immediately, would have argued that survival justified any action. Now, after 5 years of consequences and choices, she wasn't certain. They'd survived, but what had they become in the process? Were they still human in any meaningful sense, or had they transformed into something else? Survival machines operating on instinct and calculation. I don't know, she said finally, but we're here. That has to count for something. They stood together on the wall as darkness fell, watching the town below prepare for another night. Somewhere beyond the valley, the infected still wandered, fewer each year, but never quite eliminated. Somewhere, other survivor groups clung to existence, fighting the same battles against hunger and despair. The world Emily had known was gone forever, replaced by this diminished version where every day required effort just to maintain baseline existence. But the sun would rise tomorrow. Work would need doing. Decisions would require making. Life, reduced to its essential core of persistence against entropy, would continue. And Emily would continue with it, making her cold calculations, rendering her practical judgments, surviving because survival was the only victory left. She'd lost everything: family, friends, comfort, safety, the person she'd been. In exchange, she'd gained this: breath in her lungs, heartbeat in her chest, purpose in her days. The trade-off seemed impossibly unbalanced, but it was the only trade the world still offered. Accept it or die. Live or give up. Emily chose to live, as she'd chosen every day since a fevered truck driver fell across her register snapping teeth. That choice cost her constantly, demanded pieces of her soul as payment for continued existence. But it kept her breathing, kept her moving forward through seasons and years, kept her human enough to recognize what she'd become. Winter approached again. The town would survive it, probably, if the harvest held and sickness stayed minimal and the infected didn't find them in sufficient numbers. They'd plan and ration and make hard choices, and in spring they'd still be here, Diminished, but alive. That was the pattern now. Seasons of survival strung together into years, years extending toward an uncertain future where perhaps humanity would rebuild, or perhaps they'd simply fade away, the last scattered survivors eventually falling to time and entropy. But tonight, Emily stood on the wall with Danny beside her, and she was alive in a world where being alive was itself a kind of triumph. She'd paid for this moment with everything she'd been, but the cost was already spent. What remained was the person she'd become, hard and practical and possibly lost, but breathing, thinking, choosing to continue. That would have to be enough.